Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Owen by Jacki James, narrated by Kurt Graves. Chapter 1. Keegan. "You aren't from around here, are you?" the pretty blonde said, taking a sip of her drink. "My name is Desiree, but I go by Ray." I forced a smile and tried to pull up some enthusiasm for what I'd come down to the bar to do. When I first started traveling as a buyer for my family's small chain of jewelry stores, it had been fun. Before that, I'd never even been out of the state of Texas. Aside from one year when I was a kid and my parents took my siblings and me to Disney World on vacation. But after spending countless nights in hotels, sleeping in beds that weren't mine, sometimes alone, sometimes with someone I'd picked up in a bar just like this one, it hadn't taken long for the shine to wear off. Thankfully, I didn't have to make these trips but a few times a year, especially when they turn out like this one, and the jewelry collection I'd traveled so far to see was basic and ordinary, with little to add to our line. I'd hoped to liven the night up a bit by coming down here to the bar and finding some company for the evening. But now that I was here, I regretted that decision. Nothing from the top-shelf whiskey I was drinking to any of the women here was holding my interest. Thing was, she should have been perfect. She was basically exactly my type. Long blonde hair, beautiful brown eyes, a body that was just curvy enough to give me something to hold on to. But instead of being intrigued, I was bored. Which wasn't an excuse to be rude. It wasn't her fault, it was mine. "Nice to meet you, Ray. I'm Keegan, and no, I'm not from around here. What gave me away?" I asked, hoping a little conversation would create a spark. "I heard you when you ordered your drink, and believe me, you don't sound like you're from Chicago." "You got me there. I'm from Texas." "Ah, a real-life cowboy, right here in the Windy City." I fought the urge to roll my eyes. I was a freaking jewelry buyer. I was about the furthest thing from a cowboy as you could get. I just prayed she didn't make some comment about saving a horse, like I hadn't heard that one before. "What about you?" I asked. "Are you from the city or just visiting?" "I'm just in town for a few days for work. I'm from Detroit, actually." I nodded and finished off my drink. The bartender noticed and nodded at it with his head, asking me silently if I wanted another. I didn't. I shook my head. He gave me a confirmation nod and went back to serving the people down the bar. I found him to be much more interesting than the blonde. But that was one place I'd never gone. As silly as it sounded, considering the fact that my best friend, Brennan, was gay, I'd never publicly acknowledged my attraction to men. At least, not unless you counted a little flirty teasing under the guise of joking around with an entirely different bartender. Not that he seemed to take me seriously. I watched as he filled drinks and flirted with the patrons of the bar, male and female alike. I gave that a little thought. Maybe instead of the blonde, I should be flirting with him. He was cute. But sadly, that idea didn't hold any more appeal to me than she did. I was dissatisfied with life in general, and a hookup, whether it was with a guy or a girl, wasn't going to fix that. I sighed. I was wasting both our time sitting here talking with her. I should just call it and head upstairs. Speaking of work, I have an early flight tomorrow, so I should probably call it a night. It was nice chatting with you. I put a bill down under my drink and went back up to my room. I stripped off my clothes and crawled into the bed, but sleep didn't come. Instead, I lay there, trying to figure out what was up with me. I was way too young at 25 to be so dissatisfied with my life. I didn't dislike my job. My salary wasn't insane, no matter what people assumed, since my dad owned the company, but I made decent money. I had a family that I not only loved, but also mostly liked, and some really good friends. What was there to be unhappy with? And was I actually unhappy? I didn't think so. It was something else. I tossed, trying to get comfortable, and punched the pillow a few times, trying to get it the way I wanted. It was a lost cause, though. What I wanted was my own bed and pillow. I hadn't been lying to her. I did have an early flight tomorrow, which meant I needed to get some sleep. But apparently my brain didn't get the memo. I was still trying to decide what my problem was. I thought about the new guy, Gavin, in what Brennan called the boys' club. He was a potter and had a studio out behind his uncle's house. Bren was thinking about taking a pottery class, and he took me with him to Gavin's studio one day to watch him work, so he could see what it was like. He'd shown us all his completed work, and even though I wasn't really into pottery, I could tell they were good. But it was the way Gavin looked when he talked about his work more than the beauty of his creations that stuck with me. As he explained to Bren what processes he used, and talked about how Cooper had convinced him to open a studio where he could work and sell his pottery, his eyes lit up, and you could feel how excited he was. That was what I was missing. That passion for my work, or for anything. I tried to think of just one thing I felt passionate about, but drew a blank. Simple fact was, I was in a serious rut. Maybe I needed to take up a hobby like my buddy Jason. He played golf on the weekends and was always asking me to go. Or it was also time to sign up for the local softball league, so maybe that. Back in college, I played frisbee golf. That had been fun. I wondered if there were any locals who played. I would give it some thought. It could be that was all I needed, just to do something different. Shake things up a bit. Yeah, that was the answer, I thought, as I finally drifted off to sleep. It had been a busy week at work for all of us. Me, because I was working with my brother Stanley to finalize our new line before the wedding season launched, and for the people who worked in the stores themselves, because Valentine's Day was right around the corner. After all, nothing says I love you like a diamond. At least, that's what we've been told for generations. Today had been particularly long, and I was looking forward to my couch, a beer, and maybe binge-watching some television. I pulled my car in under the carport and went around to the back door to go in. As I looked around the bare patio, I had an idea of something I could do to fill my time. My aunt had always had a lovely flower garden back here, but now it needed work. When Brennan lived here, he'd done a good job of taking care of the plants. I really hadn't done much besides water them since he moved out, and I really hadn't done anything with them since I moved in. My father had paid someone to take care of everything before I moved back, but even then it hadn't looked anything like it had when Aunt Ruth was alive. Maybe I should spend some time and see if I could bring it back to its former glory. Of course, it would be a few months before time to do that. At least, I thought it was. I would have to look and see when you did what with plants, because I had no idea. I went on inside the house and flipped on the kitchen light, taking in the room. Like the plants on the outside, I could see the touches my aunt had put into the inside of the house. But also like the plants, I could see it hadn't had the same love and attention since she'd passed away. What had been warm and cheerful when she was alive felt dated and lifeless now. I'd spent many days sitting at this counter helping her make cookies and sneaking bites of the cookie dough, even though she insisted it was bad for me and I shouldn't eat it. She had always been my favorite aunt, and when I found out she had left her house to me, I was touched. She didn't have any children of her own, but I'd spent tons of time over here when I was growing up. My father had offered to help organize an estate sale for me to empty out the house since I was away at college when she passed, but I'd wanted to deal with it myself. I had my siblings go through the house and take anything they wanted to remember her by, and the rest sat while I finished school. When I finished and came back to Austin, I'd stayed with my parents for a few months, taking my time to go through and figure out what to keep and what to get rid of. By the time I was done, I had a good mix of what was mine and things of hers that I cherished, but I hadn't made any actual changes to the house. I wondered if that was part of my issue. Maybe I needed to spruce things up in here. Some paint and new curtains would do wonders for the place. I decided I would call my sister Amy and see if she could help. She was a whiz with color and decorating, unlike myself. With that decided, I went straight for the shower and some comfy sweatpants. Then I went to the kitchen to find something to eat. I didn't feel like cooking and settled on a bowl of cereal. Lucky Charms had been my favorite since I was a kid, and they were still my go-to quick meal. I was sitting on the couch finishing my second bowl of cereal when I got a text from Brennan. Bren. No excuses. You're going with us tonight. Me. It's your boy's night. I'm not a boy. Bren. So you keep saying. Me. Eye roll emoji. On Thursday night, Brennan and his group of friends all got together for what they called Boys' Night Out. It was a tight-knit group of friends, and I was really happy for him. Their boyfriends, or daddies, were all good friends, and that was how they all met. He was always trying to pull me into their friend group, and I understood now how Bren had always felt when I tried to drag him on camping trips and things with all my straight buddies. I appreciated that he wanted me to go, but I felt like I didn't fit in. It wasn't only the fact that to them I was their straight friend simply because I'd never been brave enough or had reason to correct them, but it was more than that. I didn't have much in common with them. I was all about hanging out and playing video games or catching a football game, and that wasn't what they enjoyed. They were most likely planning a night of painting and wine, or, God forbid, another shopping trip. I was about to tell him no, I wasn't going. But then he texted the magic words. Bren, we're going to Big O's. Me, stopping by or staying? Staying? We thought we would just go there and hang out. Me, okay, I'm in. Pick me up? Be there in 30. Chapter 2. Owen. Are you going to go to Micah's wedding? My brother Noah asked. I don't know. I haven't decided. So what are you thinking? I'm thinking this isn't the time to have this conversation. We were nearing the midpoint of our daily run, and this was where he always seemed to get chatty. Remind me why I run with you. Because no one else is available at such a weird time of day to go for a run? He wasn't wrong. I didn't know anyone else who wasn't at work right now. But when you owned a bar, your hours weren't like anyone else's. I'd went to bed around 4 in the morning, so my day didn't start until at least noon. True. Speaking of which, I won't be able to make it this time tomorrow. I have a client meeting that'll probably take all afternoon. I nodded and kept running. Noah was a graphic designer with his own business. For the most part, he set his own schedule, but every now and then it just wasn't possible. Anyway, back to Micah. Neil thinks it would be good for you to go. Noah's husband, Neil, was a great guy, but I wasn't sure his opinion of whether or not I should go to my ex's wedding held any weight. He hadn't even been around when Micah was here. Does he? And why is that? He says you need to get some closure on the relationship so you can move on. I don't need closure on the relationship to move on. It's well and completely closed. I just don't have time to worry about finding another boy right now. You make time for what's important, oh, he said. Besides, I didn't say anything about finding another boy. Just that you needed to move on. That could mean a lot of things other than a relationship. It could, but we both know that isn't what Neil meant. Every time I see him, he asks me if I'm seeing anyone. True, he chuckled. What can I say? He just wants you to be as happy as we are. No one is as happy as you two, I said dryly. Seriously, they'd been together for 3 years, and it was like they met yesterday. It's sickening how sweet y'all are. You're just jealous, he said with a wink. I laughed and shook my head, but he wasn't wrong. I was jealous of what they had. A love like that was rare. They met on a blind date, set up by, of all people, Neil's grandmother. All I could say was thank God it wasn't our grandmother or I would have been next, and trying to explain what a boy was and why I wanted one was not on my list of things I wanted to do when it came to my 85-year-old grandmother. But honestly, I don't think Neil's wrong. I think it would be good of you to go. I might. It's just such a hassle. I haven't left town since I opened the bar. And that's exactly why I think you should go. Not because of Micah, but because you need to take a break. Maybe. I know the guys could handle the bar. I have a great crew in there now. We rounded the corner that indicated we were on the home stretch. Then what's stopping you? I don't know. It just seems weird to show up at his wedding all alone. You know, they'll all think I'm either still heartbroken or wanting him back. They'll all probably be waiting for me to cause a scene. It just doesn't sound like a good time. Are you? Noah asked. Am I what? Still heartbroken and wanting him back? I thought about that for a second and shook my head. You know, I'm not actually sure I ever was heartbroken, and I know I never wanted him back. You sure seemed heartbroken at the time." "That's because I thought I was at the time. But in hindsight, I don't think that was the deal. I was upset, sure, but that was more about me failing as a daddy and mourning the loss of that part of me than about losing Micah." "Mourning the loss of that part of you? I don't know a lot about being a daddy, but I'm pretty sure that one failed relationship doesn't mean they show up and take away your daddy card." "My daddy card? Really?" "Sure sounds like something you guys would have. Like an official badge that you can whip out when necessary to show your authority." "You're an idiot." Thursday was one of my favorite nights at the bar. That was the night my friends, Ryder, Max, Lucas, and Cooper, all came in to hang out at the bar. I'm not sure exactly how it got started or why it was on Thursdays, but they had been meeting here on Thursday nights for a few years now. Not to say they all make it each week, but more often than not, they're all there. Up until 6 or so months ago, all the guys but Max had been single. But somehow, over the last half a year, all the guys had managed to find their perfect boys. Perfect for them, not actually perfect. I'd thought that would mean they wouldn't be as consistent, but they were. It helped that Max and Ryder's boys had declared Thursday boys' night, so they didn't feel like they were leaving their boys home alone. With the hours I worked, it was hard to find time to spend with friends, and they'd realized that early on, so they just came here. After my pseudo-therapy session with my brother this morning, I swear he should be a psychologist. I was curious to find out what they thought about Micah's wedding. Lucas and Cooper never met him. He was long gone before we became friends, but Max and Ryder had both known him, and they both had strong opinions about the way things had ended. Micah and I had been together for a few years when I decided to leave my job in construction and open the bar. It had been a big change for us, and Micah hadn't dealt well. Over half of all new bars fail within the first year, and I was determined Big O's wasn't going to be one of them. I'd worked in construction my entire adult life, and had never been comfortable hanging out in most of the high-end clubs here in town. But straight bars could be iffy as far as how welcoming they were, even here in Austin. So I was sure there was a market for an LGBTQIA+ friendly bar that was just a regular old neighborhood bar. Micah didn't like the hours I worked, but most of all he didn't like the fact that I wasn't taking much of a salary for the first year. Just enough to cover necessities, and everything else went back into the bar. That meant no more expensive gifts, no more fancy nights out, and no more weekend trips. In the end, he wasn't willing to sacrifice for me to live my dream, and I didn't love him enough to put what he wanted first, like a good daddy would. So we went our separate ways. It wasn't an acrimonious breakup, but it wasn't what I would call friendly, either. To say I was surprised to get an invitation to the wedding would be an understatement. At first, I hadn't even considered going. But now I was wondering if Noah was right, and maybe I should. Max arrived first. He owned an HVAC company, and their shop wasn't far from here at all. Plus, since he'd gotten involved with his boy Travis, he'd been working less hours. At this point, he'd stepped back enough that he could have retired if he wanted, but he insisted he wasn't ready to step away entirely. He took his normal seat at the far end of the bar. Ryder was next, which surprised me because since he'd found Brennan, he was often late. He came in and took a seat next to Max, and I took him a beer. "Thanks, man," he said, rolling his shoulders. "I need this today." "What's up? Rough week?" "Yeah, working on a remodel that required us to take one room down to the studs and install all new drywall. Ceilings are murder on my back." "I hear you. We're installing all new ductwork in the old Peterson building, so it's been all hands on deck. I told the guys I'm getting too old for this shit," Max said, taking a long drink of his beer. I was hoping to get a chance to talk with just Max and Ryder since they'd been around when everything went to hell, but Cooper and Lucas walked in before I had a chance. They took their seats and I got them both beers as well. I tried to make sure I had someone here to manage the bar on Thursdays whenever possible so I could sit and chat. Luckily, tonight, Josh was here. I grabbed myself a beer and pulled up the stool I kept on my side of the bar for nights like this, and took a seat. "What are the boys getting up to tonight?" I asked. "They're actually coming here," Ryder said. "Gavin is so excited," Cooper said. He loves going out with the other boys. It's like everything's just fallen into place for him. He's taken a couple of the advanced classes on pottery, and he's made friends. I can't tell you how pleased I am." Lucas smiled at Cooper and clapped him on the back. "I'm glad things worked out. Ben is, too. He really likes Gavin." Ryder looked up at me and grinned. "Keegan is coming with them tonight, too." "Oh, is he?" I asked, careful to sound uninterested. Not that I thought any of them bought it. I'd taken enough teasing from the four over Brennan's best friend to know better than that. Keegan was absolutely beautiful, with brown hair so dark it was almost black, and big hazel eyes that promised all kinds of things I was sure his body didn't mean. He was funny, smart, and flirty as all get out. At least with me. I hadn't seen him be that way with anyone else, and I tried my best to keep my distance. I'd learned my lesson about bi-curious straight boys a long time ago. "Yep, he is. In fact, they should be here any minute. I think they're all riding together." "They are," Cooper confirmed. "They're meeting at our place and then taking a ride share so they can all drink." "They're headed in now," Max said, waving his phone in the air. "Just got a text from Travis that they're pulling in the parking lot." He barely finished speaking when the doors flew open like they were hurricane-force winds outside, and a small herd of boys came through. They were laughing and teasing each other, and if I had my guess, Travis and Gavin had been pre-gaming a little bit. They came straight over to where the guys sat. They all turned on their bar stools and opened their arms to let their boys step in, which left me sitting there alone on my side of the bar. Well, me and Keegan. I tried not to notice the way he watched the boys greet their daddies, but it was hard to miss. He was smiling at them in an indulgent way, kind of the way I did with Noah and Neil, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Then he turned his gaze to me and smiled an entirely different smile, one that reached his eyes and sent the blood in my body rushing south. He leaned against the bar and said, "What you doing, Big O?" "Just working, Keegan. What can I get you?" He let his eyes trail down my body and then back up again. Our gazes met, and for the first time I didn't see playfulness in them. I saw heat. My first thought was that this boy had no idea what he was asking for, but I would sure love to teach him. My next thought was that that was never going to happen. "To drink, Keegan. What can I get you to drink?" He shrugged like, "Oh well, I tried," and said, "I think we're going to do a pitcher for the table." He turned to the guys, tapping Brennan on the shoulder. "Did we decide on a pitcher?" Brennan nodded and then went back to whatever he was telling Ryder. Keegan rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "We'll start with a pitcher and see where we go from there. It might be a tequila night." Chapter 3. Keegan. I waited for the others to finish with their daddies, and we headed over to one of the empty booths. The guys piled in, Travis, Gavin, and Ben on one side, with Brennan and me on the other. I had only gone out with the guys a couple of times, and sometimes when you're hanging out with a group of friends who spend a lot of time together, you feel out of place. But that was never the case with these guys. They made sure to include me in the conversation, and if there was an inside joke, someone was quick to make sure I knew what the deal was. They tried hard to make sure I didn't feel left out, but I still didn't feel like I fit in with them. Mostly because we just didn't have much in common. By the time we were on our second pitcher of beer, I was feeling good. I was glad I came with them instead of spending the night on the couch as I'd planned. Ben had told us all about the project he was working on at work, and just like Gavin with his pottery, I could see how excited he was about what they were doing. It's going to be amazing, guys. This art center is going to be a great example of how you can incorporate sustainable design with beautiful architecture. That's awesome, Ben. Any idea what comes next? No, we'll be working on this project for a while, but I'm hoping they'll agree to do more projects like this one. What about you, Keegan? Travis asked. Brennan said you just got back from a trip to Chicago. That sounds awesome. I shrugged. It was okay. I didn't find anything I liked for this year's wedding lineup. My brother had better luck on his trip to Santa Fe, though, so that's good. You and your brother both work for the same company? Gavin asked. We do, I said. My sister as well, and my parents, and my uncle. Basically the whole family. It's just what we do." "Wow, that's different," Gavin said. "I can't imagine that. My mother wanted me to go work with my father, but just thinking about it made me ill." "It's not bad. We're really close. It's just kind of the way our family works, you know? My grandfather opened the first store in the 50s. My father and his siblings all worked there, and now me and my brother and sister do. My aunt did as well until she passed away. She never had any children, but my uncle has 2 kids, and they both work there. One in accounting, and the other works in one of the stores. It's a family business." "But do you like it?" Ben asked. "I don't not like it," I shrugged. I guess Ben could tell I didn't really have anything else to say, so he changed the subject. "How about you, Brennan? How are things going?" "Good. Nothing exciting at work, but Ryder assures me we're about to hit our busy season." "Speaking of busy seasons, another month or so, and you guys won't be seeing much of me. I'll be knee-deep in taxes," Travis said. Ben asked him something about that, and as he went on about how much he loved his job the rest of the year, but tax season sucked, my mind drifted over to the bar. Owen was laughing at something someone had said, and when he smiled, it transformed his whole face. Most of the time he had this expression that made him look so serious, but when he smiled, I could see that inside that gruff exterior was a warm and caring man. Daddy. A warm and caring daddy. I chuckled to myself at what a crazy turn my life had taken since Bren had found Ryder. Before that, I don't think I'd ever thought of a man as a daddy. I hadn't even called my father Daddy. He was Pop, always had been. Travis's phone buzzed, and he looked at the screen, then turned to glare at Max. "I'm right here, Daddy. You didn't have to text me," he called out. "Daddy says we have to order food or I can't have anything else to drink." "I could eat," I said. "Me too," Brennan said. "I'm hungry." "Not me. I ate earlier," Gavin said. "I could have some French fries, though." "You're going to turn into a French fry," Cooper called over to us. Gavin rolled his eyes. "This is why boys' night and the Daddy Club shouldn't be in the same place. They're nosy," he whispered. Then he called out, "Mind your own business, Daddy. This is a boys-only conversation." At first I thought he was being rude, but then I saw the gleam in his eye and knew he was up to no good on purpose. I glanced over at Cooper to see what he was going to say, but he was on his phone. Then Gavin's phone pinged, and he looked at the screen. He smirked as he read the text. I wondered what was going to happen next, but to my disappointment, he just texted something back and took a drink of his beer. We were all watching him, waiting. "What?" he asked. When none of us said anything, he said, "Fine, here," turning the phone around so we could see. Cooper. "Precious, did someone forget who they were talking to?" Gavin. "No." Cooper. Question mark. Gavin. Question mark. Shrug emoji. Then there was a string of emojis, which included a hand, a peach, and a smirking devil face from Cooper, followed by an angel wearing a halo from Gavin. Cooper. "Brat, just you wait till I get you home." Gavin. "I'm looking forward to it." "Do I even want to know?" I asked. "Probably not." Gavin giggled. "Let's just say I may have a punishment waiting for me when I get home." They kept teasing Gavin about being a brat while they tried to decide what to order. I took advantage of their distraction to watch Owen again. Unlike us, the Daddies were talking quietly, so I wasn't sure what their conversation was about, but it looked to me like it had taken a serious turn. I didn't like the look on his face while he was talking. He looked frustrated, but maybe a little sad as well. I wanted to go over and smooth that spot on his forehead that bunched up when he was being all serious. Of course, he would think I was crazy if I walked over there and said, "Hey, dude, let me touch your forehead." Not that I would actually say that. Bren gave me a shoulder bump. "You should go talk to him." I gave him my best "have you lost your mind" look. "And say what?" "I don't know, something. But anything has to beat sitting here watching him, don't you think?" "Nope. Sitting here watching him is just fine with me. He's like a tiger in the zoo. He's gorgeous, and I find him fascinating, but only from a distance. Up close, he probably bites." "Well, biting can be a good thing," Travis said with a wink. I looked around the table, and all 4 of them were looking at me. Well, shit, I hadn't realized the others had stopped talking and were listening to Bren and me until I'd said more than I normally say out loud. I wasn't sure what to do. I could try to play it off and toss in one of my, "Yeah, if I played for your team, I would totally go chat him up" comments. But for some reason, tonight, I wasn't in the mood to pretend I wasn't really attracted to Owen. Because I was. "What the hell," I said, grabbing up the empty beer pitcher. "We need a fresh pitcher anyway." That got me whoops and hollers from all the boys. All except Brennan, who was looking at me thoughtfully. But he just said, "I'll order you a cheeseburger if Charles comes to take our order." I nodded at him and made my way to the bar, walking past Owen and the guys on my way. Owen and I made eye contact for a second, and I felt his stare all the way to my toes. I ducked my head because I wasn't sure what to say and hurried on. I placed the pitcher on the bar and told Josh we needed a fresh pitcher and that the guys were ready to order food. "Sure thing. I'll send Charles over to get their order." "Thanks," I said. Then I took a deep breath in an attempt to get up my courage. I'd never had a hard time approaching someone I was interested in before, but that someone had never been a man before. Not only that, but Owen wasn't just some man. He was the man. Older, confident, hotter than hell, and way out of my league as far as guys went. I glanced over at the boys. Travis and Gavin both nodded at me in encouragement. I wasn't sure if I should be listening to either one of those two. I had a feeling they had a habit of getting into trouble. But then again, maybe a little trouble was exactly what I needed. I moved down to the end of the bar where the Daddies all sat, stopping just far enough so Owen's back was to me as he talked to the guys. I wanted to have a plan for what to say before I actually walked up to him, but while I stood there, I overheard their conversation. "I know I should probably go, but it's just awkward. Like I told my brother, I'm sure people will be wondering what I'm doing there and if I'm going to try to cause trouble. They'll be thinking that people don't show up at their ex's wedding by themselves just to wish the grooms good luck." "But Micah knows you wouldn't cause trouble, or he wouldn't have invited you," Mac said. "Right, and it's his wedding, and obviously he wants you there," Ryder added. "Besides, a weekend away at Blue Moon Vineyards would be good for you." So that's why he'd looked so serious, and what had caused him to bunch up his brow like that. His ex was getting married and had invited him to the wedding. There had to be a story there, that was for sure. "It's not Micah I'm worried about. It's his family and all his friends. It'd be different if I weren't showing up alone, but—" "I'll go," I said, and all 5 men turned to look at me. "With you to the wedding, I mean. I'll go." Chapter 4. Owen. I turned to face Keegan. "Excuse me?" I asked. Sure, I'd misheard him. "You said it wouldn't be so awkward if you weren't alone." He shrugged. "So I'll go. Then you won't have to worry about anyone thinking you're there to cause trouble. Not since you're obviously head over heels for your new boyfriend." "Keegan," I started. "I mean, you aren't, are you? Going there to cause trouble? Because I don't want to get in the middle of that. Like, if you're planning some grand gesture to stop the wedding and win him back or something, that never works in real life, you know? Only in the movies. In real life, that doesn't make you look romantic. It makes you look like a crazy stalker. Not that I'm calling you a crazy stalker, I just—" "Keegan," I said again, firmly, and he froze. "Sorry." "It's fine," I said, fighting the urge to smile at him. I'd kind of always wondered how he and Brennan were such good friends. They seemed so different, but at that moment, I got it. That little rant showed a side of Keegan I hadn't seen before, and it was cute. I bet when he got going on something that mattered to him, he was a pistol. "I'm not going to cause trouble, and I'm not a crazy stalker. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to go at all." "You should," he insisted. "Oh, really? And you know this how?" "I just do. You should go, and you should let me come with you." I looked at him, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Why would this young, straight guy want to come with me to a wedding for a person he had never met? I mean, it was tempting. Having a date, especially one as gorgeous as Keegan, would keep the gossip hounds at bay. I don't know, I said, glancing over at the guys. He has a point, Ryder said. Having someone with you would make things easier. I don't know why Micah invited you, but I think it would be good for you to go. Why would you want to go with me? I asked him. I don't know. I just heard what you were saying, and you're right. People are assholes, and they're always looking to create drama any chance they get. It occurred to me that if you showed up with someone, like you said, it would stop that before it even got started. No lie there, Cooper said. People are assholes. I think it's a great idea. Plus, it would be fun just to take off for a weekend and get to pretend to be someone else, he added. I think it's a stupid idea, I said. Keegan's face fell, and I felt like a jerk. He was just trying to help. There was no reason for me to be an ass. Not that I don't appreciate you offering, Keegan. I do. But it would be too much to ask of you. For one thing, last I heard, you weren't gay, and... I'm bi, he said, stopping me in my tracks. Wait, you are? I'd known he'd been extra flirty with me, but a lot of straight guys were. They liked to test the boundaries a little just for the hell of it, and a bartender was a safe person to do that with. But I hadn't really thought he was being serious. I had him pegged as curious at best, but not actually bisexual. I am, he said firmly, but something about the way he said it made me wonder if maybe that was the first time he'd said so out loud. Okay, I said slowly, but also you aren't a boy. But I am a daddy, and no one who knows me would believe I was in a relationship with someone who wasn't a boy. He tilted his head to one side and looked at me. You've never been in a relationship with a man who wasn't a boy? He asked. Not since I found out that I was a daddy. Okay, he said, a thoughtful look on his face. I can fake that part. I've spent enough time around Brennan and Ryder to know how it works. So see, it's not a stupid idea at all. I could think of 100 reasons why this was a stupid idea, the main one being that I found the young man to be way too tempting. But the look on his face when I'd said the idea was stupid kept me from saying anything. He'd been so animated for a few minutes there, and I didn't want to be responsible for him thinking his idea was a bad one. Even if it was. What do you guys really think? I asked, looking mostly at Max. He was the most level-headed out of this group, and he was also the most honest. I knew he would be quick to say so if he thought it was a bad idea. He looked at me, and then at Keegan for a minute. I think it's a great idea. You'll be more comfortable there if you have someone with you, and you might even have a little fun. It would be good for you to have a little fun. I turned back to Keegan. You really want to do this? We'll need to be gone for at least 3 days. And Micah and I were together for a while, so he knows me. He knows what kind of a daddy I am, so you'll have to be able to follow my rules. I can do it, Daddy. Honest. I can be a good boy. He teased. The way he said it reminded me a bit of Brennan talking to Ryder, so I assumed that was where it came from. But even though I knew he was playing around, just hearing those words out of his mouth was enough to make me hard. Fuck, this was such a bad idea. I glanced over at my so-called friends, who were all sitting at the bar watching me with knowing grins. Yup, Max chuckled. I think it's a fantastic idea. This is the worst idea ever, I grumbled to myself. I didn't even have a suit that fit properly. The last time I'd worn one had been for my brother's wedding 3 years ago, and that was a rented tux. I couldn't even remember the last time I wore the one I owned. The pants still fit fine, but the jacket was too big. That wasn't surprising. I'd bought it when I worked construction, and my build was significantly different now. More lean and less bulky. That's what daily runs instead of physical work got you, I supposed. Not that I thought I looked terrible. Actually, I thought I looked pretty damn good for 37. I would have to buy a new suit because there wouldn't be time to have this one altered. Looked like the price of my last-minute decision was going to be a wasted day shopping and spending money on clothes I would never wear again. I'd kind of hoped that I'd waited too long to reply, and Micah's brother and best man, Mitch, would tell me it was too late for us to get a room. But instead, he had responded with a nice message about how excited he knew Micah would be that I was coming, with attached room information for the hotel in town that provided transportation for the guests to the vineyard. Information about a room I would be sharing with Keegan. The picture of the rooms looked nice at least. Turning their winery into a wedding destination had obviously been a wise move if they had a partnership with such a nice hotel. The room that was pictured had 2 expensive-looking beds that sat under a wall of windows that overlooked the Texas Hill Country. None of those cheap plywood headboards and mass-produced furniture for this hotel. I smiled a little at the thought of Micah finally getting his dream vineyard wedding. He'd talked about it enough when we were together that I wasn't at all surprised that was where they were holding the wedding. It never would have been my choice, though. Not that I'd never actually considered marriage, but if I were to ever get married, I was more of a head to Vegas and do it on the fly kind of guy. That sounded fun. Just more evidence that Micah and I had never been forever. Our ideas and what we wanted out of life were so different. What did Keegan want out of life, I wondered. Then I shut that thought down hard. It didn't matter to me what Keegan wanted out of life. That was his business, not mine. The dark-haired, hazel-eyed imp had been sneaking into my thoughts more and more over the last couple of days. But every time it happened, I reminded myself that he wasn't just not for me, but he was also the opposite of for me. He was too young, too straight, no matter what he said, and nowhere near submissive enough for my taste. Actually, he was 25, which was plenty old enough, claimed to be bisexual, which I had no problem with, and I had no idea if he was actually submissive or not. A very evil voice inside my head reminded me. Speaking of Keegan, I wondered if he had a suit. Did most men his age have one? Did he wear one to work every day? Damn, for him to be someone I was supposed to be dating, I sure didn't know much about him. Luckily, we would have hours on the car ride to remedy that. But I should probably check on the suit. If he didn't have one, the least I could do was offer to buy him one. He shouldn't have to be out the money for a suit because he was helping me. I grabbed my phone and flipped through my contacts. We'd exchanged numbers before he and the boys left the bar the other night, but I hadn't talked to him yet. Me. Do you have a suit to wear to the wedding? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a formal affair. Keegan. I think formal outdoor weddings are dumb, but yes, I'm good. What do you have against outdoor weddings? I didn't say I had anything against outdoor weddings. I said I think formal outdoor weddings are dumb. I like outdoor weddings, though. I always thought a beach wedding, barefoot and in jeans and a t-shirt would be cool. Do you normally wear jeans to the beach? Eye roll emoji. No, but shorts at your wedding would just be tacky. I couldn't help but laugh. The boy obviously had serious opinions about weddings. Me. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you had what you needed. Keegan. I wear suits for work. Not every day or anything, but for meetings and stuff sometimes. Gotcha. Well, obviously I don't have to dress up for work, and my old one doesn't fit, so I have to go shopping. Where are you going to get one on such short notice? I don't know. I'll probably just hit the mall and see what's there. I'm sure I can find one. I'm sure you can, but you don't just want any old suit. Besides, you're practically a giant. I bet it's hard to find one that fits properly. He wasn't wrong. My shoulders were broad and my arms were long. I'd always struggled to find long-sleeve shirts that weren't too short in the arms. Me. Yeah, it's hard to find clothes that fit. Keegan. Why don't I go with you? My uncle is super tall and he wears suits for work a lot, so I bet he'll know where we should go. I don't dress up that often, so I don't want to pay a fortune. It might be years before I have a reason to wear it again. LOL, trust me, if my uncle shops there, it won't cost a fortune. The man is super cheap, but he always looks nice. I should warn you, I hate shopping for clothes. LOL, awesome. Me too. I laughed and shook my head. I really wouldn't mind him going, and I really was clueless when it came to purchasing anything but jeans and sweatpants. Plus, it would give us a chance to get to know each other before we had to pretend to be a couple. Me. I'm not sure how we could do that. I open the bar at 4 p.m. and you work all day. Keegan: I'll take a half day. I have a ton of time off that I never use. Okay. Can you make 1 p.m.? Sure thing. I'll tell you where we should meet when my uncle gets back to me. Sounds good. See you then. Chapter 5. Keegan: Hey, Pop, is Uncle Calvin around? He wasn't in his office. Haven't seen him this morning. I think he was going over to the South Side store this morning. Did you need something? I sat down in the chair in front of his desk. It was the same chair I used to sit in as a kid when I came to work with him. As a matter of fact, nothing in his office had changed. It still looked the exact same. I just need to know where he gets his suits. Did you ever think about redecorating your office? Why? Everything's perfectly nice. That's the benefit of buying good quality furniture, Keegan. This desk will be here long after I'm gone. Now, what's this about a suit? I'm going to a wedding at Blue Moon Vineyards with a buddy, and he needs a suit. He's basically a giant, so I figured wherever Uncle Cal got his would be a safe bet. My dad chuckled. Yeah, probably so. I can tell you where he shops if that's all you need. He took a piece of paper, scribbled the names of a couple of stores, and handed them to me. Yeah, that was it. I'm going to pop out at lunch today, and then I'm taking off on Friday to go to the wedding, if that's okay. Sure, that's fine. Anyone we know that's getting married? No, no one you've met. Although I keep thinking Brennan and Ryder will announce they're engaged any day now. Same for Steve and Amanda. They've been together for ages. Well, you just have a good time. I've heard amazing things about that vineyard, so bring us back a couple of bottles to try. I will. Thanks, Pop. I shot off a text to Owen telling him to meet me in Midtown at 1 and got busy so I could get the day's work all done by lunch, which wasn't really that hard. The truth was I could finish my work by noon every day. I didn't exactly have a hard job. I didn't stop anywhere for lunch. I was hoping to talk Owen into grabbing a bite to eat with me, but if he had to get to work, that was fine. There were a few places in that area I liked to eat at, so I would just grab something on my way home. According to the store's webpage, it had both custom suits as well as ones off the rack, and they specifically mentioned big and tall. I hoped I'd made the right choice, and they had something that would fit him properly. I got there about 10 minutes early, took a seat on the bench in front of the store, and waited for Owen to arrive. He pulled up in his pickup right on time and parked a little bit up the block. I watched as he strode towards me. He was walking down the sidewalk the same way he walked everywhere, with purpose. I bit back a smile as I imagined him coming towards me with an explosion in the background, like an action hero in a movie. Hey, hope you weren't waiting long, he asked when he reached me. Nope, not long at all. You ready to get this done? As ready as I'll ever be. I've never shopped here. Supposedly they have what we need, so let's go inside and see. We went inside and were met right away by a salesperson. Hello, how can we help you today? She asked, looking between the two of us. She took in Owen's jeans and t-shirt and my slacks and button-up and decided I was her customer, so she zeroed in on me. We have a wedding to attend this weekend, and he needs a new suit. It's kind of a rush, though, so we're hoping you have something on the rack that will fit. She shifted her attention to Owen with a smile. My name is Misty, and I'm sure we do. We're known for our big and tall selection. And not just for the larger men, we have a sizable selection for men of your build with broad shoulders. Let's see what we can find. We followed her through the store and stopped when she did. She turned to us and said, Do you know what kind of suit? And what color? Owen looked at me and then back to her. There are different kinds of suits? Oh, yes, all different kinds. There are single-breasted, double-breasted, notch lapel, shawl lapels. We just need something nice that he'll be able to wear again if he needs a suit, so I would think a single-breasted suit would be fine. Wonderful. And the color? I glanced over at Owen's dark brown eyes and tan complexion. Blue. Definitely blue. My other suit is black, he said. We can get black if you want to, but I just think you would look great in blue. Do you? He asked. I do. You heard him, he said to Misty. Blue it is. She motioned for him to follow her, and he did. When they stopped in front of a rack, she leaned in close to him and said, "Your boyfriend is right, you know. You'll look amazing in blue." I expected him to tell her we weren't together, but he looked back over his shoulder at me and winked. It didn't take her long to pick out a few for him to try on. I took a seat in a chair just outside the dressing area, and he took the suits in to try on. He was in there long enough to have tried on all the suits twice when he finally opened the door and stepped out in one that fit him like it had been custom-made for him. "What do you think?" he asked. "I didn't much like the others, but this one seems okay." "I think you look amazing." He really did look amazing. "It's more than I would normally pay for a suit, but not outrageous. I think I'll take it." "It'd be a crime for you to put that back on the rack," I insisted. "It looks like it was made for your body." "It does look nice," Misty agreed. He turned and went back into the dressing room, but I thought I saw a bit of a blush on his face as he went. A blushing daddy. Now that was something I didn't expect to see. When he came back, Misty was waiting for him. She hung the other 2 suits on the rack so they could be rehung and took the one he had selected. "Now, do you need a shirt and tie to go with the suit?" "You know what? Why not?" By the time we left, he was all set for the wedding, and I was starving. "Have you had lunch?" I asked. "I haven't. I don't eat at the same time as normal people. I don't get up until almost noon most days, and then I don't usually have lunch until it's almost time to go to work. How about you?" "Nope, I worked until it was time to come and meet you. It may still be a little early for you, but do you want to go grab something?" He looked at his wrist to check the time. There was just something sexy about a man who wore a watch. I don't know what it was, but I liked it. "We can do that. Do you know what you want to eat?" "How about the food truck lot?" I suggested. "I haven't eaten there in ages." "That sounds good to me." While we walked over to the food truck lot, we discussed what we wanted to order. Luckily, it was late enough that it wasn't too busy. "I'm going to get something from Bowtie. What did you decide on?" I asked. "I think I want something from Move On Over. I'm feeling like a burger. I'll meet you over at the table." I stood in line waiting to order my food and pretended to look at the menu. I didn't really need to. I knew what I wanted, but the location of the menu was the perfect spot for me to sneak glances at Owen. If someone had asked me what kind of man I would be into, he was nothing like what I would have said. I would have thought I'd be into guys that were similar to the women I found attractive. Smaller than me, but with a little bit of curve to them. But he wasn't like that at all. I wasn't a short man by any means, but Owen was at least a few inches taller than I was, with broad shoulders. He was lean and muscular with a strong jaw that was always covered in a 5 o'clock shadow. He was a good 10 years older than I was, and to my surprise, that only made him more attractive. Kind of like the idea that he was a daddy. Something else I wouldn't have thought I would like, at least not until Brennan and Ryder. But I had to admit, the idea of having someone who would treat me the way Ryder treated Brennan had some appeal. Nothing in this world mattered to that man more than his boy did. "Are you ready to order?" "Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll have the 3-plate combo with an egg roll and a Thai tea." I waited for just a minute and then took my food, looking around for Owen. He was sitting at a table off to the side, so I headed over there. I took a seat across from him. "That looks really good," I said, motioning to his plate. "Yours does too. I've never been to this food truck park, only the one over near the hospital." "Do you like Thai food?" I asked. I guess what kinds of food we like is something we should know about each other, isn't it? "I don't anticipate anyone quizzing us, Keegan. We'll be fine. But yes, I like Thai food and Indian food as well. How about you?" "I like pretty much everything. There isn't much I don't like, actually." "I'm pretty much the same," he said, taking a bite of his burger. "And yet, here you are in a food truck lot full of all types of international cuisine, and you chose a burger and fries." I reached over and grabbed a fry off his plate. It was perfect, crunchy and salty on the outside and soft on the inside. "Damn, that's good," I moaned out. "And that's why, with a food truck lot full of all types of cuisine, I chose this one," he said, laughing. "They have a truck over in the park by the hospital, and as soon as I saw it, I knew I was eating there. I may like all kinds of food, but you can't beat a good burger and fries." True enough, I agreed, stealing one more of his fries before I dug into my food. Just as we finished up, he checked his watch and sighed. "I'm going to have to get going. I need to get changed and open the bar. Thanks for helping me pick out something for the wedding and for lunch." It was no problem. I had fun. We threw away our trash and walked back towards our vehicles. When we got to mine, we stopped. "Here you go. I'll see you Friday, I guess. Oh, I guess I should text you the address." "I have it. I helped move Brennan's stuff over, remember?" "Oh, yeah, right. Okay, see you Friday." Chapter 6. Owen. "I don't like this at all," Noah said, as we made the turn back to the house. "Why did I ever complain about running with you in the afternoon? I haven't had enough coffee for this." "At least you slept. Even though I let Josh close the bar and went home early, my body wasn't having it, and I have a long drive later. We should have just skipped today. We could have, but we already skipped Monday for you to go shopping with your new boy. So this morning is on you, brother." "He isn't my boy, and you could have run on Monday without me." "Could have, but didn't. And he is for the weekend, anyway. I hope this goes okay. When I said I thought you should go, I didn't expect you to do the whole fake boyfriend at the ex's wedding thing. That's like the plot of every romance novel ever written. Number one, I don't read romance novels. And number two, this isn't about romance. This is about closure. At least, that's what Neil said, remember?" "Right. And you said you didn't need it." "I still don't think I do. But the guys all seem to agree with him. And then Keegan agreed to go, so here I am, about to leave the bar in Josh's hands for 3 days while I go drink wine and watch Micah get hitched. Who knows? Maybe this weekend will turn out more like those romance novels than you think. Personally, I think a little romance is exactly what you need." "I disagree. But even if you were right, Keegan's not for me." "Why not? From what you've said, he seems like a great guy." "He is. But he's also young, ridiculously attractive, and his family owns a chain of jewelry stores. Champagne and diamonds, not beer and belt buckles. We're from different worlds, just like Micah and I were, and I'm not about to make the same mistake twice." I pulled into Keegan's drive. We had about a 3-hour ride ahead of us. The plan was to leave here at noon and get there just in time to check in. I didn't get a chance to go up to the door before it opened. He gave me a wave and set a couple of bags on the porch, then turned and went back inside. I didn't know if he was going back for more stuff, but I hoped not. We were only going to be gone for 2 nights, so I couldn't imagine he would need a 3rd bag. I hopped out and jogged up to the porch to grab the bags just as he came back. "I can get those," he said. "That's okay, I've got them. I wasn't sure if you had more to bring or what, so I figured I'd grab these 2. "I just needed to grab this," he said, holding up a garment bag. "Mine's hanging on my side if you want to put yours with it, and I'll put these in the back seat." "Okay, but just the suitcase. I need the backpack up front. It has snacks for the trip." "You brought snacks?" I asked, surprised. "Yeah. One of the things I picked up traveling for work was to always bring my own snacks. We can eat some of them in the car, but mostly I like to have them when I'm in the room." "That's smart. I wanted to stop for lunch in a little bit, so maybe we can save most of them for the room." "That sounds good to me. Do you know where you want to stop?" "No," I said, pulling out onto the road. "I put the destination in the GPS, but I thought other than that we could just drive until we saw something good. How does that sound?" "Traveling without a plan?" he teased. "A man after my own heart. I never would have thought it. I figured you were the kind of guy who liked to have every single thing planned out." "Really?" I asked. "Why would you think that?" "I don't know. You always look so serious at the bar and so organized, too. I guess I just figured that was the way you did everything." I thought about that for a minute. I didn't realize that I always looked serious at the bar. I loved the place, and I was the happiest when I was there. At least I used to be. Owning your own business isn't always fun, and sometimes all the business parts keep you from doing the part of the job that you loved so much in the first place. Over the last year, I'd spent way more time on paperwork and administrative stuff than I had bartending, which was what I'd always loved most. The main reason I'd been so determined my bar would have that neighborhood bar feel was because I wanted a chance to get to know my customers. Definitely something to think about. I do take the business seriously, I said. So many bars and restaurants fail in their first year, and I worked hard to make sure Big O's wasn't one of them. But outside of the business, I like things a little more spontaneous. I think a little spontaneity is good for your soul. I've actually been thinking I need more of it in my life as well. Is that why you volunteered to come with me and pretend to be my boy for the weekend? Maybe. Although, in my defense, when I said I'd go, I didn't really give the boy part any consideration. I just thought it would be nice to get away for the weekend for something other than work. And, to be honest, it sounded fun to pretend to be someone else instead for a little while. So you were like, hey, I'll go to the wedding of some people I don't know and pretend to be attracted to a guy? I asked. I'd been trying to figure out what he was thinking ever since the moment he offered. He turned in his seat to look at me, and I could feel the heat in his stare. Owen, I may be pretending to be your boy this weekend, but make no mistake, my attraction to you is very real. I had no idea how to respond to that. I didn't want to make things awkward by pretending I wasn't just as attracted to him, but I didn't want to make things awkward in a whole different way by telling him the feeling was mutual. I chuckled to myself. Looked like we were in for an awkward weekend either way. I know, and I feel the same. But we have to remember that we'll be going home in 3 days and we'll see each other a lot. So we probably don't want to get too spontaneous. We'll see, he said. Now tell me about what you expect from me this weekend. I know you said, what's his name? Michael or something? We'll know what kind of daddy you are. I figure I should probably know that as well. Micah. His name is Micah. And yes, that would probably be a good idea. Especially since Micah had always been very open about his lifestyle, which means everyone at the wedding will be either part of or supportive of the daddy boy lifestyle. There was no part of Micah that was ever subtle. So more like Travis than Brennan then, he said. Right. Now, as far as I go, let me think of how to put this. You know what Ryder and Max are like, right? Yeah, I know Ryder better than Max, of course, because Brennan never shuts up about him, he said with a laugh. Right. Well, I'd say I'm somewhere between the two of them. Ryder is just a big old softy, and he hates making rules for Brennan. He just wants to hug on him and love on him all the time. Max, on the other hand, loves to make rules for Travis. I'm in the middle. I love having a boy to take care of, but I'm neither a softy like Ryder nor a dom like Max. What do you mean by a boy to take care of? That's a good question, because there are a lot of different ways a daddy can take care of his boy. Some do it financially, for example. I wouldn't like that at all. I can pay for my own shit, he said indignantly. I'm quite sure you can, but as I was saying, there are different ways. It isn't always money, which is a good thing, because while I do okay at the bar, I'm sure as hell not rich. What other ways, then? He sounded actually curious now. Well, you've seen how Ryder is with Brennan, right? How he works hard to make sure Brennan is living his best life, and Lucas has done the same for Ben, although in different ways. That's what I mean when I say they take care of them, by making sure they have the tools they need to succeed. And Cooper does that for Gavin as well, Keegan said. I've noticed how much freer he seems now that they're together, like he can finally be his true self. Even if I don't really understand him at all, it's like he gets off on getting into trouble. At that, I couldn't help but laugh. It's exactly like that. He does love to push Cooper's buttons, but Cooper loves having them pushed. Just like Cooper loves turning his ass red for it when they get home. Is that what you like? He didn't sound concerned by the idea, just curious, so I had to really think about how to answer. Not the way Cooper does. What they call punishments, things like spankings or orgasm denial, for example, are a big part of their relationship. It's not something I need, but I'm not opposed to some impact play if that's what my boy likes. I looked over where he sat, and he looked like he was thinking about what I said, but he didn't look bothered. I knew this whole thing was new to him, and I didn't want to overwhelm him, but I did want to make sure he knew what to expect this weekend. For some, it's more in the little things, like making sure they're eating healthy, taking care of themselves, and not making poor choices. Like Max's obsession with Travis eating before he drinks. That's one of those little things Max does to remind Travis that he's in charge, but yes, like that. Okay, but what about you? Tell me more about what you do as a daddy. It depends on the situation and the boy, but there are some constants. For example, I like to know where my boy is at all times. Not so I can control him, but because his safety is important to me. I need to know that if he's in trouble, I can get to him. I'm a worrier. I also don't like to see my boy overindulge in alcohol unless they're at home or I'm with them. Working in the bar, I've seen too many people make bad choices under the influence, and I never want that for my boy. That makes sense. I saw any number of people make bad choices that way back in college. I nodded. It's hard for me because my hours don't really line up with most people's, so a lot of the things I'd like to do aren't an option. I can't spend as much time with a partner as I would like to, but mostly I just like to make sure that my boy is taking good care of himself, both physically and mentally, that they have a good balance between work and fun, and that they're surrounded by people who lift them up, not drag them down. I don't know, Owen. Honestly, that just sounds to me like what any good partner would want for someone they care about. You'd think so, wouldn't you? And for the most part, I think it is. It's kind of like a normal or vanilla relationship, but on steroids. Like a regular partner might want you to take care of yourself physically and mentally, but a daddy will tell you that you aren't allowed to do certain things because they aren't good for you, or make rules that you have to follow because that's what's healthiest for you. I've seen that with Ryder and Brennan, and I can't decide if I think it's amazing or a little controlling and scary. But I also can't deny the fact that Bren has never been happier. It all comes down to two things: trust and consent. As Ryder's boy, Brennan has agreed to let Ryder hold that place in his life. He trusts that Ryder only wants what's best for him and has consented to give Ryder that control you mentioned. That makes sense? The important thing for you to know for this weekend is that if I tell you to do something, yes, Daddy is probably the right answer. He looked over at me, one eyebrow raised. Or what? He asked in a teasing voice. Or people will think you're looking for a spanking like Gavin does, but Micah knows me well enough to know I won't be amused the way Cooper is. Oh, a stern daddy then? He asked. Just one who expects to be obeyed. Chapter 7. Keegan. We arrived at the hotel right at check-in time, along with what turned out to be a large part of the wedding party. I noticed a few looks, and a couple of people whispered back and forth when they saw us. I took a deep breath and stepped closer to Owen. After all, this was the very reason I was here, to keep Owen from being a source of gossip. Unless they were gossiping about how hot his new boy was. That would be just fine. I looked at him in what I thought was a flirty, adoring way, and, doing my best to channel Brennan, I said quietly, but not so quietly they couldn't hear me, Daddy, it was a really long drive. I wish they would hurry. I'm ready for a nap. I know, baby. It shouldn't take long. Then he leaned down and kissed my forehead. And fuck me, I hadn't even known I was into forehead kisses. At least not until that moment. But I knew now. I just wanted to melt against him. A few minutes later, there was a commotion at the desk a few people ahead of us. I didn't request a king-size bed, a desperate voice said. I asked for 2 queens, and that was a stretch. What I really wanted was a suite, but you didn't have any open. I'm sorry, ma'am, the desk clerk said. I don't know what happened, but we have you booked into one of our nicest rooms. That's Micah's sister, Sophia. She's really sweet. I wonder what's wrong, Owen said in my ear. Don't you have anything else available? We're here for my brother's wedding, and both of my kids are with us. If my husband and I have to share a bed with them, none of us will be getting any sleep." "I'm sorry, ma'am. We're completely booked up. I can leave a note to contact you if we have any cancellations." I watched her as her shoulders slumped. "You said she was nice?" I asked. "Yeah, she really is. Her husband is, too. And we're in a double, right? So we could trade with her." He turned to look at me. "Are you sure?" I smiled at him. "I'm sure." He took my hand and pulled me with him up to the counter where she stood. "Hey, Soph," he said. She turned around, and when she saw us, her face lit up. "Owen, I'm so glad you came. When Mitch said you were coming, I was so happy." "I wouldn't have missed it," Owen lied sweetly. "Sophia, this is my boyfriend, Keegan." "It's nice to meet you," I said. "Listen, we couldn't help it over here. Because I was so late making reservations, I didn't have a lot of choices for rooms, so Keegan and I ended up with a double. We don't need that extra bed, so why don't we swap rooms? Hopefully then you and Dwayne, as well as the kids, can all get some sleep." "That's so sweet of you, Owen. Are you sure you don't mind?" "Not at all, do we, Keegan?" "Not in the least," I assured her. "That other bed would just be going to waste in our room anyway, so this makes perfect sense." She turned back to the desk clerk, who seemed as relieved to have a solution as Sophia was. She made quick work of getting both rooms swapped and us checked in. We took our bags and went up to the 4th floor where our room was located. We hung our garment bags in the closet and then turned to check out the room. "So," I said, looking around the room, "it's a nice room." "It is. I feel a little bad because it's a nicer room than the one I reserved." I'm pretty sure she doesn't care about that at all. She's just happy to have 2 beds. I glanced over at him to find him staring at the one huge bed we'd be sharing tonight. "I'm sorry if this makes you uncomfortable, Keegan. Sharing a bed with me isn't what you signed up for." "It isn't," I agreed. "But it's kind of like when you buy a ticket to fly coach and they bump you up to first class. You won't hear me complaining about the upgrade. Now, what are we going to do with the rest of our evening?" "Well, we can either go down to the restaurant that's here in the hotel, or we can go out and explore. Maybe find a good place to park and take a walk. See what we can find." "Let's do that. I love to explore small towns like this." The downtown area of the town wasn't far from the hotel, but we did have to drive around a bit to find a place to park. It seemed that Main Street was a busy place, but we finally found a spot on one of the side streets. "I hadn't expected it to be this busy," Owen said, as we made our way down Main Street. "Me either, but I think it's awesome. The winery we would be at for the wedding wasn't the only one in the area, and that had turned this little town into a popular tourist destination. That had to be good for the economy here, and it looked like the town had embraced the idea instead of fighting it like so many small towns did. There were multiple wine-themed shops, plus a ton of galleries and shops that featured handmade arts and crafts. I've never been to any place quite like this. It has this really cool vibe, like the town's half hippie commune, half high-class wine country. My sister would love it," I said. "My brother and his husband would as well. He told me this was on their list of places they wanted to go," he said. We walked down the street a ways, stopping to window shop any time something caught one of our eyes. About halfway down Main Street, there was a German restaurant that smelled fantastic. My stomach grumbled loud enough that it was impossible to miss. "Are you hungry, or do you just like German food?" Owen asked. "Both," I said with a laugh. "It's one of my favorites." "I thought Indian was your favorite. Or was it Thai?" "Okay, it's time I was honest with you." I stopped and turned to face him, trying to maintain a serious look. Then I leaned close and whispered, "I love it all. Like, seriously. German food, Indian food, Italian food." I moaned. "Oh my God, good lasagna with garlic knots? Mexican food, Tex-Mex or traditional. Oh, and seafood. I love seafood. I love it all. Truth is, I just love food." "Okay, but what's your actual favorite? Like if someone said, 'Tell me your favorite or die,' what would you pick?" Well, that escalated quickly. "Tell me your favorite food or die," I said, trying to sound villainous. "But truthfully, Mac and cheese is probably my all-time favorite. Like, out-of-a-box mac and cheese, or... No, my mother's homemade mac and cheese. But I'm not above some boxed cheesy goodness in a pinch. Okay, good to know. But how about some spätzle for now, since your mother isn't here to make mac and cheese? Spätzle is a more than adequate substitution, especially if they have roulade. And I'll have you know, I make my own mac and cheese now. You can cook? Well, I mean, I'm no Bobby Flay, but I do okay. We went inside the restaurant, and the hostess led us to our seats. I was happy to see this was one of the restaurants that served the food family style, the same as the one I liked at home. We both ordered our main courses and a couple of beers. The food was amazing, and so was the company. This was easily the best date I'd ever been on, and it wasn't even real. I don't know what that said about me, but obviously, up to this point, I'd been doing something wrong. We'd just finished up the meal, which was delicious, when I stifled a yawn. Sorry if I was boring you, Owen teased. You know you weren't. It was just a long day. I remembered something that I had to do for work and had to go in the office for a few hours this morning, which meant I had to get up earlier than normal. Couldn't anyone else take care of it? They could have, but then I would have had to tell my father I forgot about it, and I didn't want to do that. It was easier for me to just go take care of it. We walked out of the restaurant, and Owen looked up and down the sidewalk. You know what? Let's cross here to the other side to head back, he said, taking my hand and pulling me towards the street. Cool. There were a few shops I noticed over there I wanted to check out. He smiled at me and gave my hand a squeeze. Let's go then. We were still holding hands walking down the sidewalk when a couple came barreling out of a shop into me, almost knocking me down. Oh, a petite, blonde-haired man gasped. Sorry, the other man said. Owen tightened his grip on my hand. Micah, he said. The smaller man gasped for a second time, but in recognition instead of surprise. Owen, it's so good to see you. Micah stepped towards us, but Owen stepped back and turned towards the other man. You must be Chris. I am. I take it you're Owen. I am. And this is my boy Keegan, Owen said, leaning over and brushing a light kiss on my temple. Damn, first my forehead and now my temple. Micah was so happy when Mitch said you were coming, Chris said. I wouldn't have missed it. Shouldn't you two be having some kind of bachelor's party or something tonight? No, we did that back in Dallas before we came, Micah said, practically beaming up at Chris. We were going to meet a few people at a bar up the street. According to the wedding planner, they have live music. I thought that would be fun. Y'all should join us. That would be okay, Daddy, wouldn't it? Sure it would, Poppet. Chris looked down at him, and it was easy to see how much he adored Micah. I tried to imagine Owen calling anyone Poppet. However, I had to admit this tiny, petite little thing looked like a poppet. Was that Owen's type? Because that sure wasn't me. Not that it mattered, because this wasn't real, I reminded myself. I'd flirted shamelessly with Owen, but gotten nowhere back home. Was that why? Because I wasn't his type? I looked over at Owen. This whole situation had to be awkward for him. And now, here was his ex asking us to join them for drinks the night before he married someone else. I had to admit I was curious about Micah. He just didn't seem like someone Owen would be involved with, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to get to know more about him. Of course, Owen might not enjoy hanging out with his ex and his soon-to-be husband. I guess we could go. What do you think, Daddy? I asked, laying my hand flat against his chest. He covered my hand with his and smiled at me. I think it's been a long day, baby boy, and you were just telling me a few minutes ago that you were tired, so we should head back to the hotel. He brushed another kiss over my forehead and turned to Chris and Micah. We'll have to pass, but you two have fun, and we'll see you tomorrow at the wedding. I was looking at Owen, but out of the corner of my eye I saw Micah roll his eyes and mutter, Figures. It was nice to meet you both, Chris said. Now come on, Poppet. Let's go find a table. Chris nodded, and they turned and walked down the street. As soon as they were out of earshot, Owen said, That was awkward. A little bit, but Chris seems nice. He does. I'm not as sure about Micah, I said. Micah is a nice guy, too. I just wasn't able to be what he needed. I hope Chris is able to. I considered arguing with him, pointing out that not only was he perfect the way he was, but also that it takes two people to make a relationship work. I decided just to let it go. I figured the last thing he needed was a life lesson from someone he barely knew about past relationships. Owen took my hand again as we made our way back to the car. I was happy to have a reason not to go with him, but I wasn't lying. You really were just saying you were tired. Why don't we head back to the hotel and catch a movie or something? I think that sounds like a fantastic idea, especially since tomorrow is going to be another long one. Chapter 8. Owen. Waking up with my body tangled up with Keenan's was not how I'd planned to start my day. I couldn't say who had moved towards who, although based on the fact that we were both laying in the middle of the bed instead of each on our sides as we had started, I thought we were equally guilty. Now that I was awake, I knew the right thing to do was move away from him, but I couldn't make myself do it. He felt so good where he was, and I wanted to enjoy the feel of him cuddling up against me while he slept for a few minutes. Last night, when we were getting ready for bed, I'd been relieved that I'd brought pajamas to sleep in, but this morning, with his legs mixed up with mine and head resting against my chest using it as a pillow, I wished we were skin to skin. I assumed he'd felt the same way since he'd slid his hand up under my shirt and placed it flat against my chest next to his face. I watched him sleep as long as I could without feeling like a creeper. Before I woke him, I gave in to temptation and lightly kissed the top of his head. If things were different, if he were a little older, if he was more sure about what he wanted, I could see us making this work. He wasn't anything like I expected, and he sure wasn't like any boy I'd ever been involved with. After spending the evening with him last night, I was wondering if that was the problem, and maybe I hadn't been choosing the right kind of boys. He shifted his body a little and huffed out a breath before settling back into a comfortable spot. Unfortunately, the new comfortable spot he found pressed his morning wood into my thigh, and while I knew he was asleep and it had nothing to do with me, my dick didn't understand that. Yep, it was time to get out of bed. I moved to the side to try and slide out without embarrassing either one of us, but he tightened his grip, making it impossible to escape without waking him. "Keegan," I said softly. He stirred and slowly lifted his head until his sleepy eyes met mine. "Owen?" he asked. "Yep, still me," I teased. I expected him to pull away, but he didn't move. "How long have you been awake?" "Not long, but long enough to know that sleeping with you is a little like sleeping with an octopus. I had no idea you were a snuggler." He let out a sigh and dropped his head back against my chest. "I'm not usually, but you're so warm. I know I should move, but I think I'll just stay here all day instead." On the one hand, I didn't hate the idea, but on the other hand, I knew where that would lead, and he and Brennan were best friends, which meant I was determined not to make things awkward between us once we got home. And sex always made things awkward. I was looking for a good excuse to get up without hurting his feelings when his stomach growled, giving me exactly the reason I was looking for. "You say you could stay here all day, but your stomach says different. Besides, we have a wedding to go to." He flopped over on his back. "Fine, if you aren't going to snuggle with me, at least feed me." "Don't blame me," I laughed. "It was your stomach that was calling out for breakfast, not mine. Now get dressed and we can go down to the restaurant for breakfast." "Fine," he grumbled, rolling out of bed and heading for the bathroom. "But there better be waffles." I had no idea if there were waffles or not, but I found his morning grumpiness adorable. Of course, he hadn't been grumpy at all when he woke up wrapped around my body. I wondered if he always woke up foul, and if so, if a blowjob would help his mood in the morning and start his day off right. I know it sure helped mine. But I reminded myself that wasn't what we were doing here. He was doing me a favor. Tomorrow we would go home, and everything would go back to normal. Well, normal kind of sucks, a small voice in my head pointed out. It wasn't wrong. My normal did kind of suck, and the last couple of days with Keegan haven't sucked. Again, not wrong, but that wasn't reality. Reality was that I worked crazy long hours and didn't have time for a boy like Keegan. Not that Keegan was actually a boy, I reminded myself. By the time he came out of the bathroom, I was dressed and ready to go to breakfast. Not that I cared about the food. I just wanted to get out of this room and out of my head. While we waited for the elevator, I took the opportunity to look him over. He really was a beautiful man. He'd done what he could this morning to tame his wavy brown locks into their normal, professional look, but it seemed that without his normal routine, they had a mind of their own. The more laid-back, natural look suited him. He wore a pair of jeans and a dark green long-sleeve t-shirt. The color of the shirt made the honey-colored center of his hazel eyes shine. "What?" he asked. "Why don't you have a girlfriend?" I blurted out. I immediately wished I could take it back, but that had been what I was thinking. What was such a gorgeous creature doing here pretending to be in a relationship with me? With his personality and looks, women had to be falling all over themselves to snag him. He slowly ran his eyes down my body and back up. Then he smirked. "I don't know, Owen. Maybe because I don't want a girlfriend. Maybe a girl isn't what I want at all." The elevator dinged and the doors opened. An older couple stepped to the side, giving us room to get inside. I'd never been a huge fan of elevators, but that morning I was, because it provided me the escape I desperately needed. It kept getting harder and harder for me to convince myself that Keegan was just playing around, and that he didn't really know what he wanted. And him looking at me like that wasn't helping. We rode down to the first floor in silence and then made our way to the restaurant. He ordered the waffles, and I did the same. I'd never really been much of a breakfast eater. That happened when you usually didn't wake up until lunchtime, but this morning waffles did sound good. I watched as Keegan doctored up his coffee to the degree that it was basically just sugared milk with a splash of coffee. "So, do you even like coffee?" I asked, motioning towards his cup. "I do, as long as it's mostly cream." He laughed. "And sugar." "And sugar," he agreed. He reached across the table and twined his hands with mine. "Happy couple at 3 o'clock, he whispered, nodding his head to the right. I gave his hand a squeeze. "I'm sure they're too busy getting ready for their wedding day to pay any attention to us." "Maybe." Then, with a mischievous grin, he said, "So, Daddy, what's on our agenda for today?" I knew he was just teasing me and playing along, but still, hearing him call me Daddy over the last couple of days had brought something deep inside me back to the surface, which meant I owed Keegan for more than just coming with me to this wedding. I owed him for giving me back a part of myself I thought I'd lost. Maybe it was time I started looking for another boy to be part of my life. "I don't know. The wedding is at 4, so we have hours to kill. Is there anything else you want to do?" "I promised my parents I would bring them back some wine. Maybe we could go on a tour of the vineyard before we have to come back and get ready for the wedding." "Sounds good to me." "What do you think about this tie?" I asked, turning around to face Keegan. "I think no one's going to notice the tie because they're going to be too busy looking at how hot you are." I laughed and shook my head. "You saw me in the suit at the shop, remember? You picked it out. But thank you." "I'm serious, Daddy-O. You are smoking. And the tie is fine. Missy did an excellent job picking it out." He'd taken to calling me Daddy-O about halfway through our tour, and I hadn't decided yet if I liked it or thought he was a smartass. "Come here, boy," I said without even thinking, but he didn't hesitate. He came to stand right in front of me. I reached up and straightened his already perfect tie. "I'm not the only one in the room who looks good in a suit. You're stunning." "Thank you. I guess it's time for us to go, huh?" "Yep." "Have I told you that I hate weddings?" I asked. "You hate weddings? Who hates weddings?" "I do. They're so boring. I mean, I don't have anything against the institution of marriage in and of itself, but weddings, they take so long, and the music is always horrible." "Oh my God, you're so funny. Weddings are beautiful. Two people standing up in front of God and everyone saying that they promised to be together forever? I reached up and brushed my thumb across his cheek. On a beach, right? That's what you said? Right. In jeans, flip-flops, and good music, not boring music. And the ceremony would be short, and there would be Mai Tais afterward because, well, beach. Now that sounds like a wedding I wouldn't mind going to. But that's not where we're headed today. We better get going, though, or we'll be late. Chapter 9. Keegan. I know Owen thought weddings were boring, and like I told him, this isn't anything like what I'd want, but it was still nice. The two giant oak trees stood together with massive limbs that branched out, creating a natural arch for the couple to walk through. I really didn't know Chris and Micah at all, but I still got a little choked up when the music started to play, and they walked together down the aisle to stand facing each other underneath the boughs of the trees. Owen reached over and took my hand while we sat there and watched his former boy marry his new daddy. I watched them as they stood there. Micah was a good foot or more shorter than Chris. I leaned over and whispered in Owen's ear. "So, is that what you like?" "What?" he whispered back. "Boys like Micah. Is that what you like?" "Shh," a lady said from behind us. He leaned over and brushed a light kiss over my temple. "We'll talk about it later." Later came pretty quickly because it was only a few short minutes before the two men were sharing their first kiss as husbands. "Now, you were asking me a question?" I glanced around to make sure no one was around to hear me. "I was just trying to picture you up there with Micah, and I couldn't see it. He doesn't strike me as right for you, so I was wondering if he was your normal type." "We have time before the reception starts because they have to do photos, so let's take a walk," he said, reaching for my hand. I hadn't figured him for a hand-holding kind of guy either, but it seemed like I was wrong on that. Maybe I just wasn't as good at reading men as I was women. "It really is pretty here," I said. "I bet it's really beautiful in the summer." We walked in silence for a few minutes, but I could see that Owen wasn't ignoring my question, but was deciding what to say. "Micah was unlike anyone I'd ever dated. So no, I wouldn't say he was my normal type. I met him through my brother, actually. It's a long, crazy story, but basically, Micah's brother Mitch was dating my brother's best friend, and we just seemed to be in the same place a lot. I had no idea he was a boy until I ran into him at Club Verde one night. That's the place where Max and Travis met, right?" "Right. But we were both there, and one thing led to another. It was easy at first because we started with a certain level of trust, since we already knew each other. But that actually turned out to be a bad thing. We both made assumptions about what the other one wanted because of what we thought we knew. Communication is the key to making any relationship work, but that's even more the case in a daddy-boy relationship." "And you two didn't have that?" I asked. "No, we didn't. And as his daddy, that was my fault. I should have made sure we were on the same page long before everything fell apart." "Okay, so I might not know much about daddy-boy relationships, but I have to tell you that doesn't seem fair to me. You were both adults, and you were both in the relationship. Communication goes both ways." "That is true, but I should have done better. Paid more attention to the signs that he wasn't happy. But I was too busy trying to make a go of the bar to see that I wasn't there for him the way he needed." "Okay, I can see how that could happen. Starting a business of any kind is tough. But my question is, was he there for you the way you needed? You needed a partner who would have your back and support your dreams, and the daddy-boy dynamic has nothing to do with that. That's just called loving someone." "Now you sound like my brother Noah." "Well, your brother must be a very smart man." He laughed and shook his head. "He sure likes to think so. But anyway, to get back to your question, I don't think I would say Micah is my normal type. Honestly, I don't think I have one." "Sure you do. Everyone has a type." "Oh, really? And what's your type, then?" "Well, up until last summer, I would have told you petite, curvy blonde women, but now I'm not so sure." I chuckled and shook my head. "We'd better get back. I'm sure they're probably about finished with the pictures by now. We made our way back to the huge pavilion. The sun was starting to set, and it created a gorgeous backdrop for the party that was starting. We walked around for a few minutes, and Owen greeted people that he knew from his time with Micah as we looked for our seats. "Here we are," Owen said when he found our names on our table. Because of our walk, we were the last to get there, and the table was already full. An older man with gray hair and a full beard stood, smiling. "Owen, it's good to see you." "You too, Kevin. It's been ages. Where have you been?" Kevin looked over at the younger man who was chatting with the person next to him. "I've been busy." He reached over and touched the younger man on his arm to get his attention. "Yes, Daddy?" the young man asked. Kevin leaned over and pressed a kiss to the young man's lips. "Leo, I want you to meet an old friend of mine. This is Owen." "Hello, Owen. It's nice to meet you." He turned and looked at me expectantly, waiting for me to say something. I was still getting used to how open people seemed to be about calling each other daddy and boy. Maybe because Brennan and Ryder weren't so public about it, and they were the example of a daddy boy I was most familiar with. Although Travis and Max were a lot like the people we'd seen here this weekend. I guess it was like Owen had said, there was no right way to be in a relationship like this. "This is Keegan," Owen said, putting his arm around my waist and pulling me close. "It's nice to meet you as well. It's always nice to meet old friends of Daddy's." I hoped that sounded natural. It felt like it did, anyway. For the weekend, that's what Owen was, and it was nice to meet his old friends and get a glimpse into who he was outside of Ryder's friend Owen. It must have sounded believable because Leo's eyes lit up when he realized that I was Owen's boy. I'm sure that was a relief for him because he didn't have to worry about what he said during dinner. I knew Brennan would have. "Did you know Micah and Chris as well?" he asked. Kevin looked at Owen and me, and I could see that he wasn't sure what he should say. And again, I was glad I was here with Owen so he didn't have to deal with 1,000 questions about how he knew the grooms by himself, or with the looks of those who knew but weren't sure how to handle the situation. "No, I didn't meet them until we arrived. They seem nice, though. I know Daddy's thrilled for them, aren't you?" Owen smiled at me and pulled my chair out so I could take a seat. I did, but he didn't move to his own chair. Instead, he placed his hand gently on my shoulders as he spoke to the two men. I tried to listen as he told them that, yes, he was thrilled for the couple and how wonderful it was to see Micah happy. It was hard to focus on what he was saying as the warmth of his hands seeped through my jacket. Then he leaned down and kissed my temple before letting go of my shoulders and taking his seat. I knew he didn't mean anything by it, but something about that sweet gesture felt so intimate. I was going to miss those simple touches when we got back home. While we waited on our food, Owen and Kevin were catching up. Or at least Kevin was. Owen was just listening. This is what he's good at, I thought. Getting people to open up to him and talk about things. It was what had made Big O's as successful as it was. It had the neighborhood bar feel where you could go in and dump all your problems on Owen's wide, capable shoulders. "So, how long have you two been together?" Leo asked. "Not that long. I've known him for a while, though. It was one of those things where my best friend started dating his best friend, and we just kept finding ourselves together a lot. Eventually, we realized we fit, you know?" "I think that's nice. Daddy and I met at a club. He took me home, and I just never left," he said with a smile. "Best night ever." "Must have been," I laughed. The food arrived, and we all continued to chat while we ate. Up to that point, the area had been lit up with a series of rustic-looking chandeliers hanging from the top of the pavilions. But as the sun went down, they turned out those lights and turned on twinkle lights instead that were strung all over, giving the whole place a softer, more intimate feel. After a bit, a group of servers came in and very quietly started clearing the tables, while the two best men gave their speeches, and everyone drank to the happy couple. We sat there a bit longer, talking with Kevin and Leo, when the music started to play, and someone announced that it was time for the couple's first dance. I didn't even know the two men, really, but I still found myself getting choked up as Chris took Micah's hand and led him out on the dance floor. They didn't have one of those pre-planned, showy first dances that seem to be so popular nowadays. Instead, they simply held each other and moved to the music as "You Are the Reason" by Callum Scott played. Chapter 10. Owen. This had been a much better day than I'd expected, and as much as I hated to admit that Neil had been right, seeing Micah so happy had brought me a sense of closure that I hadn't realized I needed. There had never been a time when we'd looked at each other the way he and Chris did. But even that sense of closure wasn't what had made the day enjoyable. That had been all Keegan. I knew all of this was pretend, but he was seriously good at it. It was like he'd reached into my head and pulled out everything that I wanted, and then he just morphed into that somehow. I watched him while he talked with Leo about some art gallery in Austin that he loved to go to, and I was pretty sure at some point Leo suggested that Keegan and I come up to Dallas to see them for a weekend. I understood why his father had given him the job he had in their company. He was incredibly charming and easy to talk to. I'd be willing to bet he was a top-notch negotiator when it came to prices. I don't know if we can make it up to Dallas or not. It's hard for Daddy to leave the bar. He has good staff, but it runs much smoother when he's there. However, if you guys come to Austin, look us up. I took his hand and brought it to my lips, which got me a smile. We will, Leo said. Now, I need to go find the restroom before I drag my daddy out on that dance floor. Oh, me too. I'll come with you, Keegan said, leaning over and kissing me on the cheek before he hopped up, and they wandered off together. You know, Leo isn't anything like any boy I'd ever dated before. Really? I had no idea where he was going with that, but knowing Kevin, he had a point. He reminded me of Max in that way. Really? It's just that I see the way you look at him, like you're still trying to figure out where he came from. I chuckled. Well, like you said, it's still pretty new. Yeah, but it isn't that. It's something else. It reminds me of when Leo and I first got together. Like I said, he was so unlike any other boy I'd been with. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how it had happened. How on earth did a grumpy old, set-in-his-ways cuss like me end up with such a ray of fucking sunshine? He smiled and shook his head. I see the same look on your face, like you're trying to make sense of it. And did you? Make sense of it, I mean? Nope. I finally decided not to even try, but just to be grateful for it. Sometimes what we think we need isn't it at all, and if we're lucky, we find a boy who's smart enough to realize that. Maybe, I said. He sure isn't like any boys I've ever dated. He isn't like Micah at all, Kevin agreed. No, I laughed. Not at all. Keegan is smart and independent. He owns his own home, has a successful career, and is close to his family. He doesn't really need me to take care of him at all. Sure he does. Just not in the ways you're used to. But trust me, I see the way he looks at you. He needs you. I wanted to ask what he meant by the way he looked at me, but before I got a chance, the boys came back to the table and sat down. Daddy, they have a tasting bar set up that we passed on the way to the restrooms. Before we leave, we should try some of their wines. I know I already picked up a bottle for my parents, but I might want to get more. Sure thing, sweetness. We can do that. I thought about what Kevin had just said about the way Keegan looked at me, but it had to be his imagination. This wasn't real. None of it. Of course, Keegan wasn't like any other boy I'd dated, especially since he wasn't a boy at all. We sat there enjoying talking with Kevin and Leo for a while, and soon the reception took on more of a party feel. A few of the guests had had more than their share of drinks from the free bar, and you could tell it in both their behavior and the noise level. Not only did the crowd get louder, but the music shifted from slower to something more like club songs. Eventually, Micah and Chris made their way to our table. Micah was carrying a bottle and a tray of empty shot glasses. With the way he was walking, I wasn't sure how he was carrying it without dropping it, and I was pretty sure our table wasn't the first one he had approached. We're doing celebratory shots, 'cause I just got married, he said. To him, he pointed at Chris. He's my husband. Isn't he hot? He set the tray down on the table and started filling and doling out shot glasses. When he got to Keegan, he paused before he handed him the drink. Can you have one? 'Cause your daddy is a meanie, and he never lets his boys have fun. He's not mean, Keegan insisted. He's wonderful. Keegan grabbed the shot out of Micah's hand and downed it. Congratulations. We all downed our drinks and sent the two on their way to apparently get totally trashed on their wedding night. Keegan and Leo were back to talking, and Kevin leaned over to talk to me. I don't think your boy liked Micah calling you mean, he said, and then winked at me while sitting back. I had appreciated him coming to my defense. It was sweet. Unnecessary, but sweet all the same. I was well aware of the fact that Micah thought I was mean. He told me often enough when we were together. Anytime I told him he couldn't stay out partying with his friends all night when he had work the next day, or when I insisted that he have a designated driver, or when I told him he'd had enough to drink, I was mean. The song that was playing ended, and the music shifted again, going back to the slower, more sultry dance music. Come on, Daddy, Leo said, tugging on Kevin's arm. Let's go dance. Keegan watched while Kevin stood and took Leo's hand to lead him to the dance floor. I hadn't had any intentions of dancing tonight, or any night, to be honest. I'd never been much of a dancer. But at that moment, the idea of holding Keegan close to me under the lights seemed as essential to me as my next breath. Hey, let's join them, I said. Are you sure? Yeah. Do you not dance? I do. He leaned over close to me so only I could hear him. I've just never danced with a man before, but it can't be all that different, can it? We don't have to. No, we should. Let's do it. I took his hand and we stood, making our way to the dance floor. When we got there, I lifted our hands and spun him around in a circle one time and then pulled him against me. His body fit mine like it was made to be there. It took a minute or two for him to relax, and we'd just fallen into an easy rhythm with the music when the song that was playing ended. Thankfully, another one started right away because I wasn't ready to let him go. Instead, I pulled him even closer. He sighed, and his body softened against mine. I was wrong. This is very different from dancing with a woman. Not in a bad way, but different. I'm used to being in the lead, but, you know, it's kind of nice to just be for a change. Does it bother you? For me to be in charge? I asked. I had no idea where this between us was headed, but I knew his answer mattered. He looked up at me and smiled. Daddy, I can't imagine you being any other way. And then, under the lights, on a dance floor packed full of people, I did what I'd wanted to do all night. I slid my hand up into his hair and looked into his eyes. Then, slowly, giving him plenty of time to move away, I lowered my mouth to his and kissed him, softly at first, as we swayed to the music. Then he moaned and parted his lips under mine, and I forgot where we were or that we were surrounded by people. Everything ceased to exist except the feel of his body against mine and the intoxicating taste of his mouth. He pulled back and looked at me with wide eyes. I could feel the rapid beat of his heart against mine, and for a second, I was afraid I'd gone too far and that he was going to bolt. Instead, a small smile quirked his swollen lips. Then he pulled my head towards his. He trailed a soft row of kisses over my jawbone and up to my ear. When he got there, he lightly nipped my earlobe. My cock twitched, and I had to bite back a groan. Daddy, he whispered in my ear. Take me to bed. And in that moment, I didn't care if it was real or make-believe. I didn't care if he was playing around by calling me Daddy or if he meant it. I just wanted him. I nodded my head. Let's tell Kevin and Leo we're leaving. We said our goodbyes and agreed to meet them for breakfast in the morning before we all left. Do you still want to go by the tasting bar before we go up? I asked. I hoped he would say no, but he'd specifically mentioned it, so I wanted to give him the option. No. Suddenly there's something else I'd much rather taste, he teased. Same here, sweetness. Same here. My mind immediately went to all the places on his body that I wanted to taste and touch. A shiver ran through my body at the thought. I don't remember the 10-minute drive from the vineyard to the hotel. I was so focused on getting us there and getting back to our room that I didn't pay attention to anything but the destination. As a general rule, I didn't pay for valet parking, but tonight, finding a spot to park and then walking up to the hotel would take way too long. Instead, I handed the young man my keys and took Keegan's hand. "In a hurry, Daddy?" Keegan teased. I didn't respond until we got in the elevator and the doors closed behind us. I stepped towards him, backing him up against the wall. "Yes, boy, I'm in a hurry. In a hurry to get you out of this suit and taste every inch of your body from here." I wrapped my fingers in his hair and pulled his head back to give me access. I leaned down and sucked on his Adam's apple before I licked a stripe up his neck. All the way down. I trailed one hand down the front of his chest and cupped his already hard cock. To here. "Fuck," he moaned out. He had his head thrown back against the wall behind him, and his eyes closed. Damn, we hadn't even gotten started yet, but with flushed skin and mussed hair, he already looked thoroughly debauched. I couldn't wait to see him when I was done with him. The elevator doors opened and I took a step back. "Come on, sweetness. Let's get to the room." He opened his eyes and took a deep breath, but only nodded his head. He didn't say a word. But as soon as the door shut behind us, he grabbed from my hand and pulled me to him, kissing me. He pushed my jacket off my shoulders, and then his fingers went to work on the buttons on the shirt. "Why do we have so many clothes on?" he grumbled as he pushed the shirt over my shoulders as well. I stepped back just enough to shrug them the rest of the way off and tossed them on the chair. "Oh, fuck," he said, reaching out with both hands to run them over my chest. "You are so damn sexy. I knew you would be, but damn." I was pleased that he liked the way I looked. I worked hard to stay in shape with my daily runs, but it still did my ego good to hear him say it. I reached for him and he did the same, unbuttoning his shirt and pushing it and his coat off, but he didn't bother to put them on the chair. He just let them fall to the ground behind him. I reached for the button on his pants, undoing it. He took a step back and pushed his pants and his boxers down his thighs. I did the same with my own. I bent and picked mine up and tossed them on the chair with the other discarded items of clothing and chuckled as he kicked his off, letting them fall on the floor with the rest of his suit. We moved back together, kissing and walking as we headed towards the bed. We were just about there when he froze. Shit, I didn't bring condoms or lube or anything. "There are plenty of ways we can make each other feel good without needing a condom," I assured him. I didn't bother to tell him that I had all of that in my suitcase, because the last thing I wanted to do was rush him. "Come on." I pulled him with me to the bed. "Let me show you." Chapter 11. Keegan. I fell on the bed with Owen, my mind racing and cock throbbing. I was actually going to do this. I was going to have sex with a man. I'd thought about it. I'd imagined what it would be like, and I'd watched enough porn to have a good idea what was about to happen, but still, fantasizing about it and actually doing it were not the same thing. "Breathe, sweetness," Owen said. "We don't have to do anything you don't want to." "No, I want to. I really want to." I was just a little overwhelmed for a second there when I realized we were actually about to do it. He chuckled and leaned down for a kiss. "Just know we can stop at any point. All you have to do is let me know." I nodded, letting him know I heard him. "I know that. I wouldn't be here with you if I didn't. I trust you." "Good. I'm glad to hear that. Now you just lay back and let Daddy make you feel good." I'd had fun with him all weekend, and I'd had fun pretending to be his boy. And while I thought I understood the whole daddy thing, I realized at the moment that I got it. My cock twitched and I let out a small moan. "Yes, Daddy, please touch me." He rolled to the side to lay beside me, propping himself up on one elbow. He looked down at my body and licked his lips like I was a delicious treat he couldn't wait to dig into, and I loved him looking at me like that. It made me feel wanted and sexy as fuck. "Oh, baby boy, I'm going to touch you. I have all kinds of plans for what I want to do with you. He trailed one finger down my chest and over my abdomen, stopping just before he reached my cock. Then he ran his finger up to where he started. My skin tingled and I let out another little moan. You are so responsive. This is going to be so much fun. He leaned down to kiss my neck as his fingers continued to trail up and down my stomach. Can I touch you? I asked. I wanted to know what it was like to touch a man this way. I'd felt his hard muscles against my body while we danced, and it was nothing like being pressed up against the softness of the women I normally dated. Sweetness, you can do anything you want. For tonight, I'm all yours. I ran my hand down his body the same way he had mine, but I didn't stop when I reached his cock. I couldn't wait to see what it felt like to stroke another man's dick. I ran my fingers up and down his shaft, running them over his head. He let out a gentle moan as my fingertips brushed the tip. I closed my fingers around him, and fuck, that was amazing. He was hard, but the skin was so soft. He wasn't longer than I was, but he was thicker. He continued to kiss me and touch me while I slowly stroked him, but after a bit he reached down and grabbed my wrist, stopping me. That's enough. If you keep going, I'm going to come, and I want us to be together when that happens. He rolled over to straddle me and shifted his hips until he lined his cock up with mine, taking them both in his hand. He used an almost torturously light touch as he slowly moved his hand up and down our shafts. His pre-cum mingled with mine as our cocks slid against each other. He increased the pressure in his grip as he thrust his hips. The glide of his cock against mine as he moved was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. My back arched in pleasure, and my orgasm built as he leaned down to kiss me again while he stroked our cocks, faster, harder. I cried out and shot ropes of hot cum over his hand in what had to be the most intense orgasm I'd ever experienced. The sounds I made seemed to spur him on, and he moved his hand faster until he let out a guttural moan, and hot jets of cum joined my own. Owen collapsed on top of me, our bodies heaving and our cum mingling between us. We lay there for several minutes, breathing heavily, soaked in sweat and cum. Wow, I finally managed to say. Yeah, wow, he said with a chuckle. Don't move. He gave me a quick kiss, rolled off me, and went into the bathroom. I lay there still catching my breath when he came back with a warm cloth. He cleaned my stomach off, and then slid back into the bed beside me. We moved together without a word, with me in the little spoon position. That was maybe my favorite thing about being with a man who was larger than I was. I'd never been the little spoon before, and I loved the feeling of having someone else's arms wrapped around me. I snuggled in and let out a sigh. You okay? He asked. I'm better than okay, Daddy. Trust me. He tightened his grip around me and kissed me in the crook of my neck. Good. Now get some sleep. Chapter 12. Owen. We both overslept the next morning, which was a shame. I'd been hoping for a repeat of last night, but we'd promised Kevin and Leo that we would meet them for breakfast, so instead we had to hustle. Keegan didn't seem bothered by what we'd done last night, which was a relief. I would have hated for him to have regrets, especially since I had none. That had been one of the most intense sexual experiences of my life. I couldn't say why, other than the fact that it was with him. We rushed around and got all packed up so we could check out and leave as soon as we were done with our breakfast. Kevin and Leo beat us down there and were already seated when we arrived, but they hadn't ordered yet. Daddy, Keegan said, looking at the menu, are we stopping for lunch or driving straight through? I don't want to eat too much if we're stopping. We still have a bunch of snacks we didn't eat, so we should be good to drive straight through if you want to get a big breakfast. Awesome. We stayed longer than we should have, but I enjoyed a chance to catch up with Kevin, and Leo and Keegan seemed to have really hit it off. It was a good thing I'd insisted on us checking out before we ate, because it was past the checkout time by the time we finished up. We said our goodbyes and made our way to the car. We had a relaxed trip home, up until it was time to drop him off at his house. I had no idea what to say. I wanted to suggest he come home with me and spend the night. I'd known going into this it was just for the weekend, but after last night, I couldn't imagine never touching him again. However, he'd given me no indication today that he felt any different about things, and while we'd had fun, he was still the same guy he was before he agreed to pretend to be my boy. Nothing had changed. Thank you for going with me, Keegan. He sat there for a minute like he thought he should say something, and I prayed things weren't about to get awkward. He and Brennan were best friends, so we would be seeing each other all the time. But then he turned and smiled at me. Thank you for taking me. I had fun. It was exactly what I needed. Then he grabbed his bags and went inside. So much for Noah's idea about this being like one of those romances he liked to read. I hadn't slept worth shit. This was why I stuck to my normal schedule, even on my days off. It was just too hard to get back on track after a few days of going to bed early and waking up with the sun. At least, that was what I was telling myself. It had nothing to do with the fact that I reached for Keegan more than once during the night last night, only to find the bed empty. But that made no sense at all. 2 nights with him in bed with me was not enough for my body to expect him to be there. I was still grumpy when Noah showed up to go for our run, and his greeting of, "Wow, you look like shit," didn't really help my mood. I couldn't sleep. You know how I get when I get off my normal schedule. I locked the door, and we set out on our normal route. That's true. You don't adapt to change very well, but the wedding went okay. The wedding was good. Michael looked really happy, and his now husband, Chris, was nice. They're a good fit. I didn't get to spend much time with them since they had wedding stuff, but it was good to see him. And you can tell Neil he was right. It was good that I went. He'll be glad to hear it. So how was your weekend with the fake boy? You make him sound like Pinocchio, I grumbled. Maybe he is. Maybe if you wish hard enough, he could be your boy for real. I'm pretty sure Pinocchio was the one doing the wishing. Regardless, we had a nice weekend, and I brought him home and dropped him off. Fake date over. That was what I'd been telling myself ever since I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning, reaching for him. He'd been curious. That was what this had been about. Going with me to the wedding was an opportunity for him to test things out without risk. It didn't matter if he woke up something in me that I thought was long dead. All the wishing in the world wasn't going to make Keegan my boy for real. And that has nothing to do with your grumpiness? It's just the lack of sleep? It has nothing to do with my grumpiness. I'll get back on my schedule tonight, and tomorrow I'll be right as rain. We finished up our run, and I took a quick shower. I was looking forward to getting to the bar so things could get back to normal. Chapter 13. Keegan. I barely made it home and unpacked. My clothes, not my emotions, those would have to wait, when I got a call from my father. My brother had set up a meeting with a supplier in Albuquerque, but now he had a sinus infection and couldn't make the trip, which meant I had to go. We spent Monday morning getting the travel arrangements switched to my name, and by mid-afternoon I was sitting in the airport waiting to board my flight. I sent a text to Owen because I knew he would appreciate how annoying I found the situation. If it had been anyone except me, my father wouldn't have expected them to drop everything and fly out the same day with no prep to meet with a supplier. But the same rules that applied to others didn't apply to me, because I was a Richards. Me. Surprise trip to Albuquerque for work. This shit is why I can't have a pet. He replied, and I couldn't help but smile at the nickname I'd given him in my phone over the weekend. I could change it to Owen now that we were home, but I didn't want to. Daddy-O. I'm sure Brennan would be happy to feed an animal for you. Me. He would. It just wouldn't be fair as much as I'm gone. What would you get? If you could, I mean. Probably a dog. I've always wanted a basset hound. Well, maybe someday you'll get one. Flights boarding. TTYL. It was late when I arrived in Albuquerque, so I ordered room service and stayed in. I was still tired from the weekend, so I thought I'd just watch a movie and try to get some sleep. But sleep didn't come. Instead, my brain decided now was the perfect time for me to unpack all my feelings about the weekend with Owen. I knew he thought I viewed our weekend as an experiment, as a chance to play around by pretending to be someone else. Of course he did. Those were my exact words when I agreed to go. But the truth was, I hadn't been pretending at all. I felt more like myself the last few days with Owen than I had in years. No, not just with Owen. With Daddy. I'd been intrigued by Ryder and Brennan's relationship, but I didn't really get it until my weekend of pretending to be Owen's boy. And to my surprise, the things I liked about it most were the things I had the hardest time understanding when Brennan tried to explain it to me. Every time Owen called me boy or sweetness, there was a feeling of being claimed that I thought would feel stifling, but it hadn't. Ryder was very possessive of Brennan in a way I'd honestly been concerned about. And even though Bren insisted he didn't mind asking Ryder if he could do things, and that it made him feel loved and cared for, I wasn't sold on the idea. But what I learned this past weekend was that there was freedom in letting someone take charge. Not that Owen showed me much of that side of him this weekend. I only got little tastes. But those little tastes were enough to make me curious about what it would be like to have a daddy for real. And the sex. Wow. That was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. Sure, that could have just been because it was with a man and was new and different, but I didn't think so. I was pretty sure it had everything to do with the fact that it was Owen instead of it being that it was a man. I picked up my phone and checked the time. It was almost midnight my time, which meant I needed to get to sleep or I'd be worthless tomorrow. But that meant it was almost 1 a.m. at home, and the bar would still be open for another hour. Me. How is your night going? Daddy-o. Fine. Kind of slow. Did you ever think about closing earlier? I know some of the bars in town do. I thought about it. At least Sunday through Wednesday. Maybe because it does slow down after midnight. Speaking of after midnight, what are you still doing up? Couldn't sleep. Nervous about tomorrow? No, just a lot on my mind. You've had a lot happen in the last couple weeks. I have. But just so you know, no regrets. Good. None here either. Now go get some sleep. I'll try. I put my phone on the nightstand and let my head fall back on the pillow. He was right. I needed to get some sleep or I'd be hating life tomorrow. But when I got back, Owen and I needed to have a talk. Okay, you can't ever do that again. I've been dying to hear how your weekend went, but instead of filling me in like a good friend, you left me hanging while you went to freaking Albuquerque. Come on, Bren, it's not like I planned on my brother getting sick just to torture you. I don't know, he said, as he handed me a glass of wine from the bottle I'd brought him. It seems awfully suspicious to me. Now, tell me all about it. What's there to say? It was Albuquerque. The jewelry line was nice, though. Stanley had a good find there. I tried to sound serious, like I had no idea what he was talking about, but he wasn't buying it. He picked up the pillow on the couch and threw it at me. Out with it, now, he growled out. I lifted my hand with the wine glass to keep from spilling it and caught the pillow with the other. Watch the wine. It's too good to waste. I took a long drink, making him wait. We went to the winery. I met the ex. He's nothing like I expected. We ate good food, went to the wedding, danced, and we came home. I shrugged like that was it and took another drink of my wine. I knew he wanted all the details, and I knew I'd be sharing them, but I figured I'd tease him just a little bit first. That's it. That's all you have to say. You went away for a weekend with a guy you've been crushing on for months, and all you're going to tell me is we ate good food, we came home? It was seriously good food, I insisted. He glared at me and said, Spill it. Did you kiss him? I did. And he's a good kisser. I felt my face heat as I remembered all the places he'd kissed me. Brennan gasped. Oh my God. You had sex with him, didn't you? Depends on your definition of sex, I guess. Did you both come? Because if you both came, it counts. Then yes. Are you happy? I don't know. Are you? I mean, are you okay with it? I'm more than okay with it. Owen is not what I expected. He's more, somehow. That was the only way I could think of to describe it. Owen had featured in more than one of my fantasies since the first time I met him at the bar, but actually being with him had been nothing like what I'd expected, but in a good way. You really like him, he said. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I barely know him. One weekend of pretending to be a couple doesn't mean we know each other. At least, that was what I kept telling myself. But I knew the man I'd been pretending to be over the last weekend was the real me, and I thought Owen was, too. What was it like being his boy for the weekend? It's the oddest thing. I know Owen is a daddy because Ryder said he is, and he has this commanding presence to him. But I've never seen him in daddy mode. What was it like pretending to be his boy? It wasn't what I expected at all. He isn't bossy like Lucas, and he doesn't hover like Ryder. Ryder doesn't hover, he insisted. Ryder totally hovers. Owen doesn't, and he isn't loud or growly about it the way Cooper is with Gavin. He has this quiet dominance that makes me want to do what he says, which is weird because I'm used to being in charge, so I thought I'd have a problem with that. But you were right. There's something so freeing about not having to be the one making all the decisions. Okay, Bren said, standing up. Come on, let's go. Go? Go where? To the bar. Ryder's there. Since I was going to come and hang out with you, he decided to go hang out with the guys. I don't know, maybe I should give him a little space. Nope, he needs to see that you want to see him. I mean, you do want to see him, right? Yes, but you know how long I flirted with him and got nowhere. Don't you think if he was interested in more than a weekend of playing pretend, he would have said so? I mean, he had the whole ride home to say, "Hey, Keegan, this was great. Let me see you again." Not if he thought you were just doing it to try something different. And that's kind of what you told him, wasn't it? I sighed in resignation and nodded. Then why would he say anything? Nope, above all things, Owen is a gentleman. He won't want to overstep, so if you want him, you're going to have to let him know. Chapter 14. Owen. Keegan suggested I close earlier on the slower nights of the week. What do you guys think? I asked. Oh, Keegan suggested it, did he? Max asked. Not so much suggested, but asked why I didn't. I mentioned that it was always slow after midnight on Mondays, and he asked why I stayed open until 2 if it wasn't busy. It just got me to thinking. So you're thinking about closing early a few nights a week? Maybe. I'd have to run the numbers and see. But I was thinking Sunday through Wednesday, and then staying open like normal Thursday through Saturday. I don't know. It would give you more time for your boy, Max said. First of all, he isn't my boy. And second, I'm not really sure that 2 extra hours a day I'd get when he's home asleep equals more time for him. Yeah, probably not. How did the weekend go? Ryder asked. Brennan's been going crazy wanting to hear about it. He was not happy about Keegan's trip out of town before he had time to get all the details. It went fine. Micah seems really happy, and his husband, Chris, seems like a great guy. And you guys were right. Having Keegan with me made things much less awkward. He played the part okay? Max asked. You could say that, I said. And wasn't that an understatement? He played the part so well over half the time I forgot it wasn't real. I stood up and grabbed a towel to wipe down the bar. Not that it needed to be wiped down. Charles was keeping it perfectly clean, but I just needed something to do with my hands. Ryder chuckled and shook his head. Not hard to play the part when the part is you. I stopped and looked at him. What do you mean? Let me ask you a question. Was he any different with you over the weekend than he is normally? I mean, you've spent enough time with him over at my house and in here to have an idea what he's like. Was he really that different? I stopped wiping and thought about what he said. He wasn't wrong. I'd been telling myself all weekend that he'd somehow figured out what kind of boy I wanted and magically morphed into that person. But truthfully, he hadn't been acting like anyone but himself. He's really young, though." "Was that a statement or a question?" Ryder asked. "I don't know. A statement, I guess." I shrugged. "He isn't that much younger than you are. He's what, 25 or 26? 25. So that's what, 14 years difference?" Ryder asked. 12, you asshole. You know I'm not 40 yet." He laughed. "You're still older than me." "I'm older than both of you, and I'm telling you it doesn't make a bit of difference. Travis keeps me young, and I keep him grounded. It's perfect if you ask me. Besides, 12 years isn't shit. So you want to tell us why you really seem so determined not to claim a boy for yourself? Because I don't think it has anything to do with Keegan." "Fuck, I don't know. I guess because the last time I tried, it didn't work. I was a total failure as a daddy, start to finish. I picked the wrong boy, and then I wasn't able to give him the things he needed, and nothing's changed since then. I still work shit hours. I still invest as much of my income back into the business as I keep, and I'm still me. What's changed is the boy. I know you like to take all the blame for what happened with Mike on yourself, but you have to let go of that. There were two of you in that relationship, and while it's true, as the daddy, you had a different set of responsibilities, that doesn't absolve him from having any. It would be like me trying to be a daddy to Gavin. Can you see that happening? Or flip that, Cooper being a daddy to Bren. He'd be bored out of his mind in a week, just like Gavin would make me crazy. That wouldn't make us bad daddies. I know that, I feel like I should have seen it sooner. I should have realized what a bad fit we were instead of letting it go on so long. In the end, we were both miserable for way too long." "And you don't trust yourself not to make the same mistake again," Max said. "Exactly. I mean, Keegan's new to the idea of being a boy, new to the idea of being with a man. Hell, he needs time to figure that out. Then what if, when he does, we aren't a good fit? So if you don't trust yourself, trust us," Ryder said. "I know him pretty well. Hell, I think he spends as much time at my house as he does his own, and here's what I know. Keegan knows himself. He's smart, focused, and driven. He needs a daddy who can appreciate that side of him. He needs a daddy who will support him and give him the courage to do the things he wants to do. I don't know him as well as Ryder does, but I'd add a daddy who can take some of the responsibility off his shoulders so he has a place he can just be without expectations. Travis says he has a lot of pressure from being in the family business. You know what reason he originally gave me for coming with me to the wedding? He said his life was in a rut, and he wanted a chance to pretend to be someone else. So I think you may be right. Maybe he needs a place where he can just be, you know? But how can I give him that place when our schedules are complete opposites?" "That's just logistics. You'd figure it out," Ryder said. "That's easier said than done," I insisted. "True," Max said. "But if it's important, you'll find a way. It's a matter of priorities and figuring out what really matters. And that doesn't mean you only have one priority. You have a business to run, and that is no joke. But you need to ask yourself why. Why do you have this place at all if it means you can't have a life other than the bar? Once you figure that out, you'll find a way to make it work. For example, you said you were thinking about closing early a couple nights a week. If it's slow enough to close, do you really need to be here those nights? Or could you actually take a couple nights off a week to spend time with your boy? Or if you couldn't take them completely off, could you leave early those nights? You might just need to reframe your thinking a little. And honestly, oh, boy aside, it isn't good for you to work so much. You need to take some time off, no matter what happens with Keegan. Plus, you know he travels quite a bit for work, so you aren't the only one with a weird schedule. The real question isn't why won't it work, but do you want him? I knew he was right, but I'd been doing it this way for so long it was hard for me to imagine not being here every day. Besides, Keegan was not my boy. He'd been my pretend date for a wedding, that was all. Of course I want him. Have you met him? He's sexy, he's smart, and he's sweet. There you go. You just need to stop finding problems and instead look for solutions, Max said. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, because Keegan isn't my boy, and I don't think I should be making major life changes based on a favor he did for me. I'm guessing that by the weekend, he'll be out at a bar trying to score with some petite blonde with big tits. Oh, really? Ryder said with a shit-eating grin. Not your boy just walked in, and I'm thinking he's trying to score something, but there are no petite blondes inside. What? I turned towards the door, and sure enough, Brennan and Keegan were here and headed my way. And fuck, he looked good. A little tired, but he'd just returned from Albuquerque today. He should have been at home, resting. He said he didn't sleep well on the road, and I knew this was an unplanned trip, so it was rushed. When they made their way to us, I could tell he was a little unsure of himself, which made me think Brennan had probably dragged him here. But regardless of why, it was good to see him. I just wish he hadn't had to take that trip right after we got back to town. Brennan walked straight into Ryder's arms and said something in his ear, which made Ryder chuckle, and then he gave me a sly look. I chose to ignore them and instead turned my attention to Keegan. What can I get for you? Just a beer tonight. I'm pretty tired. You've been busy the last few days between our trip and then the one for work. You really should be home in bed. He chuckled, shook his head, and rolled his eyes. Yes, Daddy, I know, but here I am instead. Someone insisted. He tilted his head in Brennan's direction, letting me know just exactly whose idea it was. He seemed to think you would be glad to see me, he said, in a way that sounded both bold and vulnerable at the same time. He wasn't wrong. I am glad to see you. But it could have waited until tomorrow when you had a good night's sleep in your own bed. He took a long swallow of the beer I'd handed him. I worked behind a fucking bar. It shouldn't have been so damn sexy to watch him drink from the bottle. But now that I knew what he could do with that mouth, it was. I'm tired, but I'm wired. I wouldn't have got much sleep this early anyway. He shrugged. Have you eaten? No, I barely made it home from the airport before Brennan was there. Okay, let's get you some dinner then. What sounds good? I don't know, nachos, maybe? I gave him a look that said that wasn't the best choice. Have you had any real food since breakfast Sunday morning? Sure. Brennan and I had fruit at the house before we came here. Fruit? I asked, sensing he wasn't being serious. Yeah, grapes. You know the good kind that comes in a bottle? So, in other words, no. Not today. Today I just grabbed a muffin at the hotel and a pretzel with cheese at the airport. But I did eat well on the trip. I had a good lunch and a good dinner in Albuquerque on Monday. Actually, the seller took me out for lunch on Monday, and it was some of the best Italian food I've had in ages, which was weird considering where I was. And I had a steak salad for dinner that was also fabulous. Fine, I'll put in the nachos, but no more alcohol. You need real sleep tonight, not the kind you get when you drink wine and beer all night. I turned around to put in his order and caught the amused way Ryder and Max were watching me. What? I growled out as I walked by. Not a thing, Ryder said, putting his hands up in surrender. I knew I had no right to tell Keegan what he should or shouldn't do. But damn it, he needed to take better care of himself. I know when Brennan lived with him, he cooked for the two of them, but Bren didn't live there anymore, and he can't live on takeout and cereal. Chapter 15. Keegan. I was sitting there, waiting on my nachos and nursing my beer, since apparently it was the only one I was getting, when Bren came back over. Do you want to move over to a booth, so you'll have more room to eat your nachos? You heard that exchange, did you? I did. I thought it was sweet. But the real question is, what did you think? I glanced over to see where everyone was and decided they were way too close for any privacy. I think we should carry this conversation over to the booth. I stood up and he reached for my beer and started to take a drink. I reached out and snatched it back. Don't you dare. This is the only one I get, so I'm not sharing. He busted out laughing as he followed me to the booth. I'll order one and we can share if you want, he said. But I sensed a test because I knew Brennan would never disobey Ryder like that. You're just trying to get me in trouble. You're supposed to be my friend, dude. He laughed again. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to see this. See what, exactly? Someone telling me what to do? Well, yeah, that too. Mr. I've got it all figured out. But no, Owen in daddy mode? As long as I've known him, I've never had a clue what that would be like, and I love it. I have to say, it's just what you need. You suck at self-care, bro. I do not. How many times last week did you eat Lucky Charms for dinner? Just a few. And come on, they're Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious. The only thing magical about Lucky Charms is that they somehow got classified as food, Owen said as he placed the order of nachos on the table in front of me and slid a beer in front of Brennan. Ryder sent that over for you. I turned to glare at him. That is not true. They're fortified with vitamins and minerals. The box says so. That does not make them a nutritious meal for a grown-ass man, though, does it, sweetness? He leaned down and brushed a kiss across my temple, the way he had so many times when we were on our trip. I'll check on you later. I watched as he headed back over to the bar where all the other daddies sat. Then I turned back to Brennan. I don't understand what's going on here, I said, stunned. Brennan chuckled. What do you not understand? He was acting just like he did on the trip. Like... I shook my head, trying to figure it out. Like he's a daddy? We already knew that. I'm still not sure what you don't understand. No, that he's acting like he's my daddy. I didn't think... Look, it doesn't matter what I thought. The point is, he's acting like he did on our trip like he's my daddy. I just didn't expect that. Brennan looked at me a little concerned. Okay, but wasn't that why we're here tonight? So you can show him that's what you want? Yeah, I just guess I didn't expect him to want the same thing. We talked about this before we came. I told you he wouldn't want to overstep and push you if he thought it was all just playing around for you, didn't I? That you were going to have to let him know you were still interested. I know what you said, but honestly, with as long as I flirted with him and got nowhere, and with how easily he let me go after everything we did over the weekend, I was sure you were wrong. I paused for a minute and thought about what I'd just said. No, that's not right. I was pretty sure he actually likes me. We had too good of a time on our trip. I didn't expect it to be that easy. Like, I figured he would be all serious about how I needed to be sure about what I wanted and all that jazz. Oh, sweetie, that's coming. He won't be able to stop himself. That's just the kind of man he is. He's going to want to make sure you've thought it all through. But what matters is he's obviously open to the idea. Maybe. Or maybe, I thought, he's just being nice, and after our weekend, he's comfortable enough around me to let that side of himself show. That doesn't necessarily mean he wants to be my daddy, does it? I pushed the huge plate of nachos to the middle of the table. Here, let's share. He made the order big enough to feed 4. One of the reasons Brennan and I had hit it off so well was because he knew when to push and when to let things go. And it seemed he could tell by my tone when I said maybe that I didn't really want to talk about it anymore, that I needed time to think. So while we ate the nachos, he started telling me about the pottery class he was taking with Gavin and the crazy antics their dog Frisco had been up to. I really kind of want a dog, I said wistfully. You should get one. You would need to fence in the backyard, but it would be good for you to have some company. I don't know. I'm gone so much. It doesn't seem like a good idea for something to do just because I'm bored. I'm thinking about doing a remodel on the kitchen, though. I think it could use some updating. You're right about the dog. They do need a lot of attention, and I have a feeling you'll be hanging out here at Big O's a lot more in the evenings. I rolled my eyes at him, but otherwise ignored him. I'm trying to decide if I want to just paint or actually remodel, but once I know, I'll see what you suggest. Once we finished up our nachos, I told him to go join Ryder at the bar. I wanted to take my plate up to the bar and chat a bit more with Owen away from all the guys. I grabbed my empty beer bottle and plate and sat down halfway down the bar to wait. It didn't take long for him to make his way down to me. You didn't have to bring this up here. I told you I'd be back to check on you in a bit. I know, but I'm not going to stay much longer. You were right, I'm pretty tired. He studied me like he was trying to decide just how tired I was, when finally he said, Sweetness, we need to talk. And here it comes, I thought. All the reasons why we weren't a good fit. All the reasons why spending the whole weekend with me showed him I wasn't the boy he wanted. And really, that was what I was worried about, wasn't it? That while I'd spent the weekend finding out exactly what I wanted and what I'd been missing in all my previous relationships, all he learned was that I wasn't the one for him. But if that was the case, why would he call me Sweetness and be so nice to me tonight? Hey, he said, reaching out with one hand and cupping my cheek in a gesture that felt almost more intimate than any of the things we'd done together over the weekend. Stop. I can see your brain going 90 to nothing. We need to talk is never good, I insisted. Except when it is, he said gently, then leaned across the bar and brushed his lips over mine lightly. Now, when is a good time for you? I know you're tired tonight, so how about tomorrow? I could take you to dinner. Like on a date? I asked. Like on a date. Unless you aren't ready for that. If you aren't, we can just have dinner at my place. Ready for what? It took me a second to realize what he was talking about. I guess spending the whole weekend with him out as a couple made me forget that here in Austin, no one knew I was bi. Oh, you mean ready to be out with a man? Exactly. I don't want to push you into anything you aren't ready for. I'm not embarrassed, and I'm ready. I don't care what other people think. But you're right, though. I should probably tell my parents first, so they don't hear about it because their neighbor saw us out or something. So, my house it is then. Say 6? Is it still a date? I asked. He shook his head and laughed. Do you want it to still be a date? I nodded my head eagerly. Then yes, Sweetness. It's still a date. Chapter 16. Owen. The way he looked at me when I said yes, it was a date, made all the hassle it was going to be to find someone to cover the bar tomorrow night worth it. I wasn't exactly sure yet how I was going to fix that problem, but I could deal with that later. Right now, I had an exhausted boy sitting right in front of me. You need to get home and go to sleep, Sweetness. I wish I could take you, but I don't have anyone on tonight who can run the place while I'm gone. Do you need me to call you a rideshare? No, I'll get Bren to take me home. He only came to bring me, not that he didn't love a chance to see Ryder for a bit. Knowing that coming here to see me was the whole point of their unexpected visit made me feel warm somewhere in the pit of my chest, but he didn't need to know that. Okay, you get going, and I'll see you at my place tomorrow night. Should I bring anything? He asked. I could stop and pick up dinner. Nope, I've got it covered. All you need to bring is you, and maybe an overnight bag just in case you decide to stay. He gasped in mock horror. Mr. Daddy, just what kind of boy do you think I am sleeping over on the first date? I said. Then good thing you already spent the entire weekend with me, so I hardly think this counts as a first date. Good point, he said with a grin. I'll plan on staying. He turned to where the guys were and said, Bren, I have to go home. Someone thinks it's time for me to go to bed. He gave me a little wink to let me know he was teasing and hopped off the stool. I'll see you tomorrow night. That kiss I gave Keegan across the bar earlier had done nothing to satisfy me. What I wanted to do was to go to him and pull him in my arms and kiss him in a way that he knew what he meant to me, that no matter the doubts he was having, he was exactly the boy I wanted. But I was afraid if I touched him the way I wanted, I wouldn't stop. The guys had been right earlier, about everything. I'd known I wanted more ever since I struggled to walk away from him Sunday night, but I'd been so caught up in what could go wrong, I couldn't let myself see a way forward. But the second he walked in the door tonight, all of the potential pitfalls ceased to matter. With him sitting there in front of me, looking sexy as fuck and tired as a dog, I knew I had no choice but to take care of my boy. And at some point, in the middle of our make-believe weekend, that's what he'd become. My boy. Until tonight, it just hadn't occurred to me that maybe I could keep him, and I wanted to. There were still a bunch of obstacles in our way, like our schedules, for example, But Max was right. If it mattered to me, I'd find a way. And it did matter to me. Max and Ryder had given me a lot to think about, that was for sure. I leaned one hip against the bar and watched as Brennan told Ryder he would see him later, and the two of them left. When the door closed behind them and I knew they were gone, I turned back to the guys. Fuck. How am I going to find time for a boy? I asked. They both chuckled and shook their heads. I don't know, Ryder said, but you better figure it out, 'cause it looks to me like you've got one. You're in a much better mood today, Noah said, not even waiting until we hit the midpoint this morning to start talking. I must have been really grumpy yesterday for him to notice so quickly today. I have a date tonight. Seriously? What about the bar? Are you having someone cover for a few hours or what? I'm giving Josh an extra day. I figure if he could manage the bar while I was out of town, he could manage it long enough for me to go on a date. Awesome. Where are you going? We're having dinner at my place. Keegan isn't out to his family here in town, so I thought we should keep it low-key for now, just until he's ready to tell them. Does that worry you? Not at all. If we decide we want to do this, he'll tell them. He just doesn't want them to find out before he gets a chance. Decide to what, exactly? What are you thinking? Honestly, I'm thinking he's mine, and I don't plan to let him go. Wow, that's quite a different song from the one you were singing yesterday. What was it you said? Fake date over. He said that last part all deep and harsh sounding, trying to imitate me. Whatever. I just gave it a lot of thought and realized that what we had over the weekend was too perfect to ignore, so I want to give it a try. I don't know how I'm going to make it work with my schedule, but I'm going to figure it out. I don't really think your schedule is as much of a problem as you make it out to be. Lots of people work weird schedules, and they make it work. You both have to be flexible. You just never had a partner willing to meet you halfway. True enough. Hopefully, this time will be different. What are you going to serve for the date? Do you have a plan? Of course I have a plan, I insisted. I had no plan. I wasn't much of a cook since I rarely ate dinner, since I had breakfast for lunch, and ate my evening meal at the bar. He laughed and shook his head. I suggest takeout. What kind of food does he like? All kinds. I mean, literally all kinds. Everywhere we go, he says, "Did I tell you this is my favorite food?" I said with a laugh. He just really loves food, but he doesn't cook much. He just eats out. Then you ordering the food won't shock him. No, but I don't want to do that. At the minimum, I can grill him a steak and throw together a salad. Neil is going to be so excited. You realize if this works out, it'll be because he insisted you go to the wedding, and he'll forever get to take credit for you finding love. I'll tell you what, if this works out, I'll let Neil have it. Chapter 17. Keegan. I'd never been so nervous about a date before. I'd planned to leave work early today and go home and get ready, but my brain refused to focus. All I could think about was the gentle way Owen had cupped my face last night when he saw I was worried, and the light brush of his lips against mine that had left me wanting so much more. Finally, around 3, I gave up. I was only halfway done cataloging the items I'd agreed to purchase in Albuquerque. I told my father I was beat from the unexpected trip and that I hadn't slept well, and left. I'd always completed my work in a timely fashion, and I felt bad not finishing it today, but it couldn't be helped. Up until now, some part of me was still in the "this is just pretend" mode, but at some point this morning it hit me that I was actually going to go on a date with a man. And not just any man, a very dominant man who liked to be in control. For a few minutes my nerves took over, and I thought about calling the whole thing off. But the nervousness was quickly replaced with anticipation when I thought about how it felt when he touched me. I'd been lusting after Owen for months, and I was not about to back out now that I had a shot with him. Like a real shot. No pretenses, no pretending. Just the two of us together. For real. While I did as he suggested and packed a bag for the next day, I wondered when was the last time he took a day off work like this. I was betting it had been a long time, and the idea that he was doing it for me made me smile. Not that I expected him to rearrange his life or anything to make time for me, but it made me feel special that he wanted this enough to do it this time, whatever this was. I still wasn't sure what we were doing here, but that was what tonight was about, figuring that out. I also knew Brennan was right, and there would probably be a lot of talking before Owen felt confident that I knew what this was. Owen was a good man, the perfect man for me to explore this side of myself with. I wondered if a part of me had sensed that in him from the beginning, and if that was why I'd been so drawn to him. It could be. Or it could just be that he was hot as fuck, and I lucked out that he was such a great guy. That seemed more likely to me. I'd spent so much time waffling between anxiousness and anticipation that when it was time to go to Owen's, I was a wreck. But I took a couple deep breaths, pulled myself together, and headed on over. All the way to his place, I gave myself a little pep talk. This was Owen. I wanted this. I wasn't a big dork who didn't know how to behave around people I liked. I'd spent an entire weekend with him. He'd already seen me naked. Especially that last part, because seriously, no matter what my brain had been telling me all day, this wasn't actually our first time together. We'd spent the entire weekend together, and this wouldn't be any different unless we made it so it was. By the time I was knocking on his door, I'd convinced myself I was ready for whatever the night brought. But then he opened the door and smiled at me, and I realized I was wrong. I wasn't at all prepared for the way being close to him made my skin tingle, and how when he looked at me, I felt like he saw a part of me no one else did. It was exhilarating and unnerving all at the same time. "Hey there." He stepped back, giving me room to enter. "Hey." I went inside and took a look around. I hadn't known what to expect, but this house was nothing like I expected from Owen. There was nothing wrong with it. It was a perfectly nice little house. It had warm colors on the walls, and the furniture and decor felt very homey. For some reason, I expected him to live in a place that was more of a bachelor pad. "This is a nice place." He chuckled. "It was my brother's place before he moved in with his now husband, Neil. He was debating selling it or renting it out just as my lease was up on my apartment. I was looking to get out of an apartment and into a house, so it worked out for both of us. Plus, the neighborhood is great for running in, and isn't far from the bar. Now come here." He opened his arms, waiting to see what I would do. I didn't hesitate. A hug from Owen was precisely what I needed in that moment, and as his arms wrapped around me, pulling me close, I felt a calmness settle in, like he'd somehow managed to drain all the worries and fears right out of me, like I was exactly where I belonged. "You looked like you needed that, sweetness. Are you okay?" I nodded and took a step back. "I am now. For some reason I was nervous, but your hug was just what I needed." "I could tell. You looked a little nervous. You know we don't have to do anything you don't want to do, right? I don't want to rush you." "You aren't, honest. Let's eat while we talk, and you can tell me all about it," he said. "Sounds good. What's for dinner?" "I have a couple of steaks ready to toss on the grill with a salad." "Perfect. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Nope, everything's all taken care of. But you can come keep me company out back while I grill the steaks if you want." I waited while he grabbed the meat and then followed him out the back door. The backyard was a tiny little area that wasn't much larger than the balcony on the apartment Bren and I shared in college. It wasn't fenced, and there wasn't much as far as landscaping went. It was basically just a large patio. He saw my face and laughed. "It's not much of a backyard. That's one of the reasons why Noah and Neil chose Neil's house over his. I know he's planning to have kids, and they wanted a yard for them to play in." "How old is your brother?" "He's 2 years younger than me." The grill sizzled as he tossed the steaks on, and I watched as he adjusted the heat level. "I have a massive yard, at least by today's standards. The house was built before prices went nuts here." "Did you ever think about selling it?" "I did, but my aunt loved that house, so it has a lot of sentimental value. Plus, I love the neighborhood, and to get anything even close would cost so much now. I'd love to update it a little, maybe. Just the kitchen and bathrooms. The neighborhood's great, so I can see why you would want to stay put. And you don't have to update it all at once. You can take your time and make the changes you want, but still keep the character of the house, he said, pulling the steaks off the grill. Okay, I guess it's time to eat. I don't have a dining room, but the weather is nice, so I thought we could just eat out here, if that's okay. That's fine with me, I assured him. Okay, give me just a minute, and I'll get us all set up. He went back inside and came out with what looked like a picnic basket. He set it off to the side and then rummaged around inside, coming out with a tablecloth that he spread over the small outdoor table that sat on his deck. Then he pulled out plates, silverware, and a couple of beers. Once that was all done, he went back inside and came out with a jar candle and a lighter. He lit the candle and stepped back. He made a dramatic, sweeping motion toward a chair and said, "For you." I was pretty sure I was grinning like a fool. But seriously, this was nice, and I'd never had anyone go to so much trouble for me. He went back inside quickly and came out with a salad and our steaks. It isn't anything fancy, but I promise that once you're ready, I'll take you out somewhere special. Owen, this is perfect. Seriously, thank you. You're welcome. We dove into our dinner and ate without talking for a few minutes, because steak that good deserved a moment of silence. Damn, I had no idea he could cook like that, and I told him so. You didn't tell me you were such a good cook. Makes me wonder what other talents you're keeping secret. The secret is... He leaned close, and in a mock whisper he said, "Steak is the only thing I know how to cook. I'm basically a disaster in the kitchen." Well, between your steak and my mac and cheese, I don't think we'll starve, I said. Then I realized how that sounded. Like I was planning a life with him, and the last thing I wanted was to freak him out. But the truth was, I knew what I wanted, and it was Owen. But he didn't seem freaked out. Instead, he just chuckled. I guess we won't. Although the jury is still out on the mac and cheese, since I haven't tried it yet. Oh, trust me, my mac and cheese is straight up amazing. We ate for a few more minutes when Owen finally brought up the conversation I'd been halfway anticipating, yet halfway dreading. I had a good time with you on our trip. Like a really good time. Me too. It was a lot of fun. All of it, I said suggestively. I know this is all new to you, Keegan, and I don't want to rush you into anything. The last thing I wanted was for him to be trying to slow things down. I wasn't a child. I knew what I wanted. I knew what he wanted from me, and I knew that he gave me something special that no one else ever had. And I didn't want to let that go. Which meant I wanted him to understand right now that I was all in. Daddy, just because it's something new to me doesn't mean I don't know that I want it. It also doesn't mean you have to treat me like I'm a child. I'm not. I'm a grown man, and I know what I want. He studied me for a minute, and then nodded like he'd come to a conclusion. Okay then, sweetness. If you don't want to go slow, let's just jump right in. I need to lay down some rules so we know we're getting off on the right foot here. That probably shouldn't have made all the blood in my body run south, but it did. Who knew having someone give me a list of rules would be such a fucking turn-on? Number 1, as long as we are together, it's just the two of us. Daddy does not share. I expected him to keep going, but he just stared at me, waiting for a response. Okay, Daddy, I finally said. Just the two of us. Number 2, I expect to know where you are at all times. I already explained that one to you on our trip, remember? Yes, not to be controlling, but so you know you can get to me if I'm in trouble. We could just put that app on my phone if you want, the one that'll tell you where I'm located. If you would be okay with that, it would make me feel a lot better. But I'm worried that might come across as intrusive or controlling, so if you don't want to do that, just a phone call to keep me updated would work. My parents used that app when I was driving back and forth to college, and it really gave them peace of mind. So I don't have a problem with it at all. It actually made me feel better, knowing if something happened, they could find me. He leaned over the table and brushed his lips across mine. Thank you. He settled back in his chair. Rule number 3. I know our hours are opposite, so we'll have to make an effort to make this work. It would be easy for either one of us to feel neglected, so communication will be key. And what that means is I expect a good morning text when you get up, and a good night before you go to bed. That'll help us stay connected when we don't see each other. I may not respond to your good morning text until around noon, but it'll be the first thing I look for when I wake up. I can do that. Rule number 4. If you're in trouble, or you need a ride, or you don't know how to do something, I'm your first call, always. Even if I know it isn't your thing? Like, what if I have a plumbing problem? Wouldn't it make more sense to call Ryder first? He pointed to himself. First call, period. Okay, got it. You're the first call. Good boy. Chapter 18. Owen. I hadn't planned on starting him out with rules, but the boy had no patience. He was so sure he knew what he was getting into, but I didn't think it was possible until you lived in the lifestyle to actually know. It was easy enough to tell he thought he did, mostly because of Ryder and Brennan. But Ryder and I were very different daddies, and I knew that was where most of his ideas came from about what having a daddy would be like. Also, he was so damn trusting. For example, the easy way he offered to let me track his phone with an app. I wouldn't abuse that trust, but not all men could say the same. I think that should be enough to get us started, although I'm not saying I won't add more rules later. Also, I'm not sure how to juggle our opposite schedules. But I want to make this work, sweetness. Me too, he said. I've been thinking a lot about it, and I think we'll just have to make the best of the time we do have. Maybe I can bring you dinner sometimes, and we can eat in your office, or you could meet me for lunch, and maybe you could come by my house to sleep when you get off on the weekend, so I could wake up with you in my bed. That would be nice. That does sound good. Also, I've been thinking about what you said about those nights of the week the bar's a little slow. Maybe I could get Josh to cover the bar those nights, and I could just take a day of each week. That would give us at least one night together. Is that who's watching the bar tonight? I wondered about that. Yeah, you should have seen his face when I told him I was taking tonight off. He would think I'd told him I lost my mind. He stood up from where he sat and came around the table to sit, straddling my lap. He leaned in and gave me a slow, sweet kiss that curled my toes. Thank you, Daddy, for taking tonight off so we could do this. There was something about this man that was unlike any other boy I'd ever been with. He was tall and strong, and on the surface he didn't come across as submissive in any way. But something in him shifted when he called me Daddy. Something that told me how badly he wanted to let go and just be. To not have to be whatever the other people in his life expected him to be. To be free, to just feel and not think. And that's something I could give him. I was hoping he would spend the night. I knew he'd brought an overnight bag with him, but I didn't want to rush him or make him feel pressured. So I gave him a tight squeeze and then pushed him up off my lap. I need to get stuff cleaned up real quick. Here, he said, picking up our plates off the table. Let me help. Thank you. It shouldn't take long. We carried everything into the kitchen. Once the dishes were in the dishwasher and the kitchen was straightened up, he turned to face me. Daddy, I brought my bag like you said. I saw that when you came in. It's been a really long day. I think we should go to bed. Oh, do you? I do. I need to lock up and double-check that we got everything from outside. Why don't you go on up and wait for me? He pressed his body against mine, then wrapping his hand around my neck, he pulled my mouth to his. I wrapped my arms around him and deepened the kiss. But before we got too carried away, he pulled back. I'll be upstairs waiting. Don't take too long. I quickly double-checked the patio and made sure the doors were locked. Then I went upstairs, not sure what I'd find waiting for me, but I had a pretty good idea. Sure enough, Keegan had stripped off his clothes and was waiting for me splayed out on the bed. I didn't waste any time removing my clothing and joining him. Baby boy, I've never seen anything more stunning than you are right at this minute. I laid down next to him on the bed and reached out, running my hands down his sides. I was used to being with men much smaller than I was, but that wasn't the case with Keegan, and I loved that. I brushed my thumbs over his nipples, causing them to pebble under my touch, and his eyes drifted closed. "Oh, Daddy, that feels so fucking good," he groaned out. "I'm glad you think so, but we're just getting started." I reached up with one hand and cupped his cheek, leaning in to kiss him while I trailed the other hand down his torso. I intended to take my time and enjoy every minute of this. I left a trail of kisses along his jaw before settling just below his ear, nibbling and sucking on that sweet spot that I remembered drove him crazy. I ran my hands over his chest, lingering and pulling at his nipples with one hand while trailing down his stomach with the other. I used a light touch, teasing his body until his flesh was covered in goosebumps. I took my time touching and kissing every inch of his body. I rolled to the side and I grabbed the bottle of lube and a condom off the top of the bedside table. He watched me with hungry eyes as I rolled on the condom and then poured some of the lube in my hand. Keegan pulled his legs back to give me easy access as I slowly teased his hole. I started by running one finger around the outside. Judging by his reaction, I didn't think it would take much to make my boy beg for it, but that was something we could explore another time. I slipped one finger inside him. "Oh, yeah," he moaned. I added a second finger, watching his reaction until I was sure he was comfortable, and then I added a third. I wanted to make sure his first time was memorable in a good way, so no matter how badly I wanted to rush this, I was taking my time. "Baby, that's so beautiful. My fingers sliding in and out of you. I could watch you like this all night." "Daddy," he moaned, "I want you inside of me so bad. It feels like I've been waiting forever." "I know, sweetness, but we need to make sure you are ready for me." I continued to move my fingers in and out of his body until I was sure he was ready to take me. "Please, Daddy, I need more." "Shh, I've got you, baby boy. I know what you need." I removed my fingers and replaced them with my cock, slowly sliding in, inch by inch, until I was buried inside him. I stopped moving, giving him time to adjust to my size. "You okay?" "Yes," he groaned. "God, yes." I began to move, gentle and slow, wanting this to last. I leaned forward, resting my weight on my forearms, and kissed him as our bodies rocked together. I kept the pace slow and my thrusts deep, watching his reaction until I thought he'd had all he could handle. Then I leaned back and began to pound into him, gripping his hips to hold him in place. He gasped and began muttering what sounded like "fuck yes" over and over as he met me thrust for thrust. "Touch yourself, boy." The tight heat from his body was too much, and the sounds coming from my boy told me he was right there with me. He reached down, grabbed his cock, and began to jerk. "Come for me. Now," I ordered. My command pushed him over the edge, and I watched as he unraveled beneath me. His back arched, and he cried out in pleasure as he came. I pulled out quickly, removed the condom, and began jerking my own cock. My orgasm broke over me like a wave, sending nerve endings tingling all over my body as my release coated his stomach. "Stay here. I'll get us a cloth." I went into the bathroom and disposed of the condom, returning with a warm cloth to clean him up. When that was done, I slid into the bed next to him and pulled him into my arms. "How are you doing, sweetness?" I asked. "I think maybe I died, but it was worth it." Chapter 19. Keegan. I pulled up into my parents' drive and sat there, trying to get up the nerve to go inside. There was no way I was keeping Owen a secret. I just couldn't do it. My family was too big a part of my life for me to lie to them, but I was also scared to death to walk through the door and do it. I was 95% sure they would be fine with it. They'd never had a problem with Brennan and actually treated him like family, so I didn't think they would have any issues with me dating Owen. But it was that other 5%. What if they were okay with it as long as it was someone else's kid? Me. I'm scared. Daddy-o, you don't have to do this. I know, but I want to. Call me if you need me. I don't know what it was about that simple sentence that gave me the courage to open the car door and go inside, but for some reason, that simple statement, call me if you need me, chased away my fears. It would be okay. But if it wasn't, I wasn't alone. Owen was just a phone call away. I pushed open the door and called out that I was there. I didn't get an answer, which meant they were probably sitting out on the patio. That was my mother's favorite thing to do in the evenings. She would put dinner in the oven and then fix herself a glass of wine to drink on the patio while the food cooked. Most evenings my father joined her out there, but especially this time of year because they would have a fire going in the fire pit. That was my father's thing. He loved to sit by the fire. Sure enough, that was where I found them. My father saw me coming through the patio door before I got there and waved. My mother turned to see who he was waving at, and a smile spread over her face when she saw me. I just hoped she was as happy to see me when she found out why I was here. I waved back and held up the bag of wine I'd brought them from the vineyard. I motioned to the kitchen so she would know I was putting it down first. Next, I took a brief detour to grab myself a drink. If ever there was a conversation that deserved a drink, this was it. I opted for something a little harder than wine and poured myself a shot of Maker's Mark instead. The whiskey burned my throat as I downed my first shot for courage. I refilled my glass and joined them outside on the patio. I put the wine I brought for you in the kitchen. I took a seat across from them around the fire pit and tried to look casual. Was it good? I keep saying we should take a trip up there to stay for the weekend. I've heard it's a beautiful place. It was. You two should do it. The vineyard is gorgeous, and the town is great, too. It's a small-town tourist trap, but not in a bad way, if that makes sense. They've played up the small-town charm with lots of fun little shops and things. You'd enjoy it. I took in a deep breath and then went for it. I know Owen and I did. Owen? My father asked. I took a drink of the whiskey to stall for a minute. This was it. I could say, yeah, the buddy I went to the wedding with, and my parents would assume he was a friend they hadn't met yet. Or I could do what I came here for and be honest. Yeah. Remember when I asked you for the name of the place where Uncle Calvin gets his suits? That was for Owen. He needed a new suit to wear to the wedding. My father nodded at me like that made sense and just waited for me to finish. Even as nervous as I was, I couldn't help but smile. That was what he'd always done. He'd never been one to push us for information or yell at us if he was angry. He just sat there with that look that said, go on, and we did. Every time. The man should have been a master interrogator for the CIA or something. Anyway, Owen and I went to the wedding together. Like, as a couple. Well, not as a real couple. I went with him so he wouldn't have to go by himself because it was his ex's wedding, and he was afraid it would be all kinds of awkward if he didn't have a date. That was nice of you, my mother said with a smile that was just as effective as my father's look. Right, well, so anyway, I went with him as a friend, but now we are, I don't know, dating, maybe? We're figuring it out. But I wanted to tell you guys first. That I was dating a guy, I mean. I'm so glad. I've been so worried about you, she said. What? Worried about me? Why? Since things didn't work out with you and Brennan, I was afraid you wouldn't find anyone new. What? Me and Brennan? There wasn't anything between me and Brennan, Mom. We were just friends. I mean, are friends. We still are. He's like my best friend. She raised one eyebrow at me skeptically. You thought me and Brennan were a couple? Really? I mean, yeah. He moved all the way to Austin to be with you without a job or anything, and you two have been attached at the hip for years. Why wouldn't I think so? I don't know, because I never told you I was into guys. Sweetie, I'm your mother. You didn't have to tell me. I stared at her speechless. Now, tell us about your young man. What did you say his name was, Owen? I glanced over at my father to find him looking at me with an amused expression on his face. Really, Pop? Well, most guys don't help their buddies shop for suits, so I kind of figured he was your new guy. That's it? Really, that's all you have to say? What do you want me to say? Nothing, I don't know. I guess I was prepared for you to be shocked. All that matters to us is that you find a partner that makes you happy. My father reached over and squeezed my mother's hand. Now, like your mother said, tell us about Owen. I thought about what to tell them. It was one thing to tell them I was dating a man, but I didn't think the fact that he wasn't my boyfriend but my daddy was something they needed to know. I remembered him saying that what parts of our lives we share is up to us, and what we do or don't do in the privacy of our own homes is none of anyone else's business. Well, he owns his own business. It's a bar here in town called Big O's. Not sure if you've heard of it. They both shook their heads. He's older than I am, I said cautiously, but not by too much. Oh, and he's friends with Ryder. Brennan's Ryder? That's how we met. I felt like I'd done a good job of giving them enough information without it being things they didn't need to know. A bar owner, huh? Those are rough hours, my father said. They can be, yeah. We're figuring that part out, but he loves it. It's like a neighborhood bar, so he has a lot of the same people coming in pretty regularly. I can't really imagine him doing anything else. So, when do we get to meet him? My mom asked. How about you let us actually date long enough to see where this thing is headed before we go the meet the parents route, I said with a laugh. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's going somewhere, or else you wouldn't be sitting here telling us about him, she said. By the time I left my parents' house, I was exhausted. I was both happy and a little shell-shocked. The idea that they'd thought Brennan and I were a couple was, well, hell, I don't know what it was, other than unexpected. Before I left their house, I texted both Stanley and Amy because I knew it wouldn't take long for word to get around. I figured I should tell them in person as well, at the very least. I told them to meet me at the place that we usually met since it was close to both of their apartments, and once I assured them it was nothing bad, they both agreed to come. They beat me there and were waiting for me in a booth when I arrived. Are you eating? Amy asked. We haven't ordered yet. Yeah, I could eat. Want to split a pizza? Sure, I'm in. Not me, my brother said. I'm thinking I want loaded fries. Amy and I shared a look, and both rolled our eyes, and when the server came over, we ordered a large Supreme, no olives, just the way my brother liked it, because we knew, fries or no, he was still going to eat half our pizza. Once the server had taken our order and left, all eyes turned to me. Okay, Key, what's up? Amy asked. I was at Mom and Pop's earlier, and I told them I was dating a guy, I said, waiting for their reaction. And how did that go? Stanley asked. Okay, I guess. They said they thought I'd been dating Brennan. Can you believe that? I asked, looking between the two of them. And when I saw the look on their faces, I gasped in outrage. Oh my God, you guys did too? You knew better, I insisted to Stanley. You used to give me shit about it all the time, and I told you we were just friends. I gave you shit about it to give you a chance to come out, not because I thought it wasn't true. I knew you and Brennan weren't a couple, Amy said. Thank you, I said. I just figured you weren't his type. I figured he was more into guys like Ryder, the more domineering type. You didn't think we weren't together because I wasn't into guys, but because I wasn't Brennan's type? I said in disbelief. Well, you're not his type. But I don't really think he's yours either, she said, giving me a shrewd look. I was about to ask her just exactly what she thought my type was, when Stanley brought the conversation back on track. So, aside from that, how did things go with Mom and Pop? Okay, I guess. I mean, it could have gone worse. It could have been like the commercial where the guy comes out over the holidays and his mom's pissed because she lost the bet to his dad. Stanley burst out laughing. Speaking of which, Amy, you owe me $50. You've got to be kidding me. You were betting on whether or not I was gay? Do you have any idea how insulting that is? I asked, as my sister dug around in her purse for some cash. Not on whether or not you were gay, but on when you would admit it. Stanley said before summer. She pulled out some money and started to hand it over, but I snatched it out of her hand. Well, too bad. You both lose. I'm not gay. I'm bi. I hadn't seen our server walk up, but just as I'd said that, he put the food down on the table in front of us. Why limit yourself, am I right? He said, winking at me, and then turning and walking off. My face turned beet red as the two of them burst out laughing. Chapter 20. Keegan. I hadn't seen Owen for 2 days. It wasn't that long, even if it felt like 100 years, which was stupid. I'd never been one of those guys who wanted to live in the pocket of the girl I was dating. And now here I was, 2 days without seeing Owen, and I was jonesing for a fix. I thought it was ridiculous, but not ridiculous enough to keep me from going to the bar to eat dinner tonight. I'd spent Wednesday night with my family, and then on Thursday I knew all the guys would be at the bar. The last thing I wanted to do was show up when all his friends were around. Today might not be the best night since I knew the bar would be busy, but I figured I'd just pop in, order something to eat, say hi, and then be on my way. I thought about surprising him, but in the end, I decided to see if he wanted me to pick up something to eat. I picked up my phone and pulled up my contacts, smiling when I saw the name I'd given Owen while we were at the vineyard. Daddy-o. Something that had started out as a joke, but now meant something so much more. Me. I thought I'd come to the bar for dinner. I was just going to grab a burger, but if you want me to pick something from somewhere else, I can. Daddy-o. No reason for you to stop for anything. Just come on up here. I'll have your food ready for you. I realized I was grinning like a fool looking at his response, and I shook my head. I was acting like a 16-year-old with a crush. Me. Okay, I'll be there in 20. When I got there, the bar was packed, but Charles caught my eye and motioned for me to go to an empty seat at the far end, where Ryder and the guys usually sat. Then he called back, "Boss, he's here." A couple of minutes later, Owen came out of the back, carrying a plate of food. He grabbed a bottle of my favorite beer on his way to where I sat. He set it down in front of me and leaned across the bar to give me a kiss. "How are you doing, sweetness?" "I'm good, and this looks amazing. I wish I had time to sit down and join you, but we're pretty busy tonight." "I figured it would be, so I didn't expect you would have time. I know Fridays and Saturdays always are busy. I just wanted to see you for a few minutes, and to bring you this." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the key I had made on my lunch break today. "I thought maybe you would want to come sleep at my house after you get off." He took the key but shook his head. "You know it'll be close to 3 in the morning before I get there, right? I hate to wake you up." Brennan used to always say a tornado could blow the house down around me and I wouldn't wake up. It's fine. "I hope someone slipping into bed with you wouldn't go unnoticed." "Oh, I'm sure I'll notice. I just won't care. You remember how I was on our trip, don't you?" "You mean snuggly like an octopus?" he teased. "No, I mean determined to get every minute of sleep I possibly could. Just let me know you're there so I don't freak out, and it'll be fine. I want to wake up to you in my bed. You do know that I don't get up until almost noon, right? You could just as easily just come to my house when it's time for me to get up." "Please, Daddy. I'll sleep better if you're there." He shook his head and rolled his eyes, but I could tell by the quirk of his lip he wasn't really put out. "Fine, I'll come. Now eat your food before it gets cold. I'll be back over here in a few minutes." I enjoyed watching him work while I ate. I'd worried that my being here would cause problems or be a distraction, but it wasn't at all. Every now and then he would catch my eye and give me a wink or smile, but for the most part he was focused on his customers. A couple of the regulars teased him good-naturedly about him kissing me over the bar, but honestly, everyone seemed thrilled that he'd found himself a man, as one guy said. I finished up my second beer and motioned for another one, and a couple of minutes later Owen sat a Coke down on the bar in front of me. "What's this?" "It's a soda. You have to drive home here in a few minutes." I rolled my eyes at him, but I didn't argue. He gave me a quick kiss and went back to work. He was in his element when he was behind the bar, and the customers could feel it. Not that Josh wasn't a good bartender, he was. But Owen brought a different energy that was contagious. When things would slow down a bit, Owen would come and sit across from me and we would talk. But when things were busy, I still had fun watching him work. There was a definite rhythm behind what they did, as the two of them worked together to fill drinks and chat with patrons. He'd created a unique space where everyone felt welcome and comfortable hanging out. If tonight was a good judge of his patrons, they were mostly male and a lot of them were gay, but there were quite a few straight couples as well. It was just a good place to relax and spend a few hours on a Friday night. I stayed way longer than I had planned to, enjoying watching him as he did his thing. Around 10, I started to fade, but I wasn't ready to leave yet. It was still early, and it was the weekend, which meant I could sleep in tomorrow morning. I'd tried to hide it, but it didn't work. Try as I might, I yawned. I couldn't hold it back. I looked at Owen and saw him watching me. He nodded to the customer he was talking to and headed my way. I saw that. What time did you get up this morning? Early. I had to take a call from an overseas supplier, which meant I had to be at the office by 7. But I can sleep in tomorrow. It's fine, I insisted. You can, but there's no reason for you to be sitting here when you could be home sleeping. But I like it here. I'm glad you do. Now, no pouting, just do what I say and go home. I'll be there later. Okay, Daddy. Wake me up when you get there. I will, I promise. Now scoot. Chapter 21. Owen. I pulled up in Keegan's driveway and shook my head. It was 3:30 in the morning, for fuck's sake, and here I was about to show up at his house. This had to be one of the craziest ideas I'd ever agreed to. I'd tried one last time before he left to convince him that he should just come over to my place once he got up, but he just rolled his eyes at me. What's the difference in you showing up to my house in the middle of the night or me showing up at your house at what's basically the middle of your night? It's the same, except this way I get your body next to mine hours sooner. I hadn't been able to argue the point, and now here I was. He had left the porch light on for me so I could see, which was sweet of him. I used the key he'd given me to let myself in, being as quiet as possible. I didn't want to turn on the lights and wake him up, but I wasn't familiar enough with the house to make my way to his room in the dark, so I had my phone out. I was planning on using the light from it to find my way around, but it wasn't necessary. Instead, the low glow of a few well-placed nightlights illuminated the living room and the hallway just enough for me to find my way. I paused in the doorway of his bedroom to watch him sleep. Not in a creepy way, but in a can't-believe-he's-mine kind of way. He was sprawled out on the bed, only partially covered by a sheet. When we were staying at the hotel for the wedding, I'd learned early on that he was the kind of sleeper that took up most of the bed, and that was what he was doing tonight. He'd halfway rolled onto his stomach with one leg stretched out below him and the other pulled up to his side. The sheet was draped across his lower back, but the leg he'd pulled up to the side was out from under the sheet, and his leg was wrapped around it, pulling that side down just enough to reveal his ass cheek. I moved quietly to the far side of the bed, hoping there was enough room left there for me to slip in without waking him up. I knew he'd said that I should wake him, but it wasn't even 4 in the morning, so if I could manage to let him sleep for a few more hours, that was my plan. I quickly removed my clothing, laying them over the back of a chair that sat along the wall. I usually watched a little television or something when I got home. Walking in the door and going straight to bed had never really worked for me, another reason why I didn't think me coming to his place was the best idea. But he'd wanted to try it, and I was quickly learning that I wasn't very good at telling him no. I slowly slid into the bed next to him, trying my best not to disturb him, but it didn't work. The bed dipped as I put my weight on it, and he immediately rolled towards me. "You're home," he murmured, letting out a sigh and settling against me. "Shh, go back to sleep, sweetness," I whispered, brushing a kiss on his temple. "I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can sleep in. Besides, I can think of lots of things I'd rather do than sleep." "Really? Like what? Do you want to play a game of cards? Watch a movie? What?" "Oh, I want to play all right," he said with a wicked grin. "I'm naked. You're naked. I'm sure we can find something to do." "Oh, I'm sure we can," I growled out. Roll over. Chapter 22. Keegan. My mind raced with thoughts of all the things he could do to me with me laying on my stomach, my ass on display. Not that any of them sounded bad, there were just so many choices. I did as he said and rolled over, waiting to see what he would do next. He ran his fingers lightly down my back. You're so fucking beautiful. Lift your hips for me. I went up on my knees and rested the front of my body on my elbows and watched as he moved to the end of the bed so he was behind me. He slowly parted my cheeks and ran one finger down my crack, brushing it lightly over my hole. I groaned and dropped my head to the bed, anticipating what was coming next, even though I didn't know what it was. I'd been prepared for him to finger me or for him to continue to tease my pucker. I expected to feel the cold sensation of lube next, but I wasn't prepared to feel his tongue as he buried his face in my ass and licked at my hole. I'd always wondered what it would feel like to have someone rim me, and it looked like this was my lucky night. He teased my hole, gently but firmly, lapping at it until I thought I was going to lose my mind. Then he probed deeper, sliding the tip of his tongue inside me. Oh, fuck, that feels so good. I grasped the comforter in my hands and held on, fighting the urge to come. I was so hard I hurt, but I wasn't ready for this to be over. I was breathing hard and just about to ask him to let me come when he pulled back. Then I heard the sound of a condom wrapper tearing, and I sighed in relief. I'd loved what he was doing, but what I really wanted was him filling me up. I'm not sure when I became such a needy bottom, but I couldn't get enough. Next came the click of the lid of the lube bottle, and then his fingers opening me up. Yes, I moaned out, pushing my ass up even higher to give him access. He leaned down over me, covering my body with his own. Tangling his fingers in mine, he pulled my arms back. Then, with one hand, he held them together in the small of my back. With my shoulders pressed down in the mattress and my hands held behind my back, I should have felt helpless. But all I felt was anticipation. He kissed and nibbled my ear gently. One of these days, it won't be my hands holding your arms in place. One of these days, I'm going to tie you up and have my way with you. What do you think about that? I moaned, just thinking about it. I'd never played with bondage before, but it wasn't a hard limit for me. Not with Owen, anyway. I take it you like the sound of that. There are so many things I want to show you, sweetness. But that's something we can talk about later. For tonight, I just want to make you feel good. He pressed his cock against my sensitive hole, and I felt the familiar stretch and burn that I'd come to love as he slid inside my body. He sank in slowly with small thrusts, stretching me further until he was buried deep inside me. He'd released my hands, but I didn't move them. Instead, I clasped my fingers together and kept them in the small of my back where he'd put them. His hands gripped my hips, holding me in place as he began to move his hips. He thrust faster, using shorter strokes, barely pulling out at all before slamming back in again and again. Sensations tore through my body with each thrust as he pegged my prostate over and over, driving me higher and higher. Fuck, I screamed, as my body was consumed with intense pleasure, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. My body tightened, and my cock pulsed as I shot untouched all over the bed beneath me. Owen eased out of me and fell on the bed beside me. Damn, baby, he gasped, trying to catch his breath. I don't remember the last time I came that hard. Same, I managed to say. I didn't tell him that I'd been so lost in my own ecstasy that I hadn't even known when he'd come, but I was glad he had, because I was pretty sure I was too wiped out to do anything about it if he hadn't, and the last thing I wanted was to be one of those guys. Now it's time for sleep. Let's get you cleaned up first, and then yes, time for sleep. We had fallen into a nice routine that worked pretty well for us. At least once a week I took a long lunch break and had lunch with Owen. Sometimes I woke him up and spent the whole lunch break in bed. On those days, he would always send me back to work with something to eat. My brother got a big kick out of it on those days because somehow I took a long lunch and still had to eat at my desk. Some days he would come by the office and pick me up, and we would go out to eat. One day he even joined me, my father, and Stanley at a bistro pub near our office. As worried as he'd been that our schedules would be a problem, I thought things were going pretty smoothly. I especially loved the nights he would come to my place after he closed. He always tried not to wake me up, but it never worked. Not that I minded. Why would I rather sleep all night alone when instead I could wake up for a quick blowjob before finishing out my night's sleep in an orgasm-induced coma? Because yeah, the sex really was that good, especially once we both got tested and ditched the condoms. I also made a point to come by the bar at least one night a week to eat. Owen usually managed to take a quick break and eat with me, but even if that didn't happen and all I did was sit at the bar to eat my food and chat with him when he wasn't too busy, I enjoyed it. I liked watching the rhythm behind the bar. I also loved watching him interact with the regulars. I wasn't at all surprised his bar had been so successful. You could tell he liked the people that hung out there, and he enjoyed talking with them. I never went in on Thursdays unless I was with Brennan and the guys, because I knew how much Owen liked Daddies Night, as Bren called it, and I didn't want to take time away from his friends. I tried to go in on Wednesdays most weeks, because it was a pretty slow day, and there was the best chance of me getting him to myself in his office for a little while. That was the plan for today, anyway. I stopped on the way there and picked up Italian food. He loved the baked tortellini with pink sauce from a place not far from the bar. I brought in the food and set it on the bar. "Hey, Keegan," Josh called. "O's in the office." "Okay," I said. It looked pretty busy, and I didn't want to bother him. "I'm just going to grab us a couple of drinks to go with our dinner." He nodded, letting me know he heard me, as he set 2 completed drinks on a tray and started on another. I watched as he set that one on the tray with the others and then slipped out from behind the bar to carry it over to a group that sat at a table. "Do you need me to get Owen?" I asked. "Nah, I got this." I grabbed the drinks and took the bag through the doorway that led to his office. He looked up when I walked in. He smiled and came around the desk to take the food and drinks out of my hands. "Smells wonderful," he said. "It's the garlic knots. They always smell like heaven." He leaned down near the crook of my neck and inhaled. "I wasn't talking about the food, sweetness." I felt my face heat, and I knew I was blushing. How did this man do that? He said the most ridiculous things to me, but instead of them coming across as corny or stupid, they were sweet and sexy. "Just eat your food," I insisted, pushing his chest. He brushed his lips across mine and went back to his seat. "Okay, what all do we have?" "I have baked lasagna, you have baked tortellini, and we have a salad and garlic knots to split." "Perfect. Were the guys doing okay out there?" "Yep, Josh had everything under control." He took a bite of his tortellini and closed his eyes. That hits the spot." He shoved a stack of papers that sat in front of his computer off to the side to make room for the salad and garlic knots. I pulled off a piece of the bread and dipped it in the oil the restaurant sent. Then I motioned at the pile. "So, is that what you're working on?" "Yeah," he said, rolling his eyes. "I hate it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love running the bar, but the paperwork part sucks. It sucks trying to keep track of all the alcohol and food and the workers' hours. I spend way more time back here than I want to. I'd much rather spend my time out front at the bar." "Isn't there a way you could automate a lot of that?" "Probably, but I'm not really much of a computer guy. When I first opened, I had a friend who was into spreadsheets and shit come in and set all this up for me, and it's what I've been using ever since." "Gotcha. You should let me take a look at it. Inventory and P&L is kind of my thing." "If you have ideas of how to make this easier, I'm open to hearing them. We'll have to set up a time for you to come in and sit down with me and go over all of it. But that isn't why you're here tonight, and my lack of computer savviness is as boring as the work. Tell me, what did you do today?" "Same old stuff. My whole job is boring, not just part of it. At least you get to spend most of yours out there talking with people at the bar. I just look at jewelry and numbers all day long. I did have lunch with Brennan today, though, and we're going to come here tomorrow night for boys' night, which I'm now apparently required to attend." "Do you not like hanging out with the other boys?" I do, it's just hard to explain. I don't really feel like I fit with them. Do you think that's because this whole thing is so new for you? No, I don't think that's it. I think it's more because I see being your boy as an aspect of our relationship, not as my identity, if that makes any sense. I don't think of myself as a boy, just as your boy. That makes perfect sense to me. You know there's no right or wrong way for us to do this. All that matters is that we're both happy with the way things are going, and I can't speak for you, but I know I'm very happy. I am. I feel like having some rules for me to follow in some areas makes me feel more in charge in others. And I know that doesn't make sense because your rules don't have anything to do with what I can or can't do, not like Travis or Gavin. They both have to check with their daddies before they can do just about anything. But still, just knowing you're there makes me feel more sure of myself somehow. I don't know how to explain it. I think it's because of your crazy rule that I have to call you first when anything happens. I feel as if I have a phone-a-friend option all the time, and knowing you're there if I need you makes me more confident in my decisions. I'd felt stupid trying to explain what I meant, but when I looked up at him, I knew that what I'd said was exactly the right thing, because he was looking at me like I was something special. Boy, get over here. He opened his arms and waited while I got up from where I sat and came around the desk. Then he pulled me down into his lap and wrapped his arms around me. I think I'm too big to be sitting in your lap like this. Nope. You're perfect. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 23. Owen. I handed the guys another beer and then pulled my stool up to my side of the bar and took a seat. Ryder, Max, Cooper, and Lucas had arrived about an hour ago, but this was the first chance I'd had to sit and talk with them. It was busy for a Thursday, and my part-time bartender, Charles, had called in sick. I could have called Josh to see if he could come in, but I hated to ask him to give up his night off. Besides, Thursdays normally weren't this busy. So, how are things going with closing earlier some nights? Lucas asked. I haven't seen much of a drop in revenue on those days, and what drop there has been was offset by not having to pay staff for those hours. So far, so good. I also haven't noticed that it hurt business the other nights. I was a little worried that if I closed early Sunday through Tuesday that people would find someplace else to go and I'd lose regulars, but that doesn't seem to have been the case. Good deal, Ryder said. Sounds like Keegan was onto something with that then. He's really smart where business is concerned. Brennan says his talent is wasted working for his father, Ryder said, confirming what I already suspected. He says when they were in college, Keegan was always the one who wowed their professors and caught on the quickest. I'll believe it. So things are going pretty good for you two then, huh? Max asked. They are. Better than I'd even hoped. He's exactly what I needed. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about suggesting we move in together. I already spend Friday through Sunday nights at his house. Wow, you're serious, aren't you? That's awesome, man, Cooper said. Damn, you were the last holdout. Just think, this time last year, other than Max, we were all single. Now not a one of us is. I told y'all when you found the right boy, you would find a way to make it work. True enough, I agreed. How about another round on the house? I got up to get them their beer when the door opened, and all 6 boys came in. Travis, Gavin, and Simon were dressed like they were going clubbing. Brennan and Ben were dressed casually in jeans and T-shirts, and Keegan looked like he'd come straight from work. They were loud and acting silly, and damn, I was glad to see them. I liked Keegan's friends. They were great guys, but I liked seeing him with the other boys. They all came over to where the guys sat to say hi before they went to their table. Keegan came around the bar and gave me a kiss. Where's Charles? He called off, so it's just me tonight. Is he okay? That isn't like him. Yeah, he's fine. His son is sick. His husband has to work a shift at the hospital, and they didn't want to leave him with a sitter if he wasn't feeling well. That makes sense, he said. A group of college-age guys came in and sat at the far end of the bar. I'll get our drinks. Don't worry about us. I watched him for a minute while he got all the boys' orders and then set to work getting them all drinks. As he walked by me, I grabbed him for a quick kiss, and then went to take the order from the guys who'd just come in. I took their order and barely got it to them before another crowd came in. This was insanely busy for a Thursday, and I was kicking myself for not calling Josh. I considered calling him now, but I figured by the time he got here, the rush would be over and would just be a normal Thursday night business. I popped into the kitchen real quick to drop off their orders so I could get back to the group that had just come in, but when I hurried back out, Keegan had taken the drinks he had for the boys to their table, and he was back behind the bar, taking orders and getting drinks. One of the regulars motioned that he wanted another beer, and I grabbed it and took it to him. "You got yourself a good one there," he said, tipping his head towards Keegan. "Yep, I'm a lucky son of a bitch," I agreed, watching him for a minute while he interacted with the customers like he was born to work behind a bar. We worked together like that for a couple of hours until it slowed down enough for one person to manage it. I grabbed him and pulled him with me into the office for a kiss. I didn't have but a minute, but I wanted to make sure he knew I appreciated him. "Thank you, sweetness. We're never that busy on Thursday. I don't know what I would have done without you." "You would have managed, Daddy, but I'm glad you didn't have to." "Me too. Now go enjoy the rest of your evening with your friends." "Okay, they're probably about ready to leave by now anyway, which is fine by me. I had more fun working with you than I would have had sitting over there listening to them gossip." Chapter 24. Keegan. I was really looking forward to tomorrow night. Tuesdays were easily my favorite day of the week, because that was our date night. This week was different because we were planning to go out. Most nights we stayed in and watched movies, but what mattered to me was that Owen took that time off so we could be together. I didn't ask him to do it. I never would have expected him to change his schedule for me, but he was so worried that our schedules would be the thing we couldn't find a way around that he was determined to do everything he could to make it work. Honestly, the fact that he was so worried about it meant as much to me as him taking the time. I'd tried to tell him that he was worried about nothing, and I was perfectly happy with the way things were working. I enjoyed the evenings I hung out at the bar, as well as the lunches we grabbed during the week. And my favorite was him coming to my house when he got off work, crawling into bed with me on the weekends so I could wake up with him snuggled up behind me. But he was determined I needed more, which was why this week, instead of staying in and watching a movie, we were going out to dinner. I popped a piece of toast in the toaster and fixed myself a cup of coffee to go, then shot off a text to Owen, same as I did every morning. I knew he wouldn't see it for hours, but he insisted that he wanted me to text him first thing, so I did. My toast popped up and I grabbed it, smearing some butter on it as I walked out the door. I was leaving for work later than usual, and I hated being late, so I rushed out the door and went straight to the office. I got there right on time and started looking through the files on the seller I'd be going to see next month when my intercom buzzed. "Are you in, Keegan?" My father's voice boomed, scaring me half to death. "I'm here." "Great. Can you come into my office for a few minutes? I need to go over something with you." "Now?" "Yes, please. Stanley's already here. We're waiting on you." "Okay, I'll be right over." If Stanley was already here, it must be something that pertained to both of us. I hoped there wasn't a problem with the Albuquerque order from a month ago. One of the main reasons I hated having to go on a buying trip without having the time to prepare is because, without it, things can go wrong. I got a good feeling from Mr. Sanchez, though, so I really felt confident in moving forward with the order. Hopefully I didn't read the situation wrong. We were counting on his line to be a large part of our summer inventory. He'd managed to put a new flair on the traditional Southwestern-style jewelry he designed, and I thought it would sell really well. "Hey, Keegan," my father said when I entered the room. "I know this is short notice, but I need you to go to Nevada and meet with Felipe Chavos. I've heard great things about his work. You'll leave tomorrow morning and meet with him the next day. We're thrilled with the designs we have for the summer, and we want to add a second designer with the same look and feel. His file is right here." He pushed a binder sitting on the desk in front of him over towards me. "But Felipe isn't one of my sellers. He's Stanley's." I shifted my gaze over to my brother, and he at least had the decency to look apologetic. "I don't see why I should have to go. Our agreement was that I would handle the East and he would handle the West. The last time I checked, Nevada was definitely to the west." "True, but sometimes we just have to do what needs to be done." "And why can't he do what needs to be done?" I turned to glare at Stanley. This is the third time this year I've had to handle one of your sellers." "Something came up. What's the big deal? Besides, you never seemed to mind," he insisted. "No, I always minded. I just didn't want to complain. Do you think I was thrilled about having to go to Albuquerque the day after I got back from a trip?" "I was sick that time," he grumbled. "And when I covered Denver so you could go to Rich's wedding? Or how about when I covered Portland so you could go to that playoff game with Brad? Do you think I wanted to do those?" My father and my brother just stared at me like I'd lost my mind, and I could see why they would think that. I'd never complained about doing what I needed to in order to get the job done, but I was tired of it. When I made arrangements with a designer or a wholesaler to go and see their product, I considered that a commitment, just like any other business appointment. If something else came up that I wanted to do, but I had a trip planned, I had to decline. I didn't just push those appointments off onto someone else. I might not enjoy the trips. Okay, that's an understatement. I truly disliked them. But that didn't mean that I didn't want to do the best job possible. I spent time looking at each person's portfolios and comparing them to our current line so I could make a good decision on what pieces to buy. It wasn't just a matter of hopping on a plane. They were both just looking at me, so I rolled my eyes. Fine, whatever, I'll do it. I snatched up the binder. I'll call Owen and change our plans. We weren't doing anything special. I turned on my heels and left. I could feel them both watching me as I left, but neither of them said anything to stop me. I checked my phone and saw that it was almost 11 in the morning, which meant Owen was probably up. I dialed his number and waited. "Hey, sweetness, what's up?" "Just one of those days. Are you and Noah running today?" "We are, but not until 2. What do you need?" What did I need? Well, that was a good question, wasn't it? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. How about a hug? You sound kind of like you could use one. Yeah, I chuckled. A hug would be good right about now. Well, luckily for you, I have plenty of them. Why don't you come over for lunch? I felt my body relax, and just knowing that he knew what I needed and that he was waiting on me helped. Sounds good. I'll be there in about an hour. I have some things I need to do here first. Like pull together a bunch of research to do Stanley's job. Perfect. I'll have lunch ready when you get here. I went to my office and shut the door, tossing the binder on my desk. I didn't even bother to find out what Stanley needed to do that was so important he had to bail. Not that it mattered. I flopped down in my chair and sighed. I didn't really have time to pout. If I was going to be ready to leave tomorrow, I needed to dig in and see what I could learn about the designs and the way this guy's business worked. Most designers had a lot of one-of-a-kind completed work that we could purchase, so we had to buy different pieces to make sure we had a good selection of items to display in each of our stores. That was the main difference between buying from designers and buying from wholesalers. Wholesalers had mass-produced pieces that allowed us to offer the same pieces in each store. Most of our stock came from wholesalers, but my father believed in supporting independent artists, and he also loved that it meant our customers would have to pop into the different stores to see what was there. I opened the binder to look at the information and cringed. Nothing I saw here was anything I'd be interested in, which explained why Stanley pawned it off on me. He didn't want to have to go all the way there just to tell the artist no thank you. Well, guess what? Neither did I. But for some reason my father was into it, which meant I'd have to find something worth buying. Fuck, I hated this. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes, trying to come up with one thing about this whole situation that wasn't pure shit, and failing. Chapter 25. Owen. An hour was good. That meant I'd have time to order him something for lunch. Normally I would have tried to find something healthy since I knew he didn't eat properly, but today he needed something else entirely, and I knew just the place. Then I called Noah and let him know I wasn't going to go running today. There was a good chance Keegan would show up, eat lunch, and then have to go to get back to work, but on the off chance that he needed me here, I wasn't going to leave. He'd sounded, I don't know, defeated, maybe, and that wasn't like him at all. It could be nothing, simply one of those days, or it could be something, and I wanted to be here just in case. The food arrived about 10 minutes before his arrival. I put it in the oven on warm so it would still be nice and hot when he got here, which turned out to be a good thing, because it took him a little longer than an hour. He looked like it had been a bad day, all right. Annoyance and frustration showed in the tenseness of his shoulders, but what I really didn't like was the deep sadness I saw in his eyes. I did the only thing I knew to do, and opened my arms. He didn't hesitate, but just stepped right into my embrace. I wrapped my arms around him and held on tight. I was worried at first that something horrible had happened. He was obviously more upset than one of those days warranted. "What happened?" I asked, as I ran a soothing hand up and down his back. You ever had one of those moments where reality slaps you right upside the head, and you realize that you hate everything about your life? Everything is a lot, I pointed out gently. But at the same time, I was hoping that what we were doing here wasn't the cause of his distress, or of reality hitting him upside the head. He chuckled and wiggled in a little tighter against me. Okay, not everything, just most things. I have to go out of town on a business trip in the morning, so I'll have to cancel tomorrow night. Okay, I said. We'll do it another night. Normally we had dinner at his house and watched movies. He joked about how I'd been working so hard for so long I'd probably missed all the good movies that had come out over the last 5 years, so he was making it his mission to catch me up. I always looked forward to our Tuesdays no matter what we did, but I knew this one was a little different because instead of our normal movie night, we were actually going out. But it wasn't a big deal, at least not big enough for him to be this upset over it. I know, it isn't that. It's hard to explain. Well, let's go have a seat, and you can tell me all about it. He stepped back and gave me a smile that told me that was exactly what he needed, to just talk whatever this was through. Lunch is in the oven keeping warm. Let me grab it, and we can eat while we talk. What is it? It smells heavenly, he said. I ordered you some brisket mac and cheese from Dub's. Oh, that sounds amazing. You sounded like today was a comfort food day. He ducked his head, but I could see his smile. Thank you, Daddy. That's exactly what I needed today. I kissed him on the temple and then pushed him towards the couch. Go have a seat. I'll be right there. I still had no idea what had upset him, but I could tell it was a big deal to him, whatever it was. I grabbed our food, a couple of bottles of water, and silverware. Today seemed like a good day to chill on the couch and eat gooey, cheesy food covered in barbecue sauce. When I entered the living room, he was sitting on the couch in the middle with his head thrown back and his eyes closed. But as soon as I set the food on the coffee table in front of him, his eyes opened and he sat up. I didn't realize how hungry I was until you said mac and cheese. I took my seat beside him. What did you get? He asked, reaching over with his fork to try to move the paper covering my food. I got a burger and fries. Nothing exciting over here. You just keep your fork over there in your own food. No problem, since my food is amazing. He snatched one of my fries, dipped it in the sauce on the top of his dish, and popped it in his mouth. I watched while he took a few bites of his food, and once I thought he'd relaxed enough to talk, I prodded him a little. What was this grand revelation you had today about your life? I don't like my job, he said, in a way that sounded like he'd just confessed to murder or some other great sin. I didn't think you did, I said. I mean, I didn't get the impression you hated it, but I also didn't think you seemed overly thrilled with it. Working with family is complicated, he said. I mean, I love my family, but it's hard, right? Because they see you a certain way. Like you have a role in your family, and then you go to work for them, and they bring those expectations to the workplace. I can see that. It would make things tough. Especially when your brother bails on his responsibilities. I take it it's because of your brother that you have to take this trip? Yeah, he had it scheduled, but something came up, and he decided he'd rather do that than his job. So I'm supposed to just cover for him and go to Nevada. He put down his fork and turned to me. Anyway, so yeah, Nevada. He rolled his eyes. That's when I got to thinking how much I hate it. All of it. So, did you tell your father you didn't want to go? I did. And that's when things went south. He told me sometimes we had to do things we didn't want to do to get the job done. I told him I thought Stanley should do it. It turned into a whole thing that ended with me saying that I'd do it and leaving. I was trying to understand exactly what transpired. Your father didn't agree that Stanley should have to go? I don't know. I just left. I had stuff to do to prepare for this trip. Not that I got it all done, because I was too busy wondering why I was doing it. But then I remembered what a great opportunity it is for me working there. Do you have any idea how many of the people I went to school with are still trying to find work in their field of study? But that was never a problem for me. I always knew I had a job to come home to. I knew I even had a house. I should be grateful, not pissed off because my brother's a selfish asshole. Then he let out a whole-body sigh. Except he isn't a selfish asshole. He's just doing what he always does because I always let him, both at home and at work. Like you said, working with family can be complicated. He nodded. I've always been the one who tried to make everyone happy. Go along to get along. But this isn't the same thing as agreeing to go bowling instead of going to play paintball. What would you do if you didn't work there? I asked. I don't know. He shrugged. It's just what I was always going to do. There was never any question. The only question was what I'd do for the company, not if I would work there or not. But do you want to work there? I don't. And that was what I realized this morning. But I don't know what I want to do about it. What would your family think about you leaving the company? I don't know, and I sure wouldn't want to find out today. He would just think I was throwing a fit. Well, I wasn't really suggesting that you just quit your job. I just wondered what you thought they would say. I think, as long as I had a plan and was happy, they'd be fine with it. But I'd have to know what I wanted to do instead. I may have inherited the house, but I still have bills to pay. It seems to me that you have some thinking to do. If you're really unhappy with the way things are, you have to take steps to change it. No one else can fix that for you. I wish I was like you and had something I loved to do. I reached for him and pulled him against me. I do love the bar, but it isn't all great. There are parts of the job I hate. I think that's with anything you do. Maybe you could just find something else in your father's company that you enjoyed. I don't know what that would be. I don't like sales. Hell, to be honest, I don't really love jewelry. Well, whatever you decide, I'm here. But I do think you should think about making a change. Life is too short for you to spend every day going to a job you're unhappy at. I know you're right, and I just kept thinking it would get better. But something else I realized today is that I don't think there is any fixing it. I just don't want to work there. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. And I should have a career I love. Yes, sweetness, you should. Chapter 26. Keegan. On my way back to the office, I thought about how I was going to handle this. This would be so much easier if it were a normal job and not a family business. I wouldn't hesitate to go to my boss in a regular job with an issue, but instead this felt more like me complaining and tattling on my brother. I decided I would go and see my father and let him know that I didn't mind covering in case of emergency, but that I didn't want to cover for Stanley just because he wanted to do something else. I didn't want him to think I didn't care or that I didn't want to get the job done, just that I wasn't willing to have my schedule disrupted for no good reason at all. That was my plan, anyway. But when I arrived, I wasn't there but a minute before Stanley knocked on the door and then poked his head inside. "Hey," I said cautiously. I didn't want him to be mad at me. We'd always been close as brothers, and the last thing I wanted was for work to cause a problem between us. Plus, like I'd told Owen, my brother wasn't a bad guy. I'd taught him that it was okay to treat me the way he did, so why would he think there was anything wrong with it? "Hey, I was watching for you to get back. Sorry, I took a long lunch. I just needed some time to think. I was starting to think maybe you weren't coming back today. Nope, I have some things I need to get done today." He reached over and took the notebook with the file on the seller in Nevada. "Well, you won't need this. I called them and postponed the meeting until next week so I can handle it." I said I'd do it, I insisted. I know you did, but you were also right. It's my account, and I need to handle it myself. So I did. Stanley, I said, not sure what to say. I felt bad, but I also felt heard. Yeah, he said, taking a seat. I think I should look for another job. What? He asked. But I said you were right. I should have had more respect for your time than that. I don't want you to leave. I know, but it doesn't really have anything to do with that. I looked around, making sure we were alone, like maybe someone was lurking in the corner of my office. I don't like working here. Do you? Yeah. I mean, there are things that suck about it, but I figure there are things that suck about all jobs. But I love traveling around to different cities and meeting with different sellers. I especially love finding independent artists whose work we can feature. With a volume that we could potentially purchase if people like their stuff, that could be life-changing for them. And I love that. Don't you? I shrugged. I don't not like it. Not that part, anyway. It's all the rest of it. I don't like traveling, and I hate staying in hotels. But the main thing is, I'm just really not a jewelry guy. I don't get it. Like, why would anyone pay so much for a piece that they could just as easily get for a quarter of the price with a synthetic stone? And why should some poor sap have to pay out a couple months' salary for a ring to prove he loves someone? Actually, now they say it's 3 months. That doesn't help. It's worse. For heaven's sake, that's like a down payment on a house. He laughed. Not even close. But yeah, still, it's a lot. I don't really think anyone pays attention to those guidelines. It's just crap those magazines publish to make people think other people actually live like that. I hope they don't. That's a crazy amount of money to spend on a ring. Don't tell Amy that, he said. And he was right. I would never say that in front of Amy. She loved her job managing the store, and she loved jewelry. Always had. See, that's what I'm saying. I shouldn't be working here. I'm not like you guys. Does Dad know you think his life's work is all a big scam? He teased. I didn't say it was a scam. I picked up my Texas Rangers stress ball and threw it at him. His arm shot up, caught the ball, and he laughed. I know there are plenty of people who love jewelry and who value the quality of stones Lynn Richards' jewelry carries. I get that. I'm just not one of them. Why haven't you ever said anything? You could have gone to school for something else. I know. I guess because I have no idea what I would do if I didn't work here. Believe me, if there was something else I really wanted to do, I would have said so, but there isn't. Some people just know what they want to do, you know? Like Steve, he always knew he wanted to be a teacher, and he loves his job. Or my friend Gavin, the one I told you about that makes the pottery. You should see the way his eyes light up when he talks about his work. Or Amy, even. You know how jazzed she is over things like new trends in jewelry. There's nothing I like that I get excited about. So you don't like it here, but you don't know what you'd rather do. Exactly. I feel stuck. Dude, that sucks. What's your plan? I sighed and hung my head. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Isn't there anything that you find fun? Like any of the jobs you had in college, or anything that just seems really interesting? Not really. I worked in a coffee shop, and that wasn't horrible, but it wasn't fun. I worked in the bookstore on campus, and that was good, but mostly because I got to meet lots of hot girls who were shopping there. I chuckled. You have Owen now, so I don't think that needs to be a factor in you finding a new job. He laughed. Probably not, I agreed. Owen would be less than thrilled with me choosing a new job because of hookup potential. Although, speaking of Owen, that's the one place I've worked that is fun. Not that I actually work there, but I've helped out sometimes when he's really busy, and I like it. It's fun. Yeah, but what part is fun? The actual work, or getting to flirt with your boyfriend all night while he's at work? For sure the flirting. That and getting to see all the guys and girls' dreams crash and burn when they realize he's taken. I swear, that man has no idea how many people who came into that bar on a regular basis were hoping to get a shot with the hot bartender. But he's so focused on the business, he never notices. But he noticed you, Stanley pointed out. It just took months of me flirting and a trip out of town together for him to see me. I shook my head. Silly man. I love seeing you so happy, Key. And I'm sorry about the Nevada thing. I really didn't realize you minded. I know. I should have said something sooner. What are you going to tell Pop? I have no idea. I need to really think about this. This is a great job and a great company, so it would be silly to leave just because. I need to figure some things out first. I think he'll be okay with it, though, as long as I have a plan. I'm sure he will. All he wants is for us to be happy, and they were cool with you dating Owen, so surely this isn't as big a deal as that. I nodded. I know. I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, there are plenty of Richards to continue on with the tradition. Between me, you, Amy, and our cousins, they're soon to reach the point of having to create jobs out of thin air for us. All right, so that's what we're going to cover the next few months. We'll commence Operation Find Keegan a Passion. He stopped and got a funny look on his face. One that's not a hot bartender. That's a totally different kind of passion. He winked at me, and I picked up the Texas Stars stress ball that sat next to where the Rangers one had been and threw it at him, hitting him in the forehead this time. Ouch. I didn't see that one coming. I don't think it's going to be as easy as you make it sound, but I'm on board. Just don't say anything to anyone until I have a chance to decide what I want to do. You've got it. Now, since you don't have to go out of town tomorrow, why don't we go get something to eat at the bar tonight? Then you can see your boyfriend, and I can get some of those insanely tasty onion rings. Sounds good to me. Okay, I have a few things left to do today, and then we can get going. He took the binder with the notes on his client with him and left. I sat there for a minute, thinking about our conversation. It had felt good to finally tell someone that I really didn't like the job here. I'd felt that way from the beginning, but I had it in my head that I should just be grateful that I had a job like this waiting for me when I'd finished school, that I didn't ever even think about doing anything else. No one in my family had ever asked me what I wanted to do. It was just assumed that I'd come back home and go to work for Lynn Richards Jewelry. There had been constant reassurances that I'd never have to worry about finding a job because I'd have one here waiting for me. It had never even occurred to me to do something else. Why would it? My family was here, my house was here, and my life was here. Brennan and I were going to have a long talk about this. He knew me better than anyone else, and I felt like his input would be really valuable. However, not tonight, because tonight I was going to go hang out with my brother and flirt shamelessly with my man. Amy ended up joining us. We ate really bad for us food, drank too much beer, and laughed until our sides hurt. Stanley had been true to his word, and he didn't bring up me leaving, which I appreciated. I didn't want to tell Amy until I knew what my plan was. When it came time to leave, Owen turned the bar over to Josh and left early so he could make sure I got home okay. I wasn't really that drunk, but if he wanted to come home with me and spend the night, I wasn't going to argue with him about it. When we got back to my house and were settled in for the night, Owen threw me a curveball that I hadn't expected. He kissed my temple in that gentle way he had that made my heart do weird little flutters, and then rolled over towards me. You know, I was thinking, I spend a lot of my nights over here. Maybe we should consider making that a permanent thing. What do you mean? Like you moving in here? I asked. Sure. I mean, I would have asked you to move in with me, but that doesn't really make sense since you own this place, and I know you love it. I sat up and looked at him, making sure he was serious. I didn't expect this at all. I thought he would want to keep separate places because of our schedules, or because he wanted his own space, or just because he wasn't as serious about me as I was about him. And while I knew that last one wasn't true, because he showed me how much I meant to him 1,000 different ways, part of me still hadn't been sure. I mean, we don't have to if you think it's too soon. No! I rushed to stop him before he could decide I didn't want him here. It's not too soon. You just surprised me is all. Yes, please, move in. He leaned in and kissed me. You have more than one room, so I figure if it makes things too difficult for you to sleep, I can always crash in one of the spare rooms when I come in at 3:30 in the morning. Oh, no, you don't. If you live here, you sleep here. I'll adjust to your schedule just fine. When do you want to move in? Chapter 27. Owen. After Keegan left the house to go to work, I considered going back to sleep, but because I'd left early last night, I wasn't all that sleepy. I sent Noah a text and asked him if he wanted to skip our run and go grab breakfast instead. He jumped right on that and agreed to meet me at the diner just up the street. I wanted to run the idea of me moving in with Keegan by him and see how he wanted to handle the house. I was trying to decide how to bring it up when he did that weird thing he does where it's like he plucks the thought right out of my brain and says what I'm thinking. Things seem to be going really well with you and your boy. They are, I agreed. Have you given any thought to moving in with him, maybe? Y'all could buy a place of your own. You know, one that's big enough for both of you. I wasn't sure, but I thought there was almost a hopeful tone to his voice. I was actually going to talk to you about that. He owns his home, so I was thinking about moving in with him. I just wasn't sure what you wanted to do about the house. I could pay you for a few months until you found someone else. You know, I never would have asked you to move out of the house. It's yours for as long as you want to stay there. But we had someone approach us with an offer to purchase it. Are you serious? Just out of the blue? Yeah, they were looking for a house in that neighborhood, and they're friends with one of the guys Neil works with. Anyway, they knew we had the house and mentioned it to them. They want to buy it without even seeing the inside. They said it is exactly what they were looking for. And you're sure it's legit? Yeah, they're moving here from California, and apparently they made enough on the sale of their house there to pay cash for this one here. And they offered a good amount. Well, shit, Noah. That's awesome. How soon do they want me out? I can make it happen over the weekend. You don't have to be out that quick. I haven't even told them we'd accept the offer yet. Do it. I might not have everything out that fast, but it won't take me long. I spend most of my nights over at Keegan's place anyway. I shot a text off to Keegan, letting him know. Me. Just talked to Noah, and he has a plan for the house if I move out. I'm good to start packing. Keegan. I have a bunch of boxes left from when I was packing up my aunt's stuff. They're in the attic. I'll drop them off after work today. Sounds good. I don't have that much stuff. We'll have to decide which furniture to keep and what to get rid of. We should keep your living room furniture. It's nicer than mine. We can figure all that out later. Don't forget, tonight is date night. Like I'd forget that. Have a good day at work. I'll see you when you get off. It's really nice to see you smile like that. I would say again, but you know, I don't remember you ever smiling like you do when you talk to Keegan. I like it. I love him, Noah. 100% head over heels. Love him. Have you told him that? Not yet. Give me a minute. I don't want to scare him to death. I did ask him to let me move in with him, and he said yes, though. So that's progress. You're an idiot. I'm pretty sure if he didn't feel the same way, he wouldn't have agreed to let you invade his home. I mean, I'm sure your bedroom skills are adequate, but I doubt they are, yes, I will cohabitate with you on a permanent basis just so I can get more daddy dick good. I rolled my eyes. And you call me an idiot. I don't know how Neil puts up with you. Because, dear brother, your moves might not be that good, but mine are. He winked at me and then dug into his breakfast. Chapter 28. Keegan. The only excuse I have for what happened on Tuesday morning was that I was in a fan-fucking-tabulous mood. The day before, I'd been honest about how I felt about my job, something that was maybe the hardest thing I'd admitted out loud. Then I had a great dinner with my brother and sister, something that I'd really needed after earlier in the day. And to top it all off, Owen had asked if we could move in together. I was feeling pretty much insensible, to be honest. Everything was falling into place, and I was on top of the world. I was headed down the hallway to get some copy paper from the supply closet when I ran into my father. He froze when he saw me there. Keegan, what are you doing here? Working? I asked. I mean, what are you doing here in Austin? You're supposed to be in Nevada. Oh, Stanley rescheduled with Mr. Chavez, so I didn't have to go. He's meeting with him next week. Excuse me, he said, in that way that he had let me know my on-top-of-the-world day was headed downhill quick. Stanley called Mr. Chavez and rescheduled. He came in and let me know I didn't need to go yesterday afternoon. I told you to go. I thought I made it clear that I wanted the appointment kept, and for you to go and handle it. First, that display in my office yesterday, and now this. It isn't like you to be disobedient. Disobedient. Like a child. Not like a professional. Not like an employee. Like a child. I took a deep breath while I debated what to do. A week ago, hell, maybe even a day ago, I would have apologized for not following his order. Told him it was a misunderstanding and it wouldn't happen again. Go along to get along. But not today. Today, I no longer wanted to get along. I wanted a job I enjoyed, and I wanted to be treated like an adult in my place of business, not like my boss's youngest son. Mr. Chavez wasn't my client. He was Stanley's. And when he told me he'd handled it, I assumed everything was okay. If that isn't the case, you can take it up with him. You're the one who had us divide them up, east and west. I understand we all want what's best for Lynn Richards Jewelry and have to work together to get things done. I also understand that you're my boss, but I know for a fact you wouldn't change up any of the other employees' schedules like that. The fact that I'm your son doesn't mean you get to treat me like I have no rights as an employee. Keegan, he said in a low voice that almost sounded like a growl. I don't know what's gotten into you lately, but if you don't like the way this company operates, you're always welcome to quit. No one is forcing you to work here. But good luck finding any other job that will start you out with anywhere near the benefits you get from working here. With that, he turned and stalked down the hallway and slammed the door to his office. What the fuck just happened? I turned to go back to my office to find most of the employees standing in their doorways watching. Great. So not only had that just happened, but everyone got to witness it. I didn't speak to any of them. I just hurried to my office and shut the door. I had no idea what to do next, so I did exactly what Owen had told me to. I called him first, and just as I'd known he would, he answered right away. What's up, sweetness? I sank down to the floor, leaning against my door, and tried to figure out how to put what just happened into words. Baby, what is it? He asked gently. I just had a fight with my father over me not going to Nevada. I thought you said Stanley got that pushed back. He did, but my father was angry because he said he told me to go, so I should have just followed his order. Honestly, I'm not sure what he's so angry about. The client was covered. Nothing got missed. He never would have gotten angry at an employee who wasn't his son like that. Not when the job was covered. I think it's like you said the other day. When it's family, it gets complicated. For most of your life, he gave the orders and you just followed them. So he feels comfortable in that role with you. And as your boss, the roles are similar enough that it's easy for him to forget you're an employee. He told me if I didn't like the way he did things, I could always quit. Okay, so quit. You don't like the job. I'm scared. What if he doesn't forgive me for leaving? I'm close to my parents. I don't want to mess things up. Sweetness, I've watched you get more and more dissatisfied with your job and more resentful of the fact that you feel stuck there. Do you think that you can keep working there and it not damage the relationship you have with your father? No, I admitted. So, do you want me to tell you what I think you should do? Yes, Daddy, because I really don't know. I don't think your father's really angry with you. From those times I met you guys for lunch, I could see that he loves both you and your brother. I think he's scared. There's been a lot of changes in your family lately, and I'm going to bet he's feeling a little out of control. Can you see that? I thought about what he said for a minute. I knew my father loved me, and I still stood by what I said the other day about him wanting us to be happy. And if that was true, then what Owen said was the only thing that made sense. We'd had a lot of changes. We all knew that Amy's boyfriend was planning to propose, so she would be starting a family of her own soon, and nothing had been the way everyone expected since I graduated college. I didn't love working at Lynn Richards Jewelry the way both Stanley and Amy did, and I was sure my father could tell. He was a very smart man. I think you're right. His reaction really caught me off guard. It never occurred to me that he would have a problem with the changes we made. It was out of character for him. Even at home, he never loses his cool like that. Okay, so now there's just one question that you have to answer, and it determines what you need to do next. He paused and then said, "Do you want to work there or not?" "I don't," I said, glad he couldn't see me because tears were starting to run down my cheeks. I didn't want to let my family down, and I didn't want to hurt my father's feelings, but I really didn't. "Then what you're going to do is get up, go in there, and talk to your father man to man. You're going to tell him how you feel, and remind him that you love him, and that you not working there doesn't mean you're leaving the family." I don't know. He was pretty upset earlier. Maybe I should give him time to cool down first. And I don't even know what I'd do if I quit. Who would quit a good job for basically no reason when they don't have another one to replace it? First of all, whoever told you that you being unhappy wasn't reason enough? Because let me tell you, sweetness, it is. Second of all, you can work at the bar until you figure out what you want to do. You just need some time to think it all through, and I can give you that. You want me to tend bar? I asked, not hating the idea, but I wasn't sure that he needed another bartender. Sometimes, like the other night when it was busy, but actually I was thinking maybe you could do all that paperwork shit that I hate. To my surprise, I laughed. You really do hate the paperwork. I really do. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Thank you, Daddy. You're welcome, sweetness. I considered hanging up, but there was one more thing I wanted to say. Something I'd been thinking about saying for weeks now. Daddy? Yes, baby. I love you. Baby boy, I love you too. Call me after you talk to your father. I hung up the phone and sat there for a minute, psyching myself up to go talk to my father. When my phone vibrated in my hand, I looked at the screen to see a text from Owen. Daddy-o, you got this. I chuckled at how well he knew me. I stood up, shoved my phone in my pocket, and headed down the hall to my father's office. I paused outside the door and took a few deep breaths. I had no idea how this was going to go. Would he be even angrier with me? Even when I was worried about how he would react to me coming out as bisexual, I wasn't this scared. I knew that even if they were surprised by it, they would support me. I just knew it. But if I told my father that I didn't want to work for Lynn Richards' jewelry, I wasn't as sure about his reaction. He'd dedicated his entire life to this business, as had his father before him. I just didn't know how this would go. I knocked on the door and waited until I heard my father say, "Come in." I pushed open the door and slipped inside, closing it behind me. I turned to face my father and saw him watching me. He looked about as on edge as I felt. "Pop," I started, because this wasn't really about work. It was about much more than that. "I think we need to talk." He nodded in agreement and motioned towards the chair across from his desk. "It seems so. And to start with, I owe you an apology. There was no reason for me to lose my temper with you earlier. I was just taken off guard." "I know. And I should have said something months ago about my issues here at work instead of letting it all pile up. But I didn't. Still, I shouldn't have blown up at you like I did earlier either." "Okay then. What exactly are these issues?" I wish there was an easy answer, that I had some big problem I could tell him about, but I didn't. I heard Owen in my head. Whoever told you that being unhappy wasn't reason enough? So I gave him the only answer I had. It isn't an issue so much as it's just that I don't think this job is right for me. I don't like the travel. I know you're in a new relationship, and that makes it hard to travel. Maybe we could find you a different position if that's what this is about. I appreciate that, Pop. I do. But that really isn't it. I never liked the traveling, even before I got involved with Owen, but I didn't want to complain. But it isn't just that. I know Lynn Richards' jewelry is important to you and to Uncle Calvin, and heaven knows it was to Aunt Ruth. She loved it. But it just doesn't interest me at all. He looked at me like I was insane. This uninteresting business paid for your first car, your college education, and that house you're living in. I know, Pop, and I'm grateful for that. It's just, I need to find something that can mean as much to me as Lynn Richards' jewelry means to you. What would that thing be that would mean so much to you that you would walk away from the family business? I don't know. I never even thought about what I'd do other than work here. But I think it's time I figured that out. I can't hold your position for you while you figure stuff out. Your cousin Krista inquired about the position before you finished school. And if you don't want it, I have no reason not to give her a shot. I think Krista would be an excellent choice. She would do a fantastic job. And she would. Right now she worked in one of the stores, but I was sure she would be an excellent buyer. Knowing that someone hadn't had an opportunity to do a job they wanted to do, so I could sit around and bitch about having to do it, just added to my determination to leave. Me staying wasn't just not fair to me, but it wasn't fair to the other people who worked there either. As a matter of fact, now is actually the perfect time for her to start. We've already chosen the majority of the summer line, so she would have plenty of time to learn everything she needed without wedding season looming over her head. Honestly, I think the best thing would be for me to just go ahead and leave. I have plenty of money saved up. Also, I should probably tell you I've asked Owen to move in with me, so that means I won't have to pay all the bills myself. That seems really quick, doesn't it? I love him, Pop. I can't think of any reason to wait. Okay, if you are sure, I'll give Krista a call and see if she's still interested. Normally, I would say you needed to stay and train her, but I think your brother's perfectly capable of doing that, don't you? I do. Besides, I'm not leaving town. I'm right here, and she can always call me if she has any questions. I do need to tell Amy before it gets out, though, or she'll be pissed. And you're sure you don't just want us to try to find you something else? I'm sure, Pop. Keegan, I need to be honest here. I think this is a mistake. You might not think this is a good fit for you, and maybe working as a buyer wasn't. But I still think if you stay, we could find something for you that would work. I understand that, Pop, and I do appreciate the experience I've had here. He shook his head. I don't think you understand at all. The business world is harsh, and out there, he motioned around vaguely. No one's going to give a shit that you're a Richards. You're going to have to start at the bottom and work your way up. I know that, I insisted. I didn't mention working for Owen. I didn't want him to think my leaving had anything to do with him, because it didn't. He may have given me the strength and confidence to do it, but I wasn't leaving to work for him. I was leaving for me. Fine, he said, and I could tell by his tone he wanted this conversation to be over. I hated disappointing him, but when I thought about what Owen said about how working here could cause more damage to my relationship with my family, I was positive I'd done the right thing. I stood up to leave, but as I reached for the door, I remembered what else Owen told me to tell him. I turned to look at him. Pop, I love you, and I really do appreciate everything you and Mom have done for me. This isn't about the family, just the job. He cleared his throat, and I swear his eyes looked shiny, but maybe that was just mine. Don't think quitting gets you out of your aunt and uncle's anniversary party next month. If I have to suffer through it, so do you. We'll still expect both you and Owen to be there. We'll be there. I stepped out into the hall and closed the door behind me, leaning back against it. Wow. I did it. I quit. I felt amazing. Amazing and nauseous. But mostly amazing. Chapter 29. Owen. After Keegan and I hung up, I called Noah and canceled our run for today. I had no idea how things were going to go for Keegan, and I wanted to be available if he needed me. I was confident in the advice I'd given him, but still, what if I was wrong? What if he quit his job and didn't find another one? I loved the idea of him working alongside me at the bar, but I didn't think that was a good long-term solution for him. He was going to want to do something more challenging. Or what if his father hates me for advising him to quit? How would our relationship hold up if his parents didn't approve? Worst of all, what if I was wrong about his father and he cuts Keegan off? That would break his heart. I started planning to move to kill time while I waited. I put in a call to the guys to see who was available to help me move this weekend. I might not be able to get everything ready to go that quick, but I could be close. And if they could help me with the heavy stuff, I could manage the rest. I was making a list of what would need to be done for me to get moved when my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Keegan. It hadn't taken as long as I expected, but I hoped that was a good sign. "Hey there, sweetness. How are you doing?" "I'm okay. I did it. I quit my job. I can't decide if it was the smartest thing I've ever done or if I'm crazy." "What did your father say?" "He thinks it's a mistake and that I'll have a hard time finding anything as good as working for Lynn Richards' jewelry. But he was okay with it. He made sure I knew we still had to go to my aunt and uncle's anniversary party. Nobody's looking forward to that. It's going to be formal and boring." I was glad he called me and wasn't standing here in front of me where he could see how relieved I was. This was the first time he'd called me for help, and the last thing I wanted was for it to go badly. "The good news is, thanks to you, I have a suit to wear to the party." He chuckled. "That is good news. Anyway, I'm heading home." "Have you had lunch?" "Not yet. I need to tell Stanley and Amy, though, before they hear it from someone else. Stanley knew it was coming, but Amy has no clue. I thought I'd stop by her store on my way home." "Well, why don't you run by there, and then we can have lunch to celebrate." "Celebrate?" "Yes, celebrate. I'm so proud of you for sticking up for yourself and taking this step. I think we should celebrate." "You're proud of me for quitting a good job that paid well when I have no idea what I want to do next?" he asked. "I'm proud of you for doing what you needed to do to make yourself happy." "Thank you, Daddy. And lunch sounds great. I'll go by Amy's store and talk to her, and then I'll meet you for lunch. Just tell me where." "I'm thinking we should have lunch here at my house, so we can celebrate privately." "I love the way you think, Daddy. I'll be there as soon as I finish telling Amy." It didn't take long before I heard the door open, and Keegan called out that he was here. I stopped what I was doing and went to meet him. "Come here, baby," I said, moving towards him with my arms outstretched. He rushed to me and I wrapped him in a hug. "You doing okay?" "I am. Oddly enough, I feel pretty good. Don't get me wrong, I'm also terrified, but I'm good." "Are you running with Noah today?" he asked. "No, not today. Today I'm all yours." "Did you mean what you said on the phone?" "You mean when I said that I love you too?" I asked, and he nodded. "You know I did." "Then show me, Daddy." "That I can do." We headed for the bed, losing our clothing as we went. He beat me in there, and he crawled up into the middle of the bed to wait for me. I chuckled and ran a hand up over his leg. "How on earth did I get lucky enough to end up with you as my boy?" "I feel like I'm the lucky one," he said. I lay down on the bed beside him, kissing and licking his neck. I reached between us, taking both our cocks in one hand, pumping a few times. I used the pre-cum that leaked from both our cocks as lubrication and sped up my strokes. He moaned and rocked against me in time with my hand. I did that until I was close to coming, but that wasn't what I wanted. "I want to be inside you when I come," I said, reaching for the bottle of lube where I placed it on the bedside table. I opened the lid and poured it into my hand. "Sweetness, I want you to look at me." He looked into my eyes, and the desire I saw there almost undid me. I slicked up my cock and reached down, trailing my lube-slicked finger down his crack and over his tight hole. He shivered, but he didn't break eye contact. "You're so tight and so needy for Daddy's cock, aren't you?" I asked, as I slid one finger inside him. He took in a shaky breath and nodded, pushing back against my finger, releasing a moan. "I love the sounds you make. Those little moans and gasps make me want to bury myself deep inside you. So deep you can't tell where you end and I begin." "Yes, Daddy, yes, please," he said on a moan. I pushed inside him, sliding home. I grabbed his hips, holding him in place, pumping into him, hard and fast. He cried out, gripping my shoulders even harder as he held on. "Fuck yes," he cried out, meeting me thrust for thrust. I gripped both his hips with my hands and slowly pulled back out, then thrust back in hard. Out slow, in hard, over and over. I tightened my grip on his hips to hold him in place as I slammed into him. I chased my orgasm, lost in both the sensations of his tight channel around my cock and the sound he made while I fucked him. "Make yourself come for me, baby," I instructed. He reached down to stroke his dick. It didn't take long before he cried out, coming hard, and I was right there with him. I slammed into him deep and hard, staying there as my climax rolled through my body, and I filled him with my cum. I fell to the bed and pushed him up against me, his back to my front, and held him as tremors still ran through my body. "I love you," I said. "Love you too," he said, snuggling back against me. Chapter 30. Keegan. I'd spent the rest of the week getting the house ready for Owen's stuff. I couldn't believe he was actually going to live with me. I kept waiting to wake up and find out it wasn't really happening. We were going to use mostly his furniture. It was nicer and more comfortable, especially his bed. Owen was a big guy, and it made way more sense for us to use his California King instead of my queen-sized bed. The room that used to be Brennan's was empty, so we were going to move my bed in that room. We would donate the rest of the furniture to a charity that raised money for the local youth shelter. I tried to convince Owen to let me start work. I had some ideas for ways to streamline the system he used at the bar to make the management part a lot easier, but he insisted I take a few days off first. He said he'd been doing it this way for 5 years, so another week wasn't going to make a difference. But time off just meant time to think, and all I could think about was what I wanted to do from here. I really wasn't sure. When Owen realized I was stressing over it, he got all daddy on me and told me that he wanted me to work at the bar for a full month before I even started looking for anything else. He said I should just be for a little while, with no pressure. Of course, he was right, so I tried to stop worrying about it. That would be easier once we got him settled in, and I could start working on his paperwork problem. I needed something else to think about besides the fact that I had no plan for my life. But today wasn't a thinking day. Today was a moving day, and I was so excited. Owen had taken Saturday and Sunday off work so we could get everything all situated, and the guys were all coming to help us haul Owen's things across town. They'd rented a small moving truck, and the plan was for them to come by my house first and load up all the stuff to take for donation, drop it off, and then go get Owen's things. They were sure that they could get everything in one trip with it and their pickups. Owen had stayed at his place last night to finish up the packing. I'd been a little miffed about that since I didn't like sleeping apart, but he reminded me that we had a lifetime to spend sleeping together, so one night wasn't going to kill me. He showed up early with the guys, ready to get started. Simon wasn't able to come because he'd gone out of town to visit his family this weekend, and Ben had some kind of work emergency, so he wasn't here. But Travis, Brennan, and Gavin had come with their daddies to help. Owen pulled me into a hug. "I missed you, sweetness." "I missed you too, but that's all on you. I still don't know why you insisted on staying at your old place last night." He just chuckled and shook his head. Then he and Lucas made eye contact in a way that made me think I'd missed something. I started to ask what was going on, but before I could, the boys all came in a rush, ready to get started. "Okay, what can we do?" Bren asked. "Nothing yet. All the things that need to go to the thrift store for drop-off are in the living room, so until they get that stuff loaded up, I guess we are just waiting." "Well, I say waiting calls for donuts," Gavin said. "Where's the closest donut place? I'll go get some." "There's one just around the corner." I grabbed my keys out of the bowl on the table by the door and tossed them to him. "Here, you can take my car." He caught the keys and grinned. "Okay, one assorted box of donuts coming up." He stopped and said something to Cooper on the way out, gave him a kiss, and then left in my car. "Okay, we're going to get this all loaded up," Owen said. "Are you sure you want everything here to go? We can still get a storage unit just in case you change your mind." "No, Daddy. I'm sure all of this stuff should go. I kept anything that meant anything to me." "Okay, we're going to get this all loaded up." He brushed a kiss across my forehead. Okay, guys, everything in this room is going, he called out. I watched as they started loading up the truck. 5 incredibly sexy daddies hauling boxes and furniture while they joked and laughed was a sight worth watching. Are you still thinking about remodeling this kitchen? Bren called from the other room. I decided I'd spent enough time watching and joined him in the kitchen. I am, but not right away. I figure we'll take a little time and adjust to living together first. Then we can make whatever changes we decide. That's smart, Travis said. It's a nice house. I don't think you would have to do much to update it. Just maybe some fresh paint and new appliances. I laughed. You say that, but you haven't seen the bathrooms yet. They're the original tile work, and the color is horrible. Luckily there are 2, so we can do them one at a time and not be without a bathroom. It's the backyard that I love, Brennan said, walking over and looking out the sliding doors. When I was staying here, I loved all the plants your aunt had back here. Travis came to stand beside him. All you need is a privacy fence, and this would be perfect. We were just talking about that the other day. My aunt never wanted one because she was good friends with her neighbors, and they just kind of wandered in and out of each other's yards and houses. But that isn't the case with me. I like the idea of me and Owen having privacy in our own backyard. I think that should be project number 1. It's going to be summer soon, and you'll want to take advantage of this great space you have here. It didn't take long before the guys were pulling out with the truck, and Gavin was pulling back in with the donuts. Here we go, he said, hopping out of my car with 3 boxes from the donut shop. I got extra in case the guys wanted any when they got back. I have coffee if anyone wants any, or there are sodas in the fridge. Coffee, please, Travis said. Good thing I decided to keep Aunt Ruth's kitchen table and chairs, or we'd be eating standing up. I'd always loved this table. It was a throwback to the 70s and had a red top with a strip of metal that ran around the side. The matching chairs were made of metal and had red upholstery. I figured when it was time to redo the kitchen, I would use the table as the inspiration piece to build off of. I love it, Gavin said. It's very retro, which is really in right now. We talked about things I wanted to do to the house, and they shared ideas and opinions on ways to update it without losing the things about it that reminded me of my aunt. The more time I spent with these guys, the more I came to understand what it was about them that Brennan liked so much. As different as they all were, there was something about them that made sense. I may have originally told Owen I didn't think I fit, but I was starting to realize that maybe I did. Maybe with these guys I was able to truly be myself, and I was honored that they wanted me to be a part of their group of friends. This house always felt so homey and welcoming when my aunt lived here. That's the feeling I want to go for. It wasn't fancy. It was just home. I kind of suck at decorating, and according to Owen, he does too. I guess we'll just take it a room at a time and figure it out. For now, I need to go run the vacuum in the living room so they can put Owen's furniture in there. We'd taken so long talking while we ate our donuts that I barely got the floor done before the truck pulled in. I took a look around to make sure I knew where we were going to put everything, and then met them at the door. Owen hopped out of the truck, and so did Ben. I thought Ben was working. Maybe he finished early and met them over at Owen's to help. He opened the door and climbed out, and Owen hurried around the front of the truck to meet him. When he stepped out from behind the door, I could see that he was holding something against his chest, but I couldn't tell what. Owen reached out and took whatever it was, and then turned towards me with a smile lighting up his face. It took a minute for what I was seeing to register, and by the time it did, he was headed up the steps to the house holding the sweetest puppy I'd ever seen. He had ears that were so long I bet he would trip on them if he tried to walk, and the most adorable, sad face. "What on earth?" I gasped, as he handed me the puppy. I looked down at the bundle of squirming dog in my arms, and then looked back up at Owen, except he wasn't standing in front of me. I looked down, and there he was, kneeling on one knee. "Keegan, I love you. I don't just want to live with you. I want everything. Will you marry me?" "You got me an engagement puppy?" I asked. "Oh my goodness, you did. You got me an engagement puppy." Owen chuckled. "Well, for him to be an engagement puppy, you have to say yes." "Of course, yes," I exclaimed. "Check his collar," Owen said, standing back up. I reached around the little guy's neck and found what he was referring to. He'd tied a ring around the hook on his collar with a bow. "Owen Flynn, you are too much. Here, hold him." I handed the puppy back to Owen, untied the bow, and slipped the ring on my hand, then held it up to take a look. "Amy helped me pick it out," he said. "It's perfect," I said around the lump in my throat. It really was. It was my favorite ring from this year's collection, something I was glad I'd mentioned to Amy. It was a tungsten band set with a ring of black diamonds. I was excited about the ring, but I wanted my puppy back. I reached for him, cuddling him close to me as I stepped into Owen's arms. He leaned down for a sweet kiss, and then leaned down to my ear. "I'll show you how happy I am you said yes when we don't have an audience." I looked around, having completely forgotten we had both a yard and a house full of people. Our friends stood around us, smiling while they patiently waited to congratulate us. I turned to Ben. "I thought you had some important job to do today." "I did, silly man. I was on puppy duty," he said with a grin. I woke up that morning so excited for the future we were starting together, and thinking things couldn't get any better. But I'd been wrong. They could. I couldn't wait to see what the future held, because I would be facing it with my daddy by my side. Forever. This concludes Owen by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2022 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. him. But when I thought about what Owen said about how working here could cause more damage to my relationship with my family, I was positive I'd done the right thing. I stood up to leave, but as I reached for the door, I remembered what else Owen told me to tell him. I turned to look at him. Pop, I love you, and I really do appreciate everything you and Mom have done for me. This isn't about the family, just the job. He cleared his throat, and I swear his eyes looked shiny, but maybe that was just mine. Don't think quitting gets you out of your aunt and uncle's anniversary party next month. If I have to suffer through it, so do you. We'll still expect both you and Owen to be there. We'll be there. I stepped out into the hall and closed the door behind me, leaning back against it. Wow. I did it. I quit. I felt amazing. Amazing and nauseous. But mostly amazing. Chapter 29. Owen. After Keegan and I hung up, I called Noah and canceled our run for today. I had no idea how things were going to go for Keegan, and I wanted to be available if he needed me. I was confident in the advice I'd given him, but still, what if I was wrong? What if he quit his job and didn't find another one? I loved the idea of him working alongside me at the bar, but I didn't think that was a good long-term solution for him. He was going to want to do something more challenging. Or what if his father hates me for advising him to quit? How would our relationship hold up if his parents didn't approve? Worst of all, what if I was wrong about his father and he cuts Keegan off? That would break his heart. I started planning to move to kill time while I waited. I put in a call to the guys to see who was available to help me move this weekend. I might not be able to get everything ready to go that quick, but I could be close. And if they could help me with the heavy stuff, I could manage the rest. I was making a list of what would need to be done for me to get moved when my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Keegan. It hadn't taken as long as I expected, but I hoped that was a good sign. Hey there, sweetness. How are you doing? I'm okay. I did it. I quit my job. I can't decide if it was the smartest thing I've ever done or if I'm crazy. What did your father say? He thinks it's a mistake and that I'll have a hard time finding anything as good as working for Lynn Richards' jewelry. But he was okay with it. He made sure I knew we still had to go to my aunt and uncle's anniversary party. Nobody's looking forward to that. It's going to be formal and boring. I was glad he called me and wasn't standing here in front of me where he could see how relieved I was. This was the first time he'd called me for help, and the last thing I wanted was for it to go badly. The good news is, thanks to you, I have a suit to wear to the party. He chuckled. That is good news. Anyway, I'm heading home. Have you had lunch? Not yet. I need to tell Stanley and Amy, though, before they hear it from someone else. Stanley knew it was coming, but Amy has no clue. I thought I'd stop by her store on my way home. Well, why don't you run by there, and then we can have lunch to celebrate. Celebrate? Yes, celebrate. I'm so proud of you for sticking up for yourself and taking this step. I think we should celebrate. You're proud of me for quitting a good job that paid well when I have no idea what I want to do next? He asked. I'm proud of you for doing what you needed to do to make yourself happy. Thank you, Daddy. And lunch sounds great. I'll go by Amy's store and talk to her, and then I'll meet you for lunch. Just tell me where. I'm thinking we should have lunch here at my house, so we can celebrate privately. I love the way you think, Daddy. I'll be there as soon as I finish telling Amy. It didn't take long before I heard the door open, and Keegan called out that he was here. I stopped what I was doing and went to meet him. Come here, baby, I said, moving towards him with my arms outstretched. He rushed to me and I wrapped him in a hug. You doing okay? I am. Oddly enough, I feel pretty good. Don't get me wrong, I'm also terrified, but I'm good. Are you running with Noah today? He asked. No, not today. Today I'm all yours. Did you mean what you said on the phone? You mean when I said that I love you too? I asked, and he nodded. You know I did. Then show me, Daddy. That I can do. We headed for the bed, losing our clothing as we went. He beat me in there, and he crawled up into the middle of the bed to wait for me. I chuckled and ran a hand up over his leg. How on earth did I get lucky enough to end up with you as my boy? I feel like I'm the lucky one, he said. I lay down on the bed beside him, kissing and licking his neck. I reached between us, taking both our cocks in one hand, pumping a few times. I used the pre-cum that leaked from both our cocks as lubrication and sped up my strokes. He moaned and rocked against me in time with my hand. I did that until I was close to coming, but that wasn't what I wanted. I want to be inside you when I come, I said, reaching for the bottle of lube where I placed it on the bedside table. I opened the lid and poured it into my hand. Sweetness, I want you to look at me. He looked into my eyes, and the desire I saw there almost undid me. I slicked up my cock and reached down, trailing my lube-slicked finger down his crack and over his tight hole. He shivered, but he didn't break eye contact. You're so tight and so needy for Daddy's cock, aren't you? I asked, as I slid one finger inside him. He took in a shaky breath and nodded, pushing back against my finger, releasing a moan. I love the sounds you make. Those little moans and gasps make me want to bury myself deep inside you. So deep you can't tell where you end and I begin. Yes, Daddy, yes, please, he said on a moan. I pushed inside him, sliding home. I grabbed his hips, holding him in place, pumping into him, hard and fast. He cried out, gripping my shoulders even harder as he held on. Fuck yes, he cried out, meeting me thrust for thrust. I gripped both his hips with my hands and slowly pulled back out, then thrust back in hard. Out slow, in hard, over and over. I tightened my grip on his hips to hold him in place as I slammed into him. I chased my orgasm, lost in both the sensations of his tight channel around my cock and the sound he made while I fucked him. Make yourself come for me, baby, I instructed. He reached down to stroke his dick. It didn't take long before he cried out, coming hard, and I was right there with him. I slammed into him deep and hard, staying there as my climax rolled through my body, and I filled him with my cum. I fell to the bed and pushed him up against me, his back to my front, and held him as tremors still ran through my body. I love you, I said. Love you too, he said, snuggling back against me. Chapter 30. Keegan. I'd spent the rest of the week getting the house ready for Owen's stuff. I couldn't believe he was actually going to live with me. I kept waiting to wake up and find out it wasn't really happening. We were going to use mostly his furniture. It was nicer and more comfortable, especially his bed. Owen was a big guy, and it made way more sense for us to use his California King instead of my queen-sized bed. The room that used to be Brennan's was empty, so we were going to move my bed in that room. We would donate the rest of the furniture to a charity that raised money for the local youth shelter. I tried to convince Owen to let me start work. I had some ideas for ways to streamline the system he used at the bar to make the management part a lot easier, but he insisted I take a few days off first. He said he'd been doing it this way for 5 years, so another week wasn't going to make a difference. But time off just meant time to think, and all I could think about was what I wanted to do from here. I really wasn't sure. When Owen realized I was stressing over it, he got all daddy on me and told me that he wanted me to work at the bar for a full month before I even started looking for anything else. He said I should just be for a little while, with no pressure. Of course, he was right, so I tried to stop worrying about it. That would be easier once we got him settled in, and I could start working on his paperwork problem. I needed something else to think about besides the fact that I had no plan for my life. But today wasn't a thinking day. Today was a moving day, and I was so excited. Owen had taken Saturday and Sunday off work so we could get everything all situated, and the guys were all coming to help us haul Owen's things across town. They'd rented a small moving truck, and the plan was for them to come by my house first and load up all the stuff to take for donation, drop it off, and then go get Owen's things. They were sure that they could get everything in one trip with it and their pickups. Owen had stayed at his place last night to finish up the packing. I'd been a little miffed about that since I didn't like sleeping apart, but he reminded me that we had a lifetime to spend sleeping together, so one night wasn't going to kill me. He showed up early with the guys, ready to get started. Simon wasn't able to come because he'd gone out of town to visit his family this weekend, and Ben had some kind of work emergency, so he wasn't here. But Travis, Brennan, and Gavin had come with their daddies to help. Owen pulled me into a hug. I missed you, sweetness. I missed you too, but that's all on you. I still don't know why you insisted on staying at your old place last night. He just chuckled and shook his head. Then he and Lucas made eye contact in a way that made me think I'd missed something. I started to ask what was going on, but before I could, the boys all came in a rush, ready to get started. Okay, what can we do? Bren asked. Nothing yet. All the things that need to go to the thrift store for drop-off are in the living room, so until they get that stuff loaded up, I guess we are just waiting. Well, I say waiting calls for donuts, Gavin said. Where's the closest donut place? I'll go get some. There's one just around the corner. I grabbed my keys out of the bowl on the table by the door and tossed them to him. Here, you can take my car. He caught the keys and grinned. Okay, one assorted box of donuts coming up. He stopped and said something to Cooper on the way out, gave him a kiss, and then left in my car. Okay, we're going to get this all loaded up, Owen said. Are you sure you want everything here to go? We can still get a storage unit just in case you change your mind. No, Daddy. I'm sure all of this stuff should go. I kept anything that meant anything to me. Okay, we're going to get this all loaded up. He brushed a kiss across my forehead. Okay, guys, everything in this room is going, he called out. I watched as they started loading up the truck. 5 incredibly sexy daddies hauling boxes and furniture while they joked and laughed was a sight worth watching. Are you still thinking about remodeling this kitchen? Bren called from the other room. I decided I'd spent enough time watching and joined him in the kitchen. I am, but not right away. I figure we'll take a little time and adjust to living together first. Then we can make whatever changes we decide. That's smart, Travis said. It's a nice house. I don't think you would have to do much to update it. Just maybe some fresh paint and new appliances. I laughed. You say that, but you haven't seen the bathrooms yet. They're the original tile work, and the color is horrible. Luckily there are 2, so we can do them one at a time and not be without a bathroom. It's the backyard that I love, Brennan said, walking over and looking out the sliding doors. When I was staying here, I loved all the plants your aunt had back here. Travis came to stand beside him. All you need is a privacy fence, and this would be perfect. We were just talking about that the other day. My aunt never wanted one because she was good friends with her neighbors, and they just kind of wandered in and out of each other's yards and houses. But that isn't the case with me. I like the idea of me and Owen having privacy in our own backyard. I think that should be project number 1. It's going to be summer soon, and you'll want to take advantage of this great space you have here. It didn't take long before the guys were pulling out with the truck, and Gavin was pulling back in with the donuts. Here we go, he said, hopping out of my car with 3 boxes from the donut shop. I got extra in case the guys wanted any when they got back. I have coffee if anyone wants any, or there are sodas in the fridge. Coffee, please, Travis said. Good thing I decided to keep Aunt Ruth's kitchen table and chairs, or we'd be eating standing up. I'd always loved this table. It was a throwback to the 70s and had a red top with a strip of metal that ran around the side. The matching chairs were made of metal and had red upholstery. I figured when it was time to redo the kitchen, I would use the table as the inspiration piece to build off of. I love it, Gavin said. It's very retro, which is really in right now. We talked about things I wanted to do to the house, and they shared ideas and opinions on ways to update it without losing the things about it that reminded me of my aunt. The more time I spent with these guys, the more I came to understand what it was about them that Brennan liked so much. As different as they all were, there was something about them that made sense. I may have originally told Owen I didn't think I fit, but I was starting to realize that maybe I did. Maybe with these guys I was able to truly be myself, and I was honored that they wanted me to be a part of their group of friends. This house always felt so homey and welcoming when my aunt lived here. That's the feeling I want to go for. It wasn't fancy. It was just home. I kind of suck at decorating, and according to Owen, he does too. I guess we'll just take it a room at a time and figure it out. For now, I need to go run the vacuum in the living room so they can put Owen's furniture in there. We'd taken so long talking while we ate our donuts that I barely got the floor done before the truck pulled in. I took a look around to make sure I knew where we were going to put everything, and then met them at the door. Owen hopped out of the truck, and so did Ben. I thought Ben was working. Maybe he finished early and met them over at Owen's to help. He opened the door and climbed out, and Owen hurried around the front of the truck to meet him. When he stepped out from behind the door, I could see that he was holding something against his chest, but I couldn't tell what. Owen reached out and took whatever it was, and then turned towards me with a smile lighting up his face. It took a minute for what I was seeing to register, and by the time it did, he was headed up the steps to the house holding the sweetest puppy I'd ever seen. He had ears that were so long I bet he would trip on them if he tried to walk, and the most adorable, sad face. "What on earth?" I gasped, as he handed me the puppy. I looked down at the bundle of squirming dog in my arms, and then looked back up at Owen, except he wasn't standing in front of me. I looked down, and there he was, kneeling on one knee. "Keegan, I love you. I don't just want to live with you. I want everything. Will you marry me?" "You got me an engagement puppy?" I asked. "Oh my goodness, you did. You got me an engagement puppy." Owen chuckled. "Well, for him to be an engagement puppy, you have to say yes." "Of course, yes," I exclaimed. "Check his collar," Owen said, standing back up. I reached around the little guy's neck and found what he was referring to. He'd tied a ring around the hook on his collar with a bow. "Owen Flynn, you are too much. Here, hold him." I handed the puppy back to Owen, untied the bow, and slipped the ring on my hand, then held it up to take a look. "Amy helped me pick it out," he said. "It's perfect," I said around the lump in my throat. It really was. It was my favorite ring from this year's collection, something I was glad I'd mentioned to Amy. It was a tungsten band set with a ring of black diamonds. I was excited about the ring, but I wanted my puppy back. I reached for him, cuddling him close to me as I stepped into Owen's arms. He leaned down for a sweet kiss, and then leaned down to my ear. "I'll show you how happy I am you said yes when we don't have an audience." I looked around, having completely forgotten we had both a yard and a house full of people. Our friends stood around us, smiling while they patiently waited to congratulate us. I turned to Ben. "I thought you had some important job to do today." "I did, silly man. I was on puppy duty," he said with a grin. I woke up that morning so excited for the future we were starting together, and thinking things couldn't get any better. But I'd been wrong. They could. I couldn't wait to see what the future held, because I would be facing it with my daddy by my side. Forever. This concludes Owen by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2022 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.